pattern model. టైమింగ్స్ మీకు హాల్ టికెట్ లో ఏమి వస్తే అదే ఆ టైమింగ్ ఫాలో అవ్వాలి. ఓకేనా? నువ్వు రావడం కదా బాగుంది. నెక్స్ట్ ఫోర్త్ రైట్ అమ్మా. నువ్వు ఫోన్ చేయదు మేడం బిజీ ఉంటారు కాబట్టి నువ్వు ఏదైనా వెబ్సైట్ లో చూసుకోవాలి, లేకపోతే స్టడీ సెంటర్ లో కలుసుకోవాలి. ఇంకా పీజీ కాలేజ్ ఆన్లైన్ క్లాస్ స్టడీ
జరుగుతున్నాయా?
Madam, good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Very good morning to you all. And namaste, sir. Jaideep, sir. Welcome to the national seminar.
Good morning, ma'am. Namaskar.
Good morning, sir. Namaskar.
Namaskar.
We welcome you to this second day of the national seminar.
Thank you. Sir, good morning, Jaideep, sir. I am Dr. Chakravarti. Good morning, Dr. Chakravarti. Good morning, sir. Dr. Chakravarti, where do you work? I am University Librarian, Usmania University, sir. Okay, nice to see you and meet you for the first time. Nice to see you all too, sir, because I heard about you, but the first time I'm seeing you, sir. Me too. Thank you. Thank you. I was just wondering when I came to know about you that where are you working? Because I had not heard about you earlier. Professional ignorance on my part. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm happy that this seminar is providing the platform for the library professionals to meet each other and to know about each other.
Yeah. Had COVID not been there, this wide participation would not have been possible.
Yes, that is true, sir.
We are doing it online. We are all able to meet.
Yes, on a positive note, we should take everything. And really, it has a lot of advantages, this online platform.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we have 6 papers or 5. It's 5. Yes, sir, we have 6 papers, sir. 6. One is added, sir. One is added to the list. Which is the last one? The one which has been recently added? Madam will update that, sir.
Hello. Sir, extremely sorry. We have power failure here. Suddenly, all of a sudden.
Okay.
Anyway, we will commence this session. I have logged in through my mobile, and we are also consulting our engineer for restoration of the power. Maybe within a short time, they will attend to this. Hello. పవర్ పోయింది మీరు కొంచెం అర్జెంట్ గా దీన్ని రెస్టోర్ చేయాలి yes yes so in the meantime I hope I'm audible to all of you.
Yes, please.
Yes, madam.
Yeah. So I take this opportunity to welcome all the participants to the second day of the seminar. To give a brief introduction to our chairperson today, our chairperson of the first session today, Professor Jaideep Sharma, about what happened yesterday. So yesterday the seminar has begun with inaugural function where Professor N. Lakshman Rao, he was the guest of honor, and Professor Roma Kantila, she delivered the keynote lecture. And then this inaugural session, it was followed by first session, which was chaired by Professor Parvathamma. And the other second session was chaired by Professor Vishwamohan on interdisciplinarity. And almost 5 papers in each session were presented. And the third session was chaired by Professor Madhusudan from University of Delhi. That was on impact of technology. And we have received good presentations in that paper also, in that session also. Now, with this brief introduction about the yesterday's proceedings, then now I request Professor Jaideep Sharma to chair this session on the topic of this session is areas and methodologies of LIS research. And I request Dr. Chakravarti to moderate this session, to introduce the chairperson of this session, and also to coordinate with Sir in smooth conduct of this session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Chakravarti garu.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, and it's my privilege, sir. It's my privilege to introduce Professor Jaideep Sharma, sir. He's teaching since 1989, 89 to 2003 in Kurukshetra University. Later moved to IGNO from 2003. PhD on professional competencies, employer expectations and curriculum for LIS education in India, and wrote so many books and articles on life LIS subject area, and guided and still guiding so many students for their PhD, involved in professional activities and involved in continuous education activities by delivering lectures, refresher courses and PDFs, and also you are also in this session. We are very much thankful to you, sir. With these words, I'm handing over to Jaideep Sharma, sir, to continue this session. In this session, sir, we have almost 6 officially on records. We have 5, and Madam said yesterday that one more paper is added into this session. We have 90 minutes to conduct in this program, this session number 4. We have 5 on record. Can I read, sir, that 5 papers with the name of the person who are presenting? Jaideep, sir? Yeah, Chakravarti, I'll read out the names and topics also. I have it. Would you like to read out? Yes, if you permit, I'll read, sir. Yeah, sure. Thank you so much, sir. Sir, we have 5 participants in this session, and our theme is areas and methodologies of LIS in research. And the first person is Dr. M. Kishore Kumar. He is presenting on the title Awareness and Use of UGC Infonet e-journals by research scholars of University of Hyderabad A case study. This is the paper he is going to present, sir, Dr. M. Kishore Kumar. And the second paper is by K. Tukaram, use of online public access catalog by students and faculty members at English and Foreign Language University Library Study. And the third one is Ramesh Ernagula. He is also presenting a paper on knowledge dissemination scenario in social science research. role of Indian Council of Social Science Research. And the fourth paper is K. Nageshwar garu, Psychometric Analysis of Scholarly Communication of ICSR Institutions, CRRID, Chandigarh and OKDISGD Guwahati study. I think this is a comparative study, sir. And the fifth one is B. Radhika Rani, Assessment of Information Literacy among Research Scholars of Karti University, Warangal study. These are the 5 papers, sir. And I request to add one more paper. Madam.
Kindly permit me. There is one more paper by who the presenter is Appal Swami Naidu. He will be presenting on the topic status of resources, services, and facilities of degree college libraries in Visakhapatnam district.
Madam.
Yes. Actually, this was missed out in the program sheet, so I'm updating.
Madam, there is one more paper which you have mentioned by Dr. Bharti Kandimala, Archiving to Alerting Service, the state contribution of PhD doctoral thesis. For this
actually, that was yesterday, it was included in the session 1, sir. After that revised schedule, I sent you yesterday. So maybe this was the previous schedule we are looking at. Dr. Bharti's paper was included in the first session, which was completed yesterday.
Will it be possible for me to share some slides while I speak my views?
Sure, sir. You can share and you can also present. You can either present it in the beginning or the timing is up to your convenience, sir. Whenever at the end or in the beginning, you can present.
Whatever you feel. I think in the beginning, I thought it would just be a warmer for all. Yes, warming up session, or in case it's an obstacle for the presenters, then I can do it at the end also.
No, it's not at all. It will set the I mean it will be like introducing the session, and also they will come into the theme of the.
So you have to allow me to share my slides.
Am I the Yes, sir. I will share screen. I will give you the permission to share screens.
Yeah, sure. I hope my slides are visible. Yes, sir. Research issues. Yeah. So, a very good morning to all of you from Delhi, and I'm really thankful for the department and the university to have invited me to share my views and listen to you all and learn from you all. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Thank you, sir. So it's a very important topic that we have chosen for the seminar, and I have been there yesterday also during part of the talks and discussions, and I got to know the views of my colleagues in the profession, and they had covered a vast area regarding the topic. So while thinking about some of the areas which could have been covered and might be they would have been covered in the later part of the discussions. So I'll give my views in those particular areas. Though the session is particularly devoted to areas and methodologies, I believe that while talking of areas, what came to my mind is that when we talk of research in LIS, basically it is the user which is foremost in our mind while we talk of doing research. And that is why the majority of research in LIS has been on user surveys. We have been talking of information seeking behavior. I think a large majority of research in LIS has been on information seeking behavior. at times we feel it is an outdated topic, and when a researcher thinks of researching in that area, we generally do not encourage people. But personally, I believe user is foremost for library information science, because we are a service-based profession. So we should always be thinking how to serve best our user. And while researching also, we could be working in this particular area. Then comes the services, operations, procedures. I think these are the areas that are foremost when we talk of information communication technology, or total quality management, or knowledge management, or use of the web and other things which we have been talking of while researching in library information science. Basically, these are all applications, but the crux of the matter is user, services, operations, procedures, and adding to the theory and philosophy of the discipline. Though we are into theoretical research little less, and we have been talking mainly on application and areas as far as research is concerned. We are trying to concentrate more on geographical areas, and at times there is research in theoretical areas also, and we are thinking at times of researching in adding to the disciplines. Interdisciplinary research also we have been involved into. As far as methodologies are concerned, we have been generally following the survey method, and at times we are also following historical research and experimental research. So while I was going through the papers that are going to be presented in the session today, most of them have been using social science, the survey research, and limiting themselves to libraries. And at times there is one paper on cytometrics also. So thinking in a broader perspective, I was just thinking that what was not discussed, and maybe that this would trigger thoughts and also could help into discussions. I was just thinking of some such issues which I would like to present before you and seek your opinion as far as these areas are concerned. I suppose this second slide is visible to all of you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So when we think of research, it is basically it is in-depth knowledge, because without in-depth knowledge, we cannot think that we will be able to really research in that area. And it is implied that we do a comprehensive study. It is very important to have an analytical approach. We generally tend to describe things, and this part is missing in our research. The researcher should have a capacity to synthesize. Quality is very important in research. Innovation is another aspect that has to be taken care of, though it is little difficult to really think of innovation and therefore implementing innovation in our research. And by way of research, we should be able to justify that we are able to contribute to literature or applications, and we should be able to share it and disseminate it. Because when we talk of research, these are very important characteristics of research. Now, there are two types of research for degree. And when we talk of quality in research, I think we need to think in terms of the role of institution. And when we talk of the institution, it is the role of the department, the role of the research committee at department level, and also the research council at institutional level. And therein the experts involved, both the internal and external. So I think whenever we talk of the quality level of research in LIS, it is not only the individual, but also all these people, all these set of people and institutions that have been contributing to that research. So while formulating a topic, it is not solely the individual researcher, it is the role of the department, the experts of the department, the internal experts, including the experts from the other disciplines who have been part of the research decision, and as well as the external people who have been called. So we need to be very sure that we have to play a role in this. Similarly, the role of the supervisor is also very important. The involvement of the supervisor, as far as knowledge of the topic is concerned, involvement in research, and mentoring the researcher. So these are some areas which we need to really think in terms of and in detail, and we really need to put our hands together and see that we are able to improve the quality and also contribute to the discipline by thinking along these lines. Then we talk of individual research. Once you are a PhD and you are further doing research, again, the role of the institution is very important. And for that, you need to have a culture of research, because when you talk of evaluation of your department and university, NAC evaluation and other things, I think at times we feel we are missing, and the reason could be the culture of research is not there, which should be part of the mission and objectives of the institution. While we need to promote research, as we are discussing today, such seminars, conferences, workshops, though they are being held throughout the country, and particularly during the last 2 years, we have been seeing that a lot of such events are taking place. We need to really come out with some decisions, and some thoughts should come out on which we should focus, and then take up these in further seminars, conferences and workshops. A sort of a relay research should be done so that we are able to really come out with some concrete areas, and which would help the researchers and others also. Similarly, lectures by experts. The other aspect that at times is missing is the infrastructure that is required for research. Financial assistance is also very important, and at times this could really help researchers in doing better research. Moving further on to how to promote research, I think coming down to our teaching at undergraduate and postgraduate level, we have seen in the national education policy also that we should stress towards holistic education, resource-based teaching and studying, encouraging wide reading. I think this is what is missing, and this is visible while we do research at the highest level also, that this wide reading and resource-based study, if it is made a practice and culture right from the undergraduate level, this would be visible in research also. Encouraging student participation by the teachers, developing their critical thinking skills and analytical skills. This would prepare researchers for the future. And as I said, for the infrastructure is very important. Financial assistance, seminars, conferences, and lectures by experts. Similarly, team research is very important. This would also should be taken up. Though while writing articles, we have really been doing it collaboratively across institutions. We have formed teams. I think similarly, while conducting research, their collaboration would really help. And collaboration, which the University Grants Commission is talking of, university industry interaction. I think while as academics and faculty, we should be in constant interaction with our counterparts who have been practicing, and particularly across different types of industries, we should be able to identify areas and topics and work in collaboration. And I think that would really help, and we should be doing it through projects also. Systemic research would also help the cause. Documenting research is very important, and we are talking of knowledge management, institutional repository, and research publications. I think this could be done for teaching also, particularly when we are talking of online collaboration is more possible. This would be a real help to researchers. You know, these days thesis is no more a gray literature. It's all so easily available, but it is enticing at the same time. And therefore we have issues like plagiarism, and our research is suffering. It's not so original. I think it should be made a way of life, that it is something which gives food for thought and not to be taken as cooked food and to be used. So I think that culture has to be developed. So quality in research, for that openness is very important. And while we were just talking of the repositories, and openness is there, but then that has not to be misused or taken in another way. While talking of openness, I think our ability to accept criticism. So while we are researching, instead of not sharing with others, and even if sharing with others, getting the views of others, we are not able to really accept that criticism. And more so, in case our thesis or research is sent back for revision, it is taken as a social taboo, and we are not able to withstand that criticism. I think it should be more and more there. That would really build our quality in research. And I think this should be something there which we have to accept. And as evaluators, we have to do it objectively. That would really help the cause. So objectivity is important. It should not be on face value. It should be done objectively. I believe it should be peer review of research, PhD research. The evaluator should not know who is the supervisor, who is the candidate. I think that would that may help it. And I'm not saying it that it would really bring in vast changes, but then I think this is one of the ways in which we can really help, and updation is most important. So these are some of the views which I wanted to share with you, and I believe that my fellow participants who are going to present, they may also think in terms of these points which I thought of sharing with you. Thank you. Now I would request the participants one by one. As my colleague, my fellow friend, Dr. Chakravarti said, that there are 6 people who are going to participate. I think we can give them 10 to 15 minutes each, all of them, so that they, I would request all the participants, all the presenters, to please not to read these slides. In fact, they should come up with the methodology and their findings, and come out with areas which need to be discussed, and try to present within 10 to 15 minutes. And towards the end, 20 minutes or so we'll keep for discussion. In case Dr. Chakravarti, you want to add something, please do so.
Okay, sir. Thank you for your valuable words, sir, regarding research. Definitely, we will follow, and we will also spread these words to our students, because in Osmania, a lot of research is going on. Almost 70 to 80 scholars are doing research in various areas, and your presentation is very excellent, sir. And of course, it will help our students to do it a better way. And can I start our first presenter, sir, with your permission?
Sure, sir. Sure.
Kishore Kumar, and his title is Awareness and Use of UGC Infonet e-journals by Research Scholars of University of Hyderabad, a case study. Can I have Kishore Kumar? And my sincere suggestion to all the paper presenters is, please be ready, because here and there we will move. I'm waiting for Kishore Kumar. Actually, is not responding. And sir, with your permission, can I move to second person, sir? Because so that we will add this Kishore Kumar later after completing the next person.
I think the alternative is you can read out all names and find out who all are present. That would be better.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Kishore Kumar, the first person, and second is K. Tukaram. Is he present? Tukaram? Ramesh? Why Ramesh? I think Ramesh is there in the group. And K. Nageshwar Rao.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Nageshwar Rao. Ramesh, you please say something. Ramesh. And Radhika, madam.
Yeah, good morning, sir. I am available.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning. And sir, out of one more, 1 minute, sir. Swami Naidu. Are you there, Swami Naidu? Okay, sir. Out of 6, right now 3 are present, sir. One is Ramesh, Nageshwar Rao, and Radhika Rani. Shall we continue with the 3 persons, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. And I'll call Ramesh to present a paper on the knowledge dissemination scenario in social science research. Please come forward, Ramesh. No response from Ramesh. Ramesh. He is in the group, but he is not responding, sir. And we will move to next person, sir.
Yes, sir.
K. Nageshwar Rao.
Yes, sir. I'm here, sir.
Nageshwar Rao, I hope you are ready with your slides, presentation, and all.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good morning,
First
sir.
of all, please, good morning. Please introduce yourself.
Yes, sir.
You open your camera.
Yes,
and.
sir. Yes, I am visible and audible, sir.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes, thank you, sir. Very good morning, Professor Jaideep, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Myself is K. Nagesh Rao, working as assistant librarian in Jawaharlal Nehru University, and presently I am doing research as a research scholar in Department of Library and Information Science under the supervision of Dr. G. Saroja Madam, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Open University. Can I share the screen, sir?
Others, please unmute your. Okay, share.
Is it visible, sir?
Yes, yes.
Is it visible?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. My presentation is scientometric analysis of scholarly communication of ICSSR institutions, CRRI ID Chandigarh and OKDISCD Kohoti, a study, a comparative study. And my layout is about introduction, review of literature, objective, methodology, analysis and presentation, and findings with conclusions. Scientometrics is a quantitative study and which is based on the published literature and the communications. And this examines the development of research over a time and our geographic and organizational distribution of research. As per the Glossary of Thomson 2018, scientometric evolution is very known key component of any research and development activity, which is a well-known productivity indicator is the number of publications produced by a scientist or institutions and countries. Scholarly communication in reality is a scholars and researchers share their works in the form of books, book chapters, articles in academic journals, research monographs, research reports, working papers, thesis and dissertations, patent and standards, and conference proceedings, etc. Now, I am giving a small brief review of literature. I am not giving much more. Dilip K. Swain in 2013, by studying a leading private university in India, by studying the distribution of articles and corresponding citations, domain-wise distribution of articles, ranking of authors and ranking of highly cited papers has been analyzed in this paper. In 2020, June. Hello, sir, some disturbance is there.
All of the participants are requested to please mute yourself.
So in 2020, Yongin investigated by studying the scholarly communication by citational data of COCI data set, and by using these conference papers, 97.96 of the books has been cited, then 10 times of 1.96 of books cited more than in 10 or less. And another one, Prabhakar Ponnaya and Natarajan Radhakrishnan in 2020 studied the National Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences for a period of 2009 to 2018 by using the data collected from the Web of Science by studying the 1694 research output papers. And in Velmurugan C in 2018, a scientometric study was conducted on the performance of scholarly communication of Mizoram University. In this study, they found by analyzing the data of 2007 to 2016 journal articles, the topmost medium of publishing scholarly communication with 93.56% reviews, followed by 3.46%, and the preceding papers with 2.2%. Now I am going to take the study of ICSSR institutions. ICSSR is a Ministry of Ministry of MHRD established in 1969. Basically promotes for the social science research in India. And it has a basic library of NASDAQ, very known and famous to us. And this ICSSR has 26 research institutions, and at present 30 research institutions is partially funded by the ICSSR, and with the support of the state government, of 40% is funded by the state government, and established in different regions. The ICSSR has been set up with six regions, like eastern regions, which is covering from Kolkata areas, Bihar, Orissa, West Bengal, and Jharkhand, and northeastern region, which is covering with Arunachal Pradesh to Sikkim, and northwestern region from Chandigarh, which is covering from the states of Haryana to Chandigarh, and northern region part covering from New Delhi to Uttaranchal, and southern part, which is covering with from Andhra Pradesh to Pondicherry, and western region, which is covering from Gujarat to Dadra Nagar Haveli. In this study, I am going to take northeastern region and western region. So now in the northeastern region, we have the one research institution, and northwestern region we have the CRRAD Institute. The objective of the study is to study the book and book chapters publication patterns of both the institutions with a comparative study, and to know the publication pattern of journal articles published by these two institutions, and to study the publication pattern of working papers, and also to study the book reviews of the faculties of both the institutions. And the data has been collected from the annual reports of ICSSR for the period of 2008 to 2020 by following a simple average and percentage. And CRRID, a Center for Research in Rural and Industrial Development, Chandigarh. This institution is Autonomous Research Institute, which was set up in July 1988, which is doing a research mostly on industry, agricultural, rural development schemes, social impact assessment studies of railways projects, gram panchayats, public health, and status of industrial developments, and agro biodiversity and impact on current practices of agriculture. And the Omyo Kumar Das Institute of Social Science and Development, it is from Guwahati, which is also an autonomous body institute from Guwahati, and it is established in 1989. Sir, it is my voice is repeating.
Maybe you have logged from 2 points.
No, sir, it is from 1 point only.
Participants, please mute yourself, all of you. Someone's mic is on. Kindly mute yourself, all of you.
So by studying this data, analysis and presentation, okay. So that data has been, I have taken from 4 years period from 2008 to 2012 as the first set, and from 2013 to 16 as a second set, and 2017 to 2020 as a third set. The total years has been divided into 3 parts. From the CRRAD, these are the number of books and book chapters published, and this is the OKDI SCD. It is published, and the total and average of this percentage. And this is the graph of book and book chapters, which is showing a good growth in the year of 2013 to 2016. And this is the number of articles published in national and international journals by the both institutions of CRRID and OKDI SCD. In this also, we are finding that in the 2013 to 16, we found more number of articles has been published. And this is the graph of the number of publications from the articles. And these are the monographs and working papers and research reports collected from the annual reports. From this part also, I found that the number of publications of these monographs, working papers and research reports is highly produced in the year 2013 to 16. And this is the graph. And The organized seminar or workshops and conferences and training programs and lectures delivered by this faculty of CRRID and OKDISCD. And from here also I found the year from 2013 to 16 as producing more number of organizations of the workshops and seminar and giving them lectures with training programs. And the faculty reviewed the books reviewed by both the institutions also found these number of books will be increasing from second to third. It means from 2013-16 to 2017-20, it is slightly growing. It is up to from 47% to 52%. And the total output by including the from books, book chapters, article publications, reports, working papers, including with all the organized seminars and lectures, the total production is highly, it is in the year from 2013 to 16. And this is the graph. And this is only the number of books published by both the institutions. And I found that the published by these institutions is very high. It is up to 56% is by these institute publications. And within the state published by the within the state publishers, it is up to 3.2%. And from the national level publications, it is 9.7%. And with the international level book publications is up to 8%. And this is the data collected from the annual reports from 2008 to 2020. And the article publications in journals by CRRID is the topmost authors is Gil Sucha Singh with 18 number of publications, and Guman Ranjit Singh with 12 publications, and these are the remaining two, and almost all the remaining faculties has published with one, and this data is not incorporated here. And from this I found that the findings is the CRRID published 57.66% more number of books and compared with OKDISCD over a period of 12 years. Both the institutions published more books and book chapters during the year 2013 to 16. And 78.57% of more articles published done by this CRRID Chandigarh when compared with Guwahati institutions. Both the organizations are showing a decline trend for the period 17 to 20. And 50% more book reviews done by CRRID than at the Guwahati institutions. On average, 2.25% books were reviewed by the faculty of CRRID, and an average of half book was reviewed by the faculty of OKDISCD faculty. And totally 45% as more performance has been done by CRRID faculty comparing with the Guwahati institutions by doing this activities of book publications and all this. And Sucha Singh and Gil, Guman, Ranjit Singh are the topmost authors published articles in the journals and conference proceedings. Out of 225 articles publications, most of the articles published in Man and Development Journal, and particularly in CRRID Institutional Journal, and Economical and Political Weekly Journal, and Political and Economic Journal of India, and Vision, Journal in Vision by the CRRID faculty. Out of 27 articles published by this OKDISCD, most of the articles was published in Social Change and Development and Institute of Journal Publication, their institute particularly their publication. The conclusions is, it is found that the most scholarly communication activities done by the faculty has done good effort for producing more productivity of scholarly content. This study finds and concludes that CRRID has published more books, book chapters, articles published, reports, working papers, monographs, book reviewed with including organized seminar, workshop, conference, training programs, and lectures, etc., comparing with the Guwahati institutions. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nageshrao Garu.
Yes, sir.
Jaydeep sir, shall we go for
yes,
any
sir.
questions, or at the end of the session we will do that?
Yeah. Better have questions towards the end, and let us see papers we presented earlier.
Yes, sir. And may I call Radhika Rani?
Hello. Sir, this is Ramesh. I was somewhere technical issue. I could not able to present.
No problem, no problem, Ramesh. You can start your presentation.
Yeah.
You can share your.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Is it visible, sir?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much to the chair and to moderator and to organizer for the conducting this seminar.
I request to the participants, you please unmute your part. Only presenter will.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Here, I'm Ramesh Ernagula, working as a director at NASDOC, Indian Council of Social Science Research. And this session, I would like to present my topic is knowledge dissemination scenario in social science research, particularly role of Indian Council of Social Science Research. In this, I would like to cover the areas, actually the area which I have studied in the services and resources. Particularly, I'll just brief the introduction and objective of the study, major trends in research, and about ICSSR and how, what kind of role we are, the ICSSR NASDOC is playing. And then some kind of recommendation, I could give my own comments in the conclusion. With this, I would start on my topic, and that the knowledge management, we all know that knowledge management is support to overall growth of the organizations. It's any sector, and particularly the ICT, when ICT has come into the picture, and research growth is getting much momentum. Sir, is it my video is visible, sir?
Ramesh ji, it is
everything fine. Ramesh ji, you can continue.
Okay. Sure. With this, particularly ICT plays much role in the research getting, and also the libraries have the key role in the knowledge management sector. And if we look into the studies, the studies in research also, that for the last 5 years, the research in each area is very impressive. And particularly ICSSR has in the last 5 years, the vast developed, the kind of network we have built up with the strengthening of the libraries, and particularly in social science research, and providing the latest knowledge through a remote access, and then e-journal consortia, building up social science data center, digital repositories, research information management system, RIMS, which we sometimes Influinet people, which were initially was built up. We followed that IRINS system like that, and kind of user-friendly website. So these areas, these are the areas. Yeah. So the major objectives of this study is, the method I use is exploratory, and then use the secondary sources, scientific databases, what is the Scopus and Web of Science. And then particularly the areas which I covered for the research areas, research trends in India and at global level, particularly social science research has more focus, and examined the e-resources and kind of data sources availability at NASDOC, how we are giving an access to the scholar community, and then e-resources consortia, how consortia, ICSSR e-resources consortia, I have kind of data I have found. At the last end, some kind of new initiatives, some kind of new initiatives we have built up in the last few years, so that I would cover. So these are kind of studies I have covered. Particularly research trends, if I could say that in scientific publications, is India positions as the 4th position. So after USA and China, Germany and all, this 4th position we have found. And even if you compare the cumulative also 5 years period also, that again we retained at 4th position in scientific publication, and particularly social science research, we are at 10th position at global level, and 8th position for the 5 years, and 10 years is the 10th position at global level position. And some emerging areas also we have found, instead of regular that social science research is the emerging areas, computational science, psychology, archaeology, cultural studies, and data management, social media. These are some of the new emerging areas. And South Asia level, again, social science research, India found at 1st position, so among the 5 countries. So like in India also, if you can find, if you see the India progress, social science research, very substantial, very impressive and continuous growth for the last 10 years. And particularly last 5 years is very impressive publication, which I would show in the next slides. And then emerging areas is particularly that ecology, climate change, sustainable development, population studies. These are things, particularly these areas we have, which I have derived for the study, the basis on citations, highly cited papers in that basis. And for more than 160 countries, we have collaborated the Indian social science research with other countries. And particularly third, the ICSSR became in a 3rd position of Delhi and Delhi University and JNU. It became an ICSSR became a 3rd. And the social science, particularly the citation, if you can look into the citation index of the ICSS are also very impressive, and the last 5 years continues much impact. And science and technology also, Indian science and technology also very highly progressive, and agriculture also highly progressive. And then, but compared to, if you compare to study, is social science is much is improving since 2016 to 16 onwards to better than the agricultural research, not in science and technology. So much difference with science and technology with social science research. Like that, India ranked at 7th position in patent grants, and these are all kind of studies which I have found from the scientific databases. And this particularly India rank is which I have already explained in the 4th position in scientific databases, even both in 5-year speed and the latest also. Then India became 4th, and then this is the last 10 years. If you see into a 10-year speed, India became in 10th, and it became in 5 years. If you look into it, is of 8th position at global level in social science research. And particular, but there is a study which we have found that I have covered 160 countries, top 160 countries in the world. India, there is no single institution is not placed at world level, so it is a kind of need to be thinking in this area. And then if you look into the social science in the South Asia level, India became in one. Rest of the countries much different. If you look at this for the 10-year period. And this is like these are all top cited papers actually. The area of top cited papers, the competitionals at world level, I'm telling. So in social science research, is much follow-up is there, and particularly artificial intelligence and social media and computational science as much as getting into the social, so with the discipline of social science research. If you look into the India publications, you see that last 10 years progress is also very continuously rising. And the much impressive, the 2019 was much impressive for publications. So in this way, again, the top 10 affiliated institutions over here. And in this top 10 affiliated institutions, IITs are, and some private university like MIT University or Vellore University, VIT, Vellore, and these also private universities also top 10 institutions in social science research. And then IIT is also much contributing in the social science research. And that in this level in the top, if you can say the papers also ecology and climate change and sustainable development, population studies, with the data management. These are the new areas coming in the social science. I hope this information certainly will say to among our social science fraternity, so that could be one of the major research. It can be a major research for the young scholars. And if you look into the science and technology, you see that again they are Institute of Science Bangalore, and then IIT Kharagpur, Mumbai. And these are all comment. Of course, private institutions are again in the Vellore Institute of Technology and Science and Technology as the top 10 institution. University Delhi is the top 10. So like that, if you look into that agriculture research, again, this of course the councils within agriculture research as the top place, and then state university has come up with good research publications. And then this kind of, again, University of Delhi has BHU, Benares Hindu universities are much progressing among the central universities. This kind of, these are some of the studies. And this comparative, if you look into the comparative studies among the three areas, so these three research areas in science and technology, of course, much ahead, and that, but social science and agriculture, if you look into the 2016 onwards, the social science research, social science is much better than the agriculture research. This need to be a in terms of social science research, we need to be a little bit of encouraging. And this is the research studies which I have found. And this, I'll just brief about ICSSR. The ICSSR has 24 grant-united social science, independent social science research institutions. And they are working on the different disciplines of social science research. And then we have a 6 regional center across the country in different regions. And then more than 3,500 articles. So far, ICSSR produced, and more than 32,000 citations are there according to Scopus database. And then the third position on this rank, and then particularly we do have more than 9,000 scholarly research reports, which has doctoral, postdoctoral, national fellow, senior academic fellow, research projects reports, which are very, very prestigious reports. And these are very, very useful to the scholars, particularly social science scholar communities. And the socio-economic data is we provide, say, in an annual basis more than near about 4,000 data sets we provide across the country. So, and then particularly ICSSR promotes the emerging, not only a regular, particularly it focuses on emerging research areas, which we have just discussed in my previous slides. So that need to be looked into, the scholars need to be looked into that area. So these are the NASDAQ, particularly NASDAQ is one of the division of the social ICSSR, and then it supports particularly to all 6 regional centers and 24 research centers across the country, and government autonomous bodies to all social science organizations across the country, social science who are working in the university and the institutions. And these are the major services. I could, since the time is limited, so that I could skip all the services, but I'll brief you. And one is the research support services, is very, very useful services, particularly these plagiarism, Scopus, Web of Science, like scientific databases we do have. So scholars, Grammarly, Mendeley, kind of so supporting tools are that scholars can use these resources, so that would be more helpful to you in day-to-day research activities. Apart from that, and then the literature, I'll just cover this, what kind of knowledge disseminations as new areas, how we are disseminating the knowledge, disseminating to the social science communities. These are some of the services, major services, with the services, particularly e-resources. The e-resources which we have in internationally very acclaimed databases we do have. So each subject we do have, and the library from library science to and all kind of databases in data sources also, IndiaStat, Progress IQ, political science and socio index like economics and educational sources and whatnot, and all kind of sources. And particularly these resources are we built up with a remote access platform. This is very, very quite useful now. The scholars across the country, we have integrated with all our awardee of our research schemes to their and we integrated with their email IDs, as well as we given kind of awareness to each and every schemes who are using to us. And not only that, individual scholars who wanted to be access these resources, so they can access more than to this databases consist of more than 27,000 scholarly journals. And if you look into the 2020-21 data, we can say that 10 online databases consist of, and particularly this, if you include all, even this kind of India Stat, Provis IQ as a data tables, so that it's lakhs of data. But we can say academic journalism is that this 10 databases more than 27,000 scholars, but it is here I've written is only 6 database 23,719. By mistakenly it is became in at this is a 6 and 4 consortia resources, altogether 10, that's more than 27,000 scholarly. And if you see that 40,000 only in a particular year is 40,000, more than 40,000 downloads have taken, 5,381 users, which include across our bona fide scholar, across the scholar community in the country. This is ICSS of data services, another major services. And also the data sets which have we used to be disseminate to the scholar community. If you look into the 2020-21, more than 2,000, since even though pandemic session also, more than 2,500 data sets have been used in various areas. So particularly these are the areas which I have noted over here. So, and then if you can consortia level, if you can e-resources consortia, another one of the major services for our 24 research institutions across which are across in India. So these, particularly these resources which are acknowledged, that is an economics, mostly economics data, scholarly economic journals, JSTOR, we all know that, India State, Provis IQ, these are data sources, databases. These are very, very prestigious databases, and it's centrally funded consortium model. And yeah, and then only 4 online databases, more than 4,000 journals. And then if you look into this, 2021 is more than 3,11,000 of downloads have taken place, and with 4,018 users. And highly useful, very effective, and the publication accordingly, we get much publications for the last 5 years. Particularly has the publications of the progress is very impressive. And then if you look into that InSpell, there is one database which we have recently we launched last in pandemic 2019. We have initiated 20. We have started the services. This is the entire this we are planning to have a Scopus based similar to the Scopus kind of parameters we wanted to build, but we started particularly for Indian journal, all social science journals, and we primarily are focusing UGC Careless journal and some of the international journals. So that we have indexed in this, including abstract, we indexed in this software that we used OGS, Open Journal System software, which we are using. Of course, since it is not this due to the pandemic, it's the user access is very less. Only 2020, only 255 users have access to these databases. Very, very quite useful. The scholars who wanted to be see the journals which are social science journals in India, that you can find the entire journals list and the details. So of course it's started, so it takes times to be a finishing of this project. And then the web collection, this is the web pack is very quite useful. So in a year is a 4,000 plus scholars used to be access this our web pack. Then these are all services can be accessed from anywhere, at any places, and it's based on the Koha software with Web 2.3.0. So and all even that it's a kind of platform we have built up is that you can read a content also, summaries also. This is the beauty of this. We have customized particularly so that you can, so scholars can get much benefited. So that way, and we have, so see, these are all some of these services. So now the new initiative, recently we have initiated some of beautiful services. I'm sure that this would be a more grateful to, would be useful to the scholar community. Just ICSSR digital repository, particularly ICSSR digital repository, which I have started. This beauty of this repository is that all reports have been thoroughly checked by the plagiarism. Once the standard of plagiarism we have reached, then those reports only we are uploading. So of course, so previously that the system was not there, maybe some kind of issues were there with the report of the research report. Those kind of reports we are keeping holding right now. The reports with the minimum plagiarism, which are UGC guidelines, that way we are following, which are qualifying those guidelines. Those accordingly, those reports only we are placing them in the repository. So, and particularly this will be a great visibility at national, international level. Secondly, and the young scholars can see, can come to know that what kind of research already done, what needs to be done. So that kind of that bridge, the gap will be filled by this repository. I'm sure that is one of the best scholars can utilize this repository and can approach to this to access this repository. And then, and of course, that was based again, DSpace. We have built up the repository hosted on the DSpace platform. And secondly, that IRIN system is, which again, one of the beautiful system. This is particularly we have started with the who are working with our in our 24 research institutions, faculties. We are integrating their research publications, as well as and then who are awardees of our social science research community. So we are integrating their research publications. So
any problem, Ramesh Garu?
Giving a good publication, so that accordingly we are a grant mechanism also one kind of we are taking up this in the taking up decision of grant mechanism, so that which it helps to us. So this way, this is also another one of the new initiations we have started, and then so another is the web portal. We have built up this, all the schemes earlier used to be manual, all the schemes and applications manually used to be filled by the scholar community with great difficulties, and all many issues will be there. Now there is single click itself, all whichever the scheme you wanted to be applied, see the details in the portal, and then apply it as per the times and deadlines, and then see track your status also, research proposal status. What is the status of your application? That also you can come to know. So the kind of portal which, and it's very comprehensive information on the social science research, the schemes and other details will be there. So I'm sure that it's great helping to scholar social science communities. And then and we have started again a union catalog for social science library. Primarily, this project was conceived with our social science libraries, which are associated with us, around 24 libraries. So we started with who are having that Koha. Since we are having the server having a Koha software, so that who are having the libraries are having a Koha software. So we have started with this around 6 to 7 libraries. We started right now, where you can scholars.
Ramesh Garu, sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
You
1 minute, sir.
Complete within 1 minute. 1 or 2 minutes.
1 minute. 1 minute. Yeah. So this way, this union catalog has initiated, and another is the social science knowledge gateway. The entire so resources which are available across and on social science resources and open access resources, we have integrated those access resources and built up in a database with WordPress open source software, and scholars can use these social science. It is very systematically organized and can access these resources. With this, I could conclude my comments that whatever it may be, the challenges are there. The challenges, kind of challenges, is computer networking, information access, metadata standards, content creation, user-friendly retrieval. These are some of the challenges are there. But still, we are equipped with our staff and all, and we too also as senior professionals, we also equipped with this new skills and all. So we started to be develop kind of services, and for the last 5 years studies, we could say that the services and resources are greatly effectively uses. So with this, that scholars who wanted to be could use our ICSSR resources and grants, and then NASDAQ is the more detail. If you wanted to be know that, you can approach to the NASDAQ ICSSR. With this, I could conclude my comments. And if anybody having any kind of clarification, then I would mostly welcome to each and everyone. And thank you to the chair and to the organizers and the moderator. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ramesh Garu. Thank you for your excellent presentation. Any questions that will be after the session, end of the session.
Fine.
And sir, with your Jaydeep sir, with your permission, I'll call K. Tukaram. Actually, he's in the second list in the second, and he's ready, I think. Tukaram, unmute yourself, Tukaram. Tukaram, unmute cheyi nuvu.
Sir, good morning.
Good morning, Tukaram. Just introduce yourself and you start your presentation.
Good morning, dignitaries, Jaydeep sir, Chakravarti sir, Achala Munigalam madam, Saroja madam. This is Tukaram, Assistant Librarian, English and Foreign Languages, Hyderabad. My topic is use of UPAC in English and Foreign Languages University. My abstract is the objective of the study is.
You have any presentation, Tukaram? If it is there, you please share that.
Yeah, I already given to Saroja madam, sir.
No. You have to share with your system. Can we know you are reading? No, how can we know what you are going to present?
Yeah, I have, but I don't know how to share from my laptop. I am reading from a cell. Wi-Fi is not clear here. Share it. Can I read, sir?
Yes, continue. You continue. Sir, with your permission, sir, he is unable to share his document.
Just tell him that that green on the screen there is a share screen.
Tukaram, నీ స్క్రీన్ కింద షేర్ స్క్రీన్ అని ఒకటి ఉంటుంది చూడు.
సార్
కింద గ్రీన్ కలర్ ఉంటుంది, షేర్ స్క్రీన్ అని ఉందా? నీ ప్రెజెంటేషన్ ఓపెన్ చేయ ఫస్ట్ స్క్రీన్ మీద.
చేసిన సార్, చేసిన.
స్క్రీన్ షేర్ అని కొట్టేసి షేర్ స్క్రీన్ కొట్టి కింద గ్రీన్ కలర్ ది
గెట్ షేరింగ్ లింక్
చిన్న గ్రీన్ కలర్ బటన్ ఉంటుంది చూడు, కింద షేర్ స్క్రీన్ అని ఉంటుంది.
It's not there, sir. Why you only link?
You have to make it full screen, then only you will find it.
It is full screen, sir.
Yeah, just near chat it is there.
ఇప్పుడు నీ స్క్రీన్ లో అందరం కనిపిస్తున్నామా?
Next to chat, share screen.
నీ స్క్రీన్ లో అందరం కనిపిస్తున్నామా?
I am reading from my cell phone. Because
no problem. Icon will be there. At the bottom of your cell phone, you find out share screen option will be there with green button. You press that button and you share your screen. You try that. దొరికిందా?
No, sir.
Yes, sir. Shall we continue with the thing? What he is going to
Okay, fine. Let him read then.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Tukaram just explain చేసేసి తొందరగా షేర్ చేసుకుంటే బాగుంటుంది కానీ ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేసేసి.
Sir Chakravarti sir, ask him to send that file to you.
ఓకే, తుకారాం నాకు పంపించడానికి అవకాశం ఉంటుందా?
Yeah, in between you ask somebody to read. So
no, Mr. Tukaram, please send your PPT to Chakravarti sir through email.
Okay. I have his mail.
మెయిల్ పంపిస్తావా?
పంపిస్తున్నా సార్ మీకు.
స్మాల్ రిక్వెస్ట్, ఒక చిన్న రిక్వెస్ట్, నువ్వు అది షేరింగ్ మన విజయ భాస్కర్ ఆన్లైన్ లో ఉన్నాడు, ఆయనకి షేర్ చేసేసి ఇంత లోపల మన రాధికా మేడం ప్రెజెంట్ చేస్తుంది, రెడీ చేసుకో. విజయ్ కుమార్ తో టచ్ లో ఉండు. అది విజయ భాస్కర్ తుకారాంకి హెల్ప్ చేయి. విజయ భాస్కర్ ఫోన్ చేసి షేర్ చేసుకోండి. ఓకే sir, he's going to share his presentation later, sir. Meanwhile, we will call next person, sir.
Sure. Please call.
Thank you, sir. Radhika madam, are you ready? Radhika ma'am.
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir.
Thank you.
Is my screen been shared, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
We are seeing your screen and you can start your presentation, ma'am.
Yes, sir. A very good morning to all, sir. And I would like to introduce myself. I am Radhika Rani, heading the Department of Library Sciences in Kakatiya University, Warangal, sir. And I profusely thank the director of the seminar, Saroja Madam, and the chairperson, Professor Jaydeep Sharma, sir, of Department of Library Science, IGNOU, and also the moderator, Dr. K.S. Chakravarti, University Library of Usmania University. Sir, is my screen on a full screen, sir?
No problem, and it's comfortable. You can share. You can start.
Let me make it full screen, sir. Just
yes, it's better if you do.
Yes, sir. Is it visible, sir?
Yes.
Yeah, sir. Sir, the topic of my paper is Assessment of Information Literacy among Research Scholars of Kakatiya University, Warangal. This study actually, I would like to inform you that the Kakatiya University is state-funded university, and we have been talking about since yesterday the emerging technologies and even the areas of research and all. I think the underlying thread is mostly the information literacy that we are moving. I would like to tell you as an introduction, moving towards the creating learning environments that are more learner-centric today. So in the information overload world, there is a need of continuous learning by all, not only the research scholars, by all the society to meet the challenges of the future. Sir, is my voice audible, sir?
Some noise is coming, ma'am.
Some disturbance is going on in your audience voice. So please try to rectify that.
Sir, is it clear now, sir?
Yes, you continue.
Sir, as we all know, information literacy is a survival skill in information age, and especially in the higher education. And as in the information overload world, the higher education in particular should provide the research scholars, especially, the opportunity to learn how to find the information, evaluate its authenticity, validity, usefulness, and large process, especially the ethical use of information in problem solving process. So here I would like to just tell you that information literacy is a tool to be used for continuous basis by the university libraries to achieve the vision of higher education. It will encompass everything, that how we do and what we do. The approach should be in a holistic manner, and it is helpful for the competitive advantage of the individuals, especially the scholars. And it's the key for successful access, use, and content creation, and supports education at all levels. It is beyond the current technologies. It includes learning, critical thinking, interpretative skills across the professional boundaries and also empowers. So I would like to give a brief information about the Kakatiya University. It was established in 1976 and the university was initially accredited A grade by in 2017, and it offers around 222 various programs. I would like to tell you this. Kakatiya University was established to cater the needs of North Telangana people, which was once very far from the education. It was slightly backward. But now with the establishment of Kakatiya University, many students have been flourishing. And especially it is for the students from the backward area. And about the university library, it was established in 1982 to meet the information needs of the students, scholars, and the faculty of the university campus, as well as the colleges under the university jurisdiction, that is the constituent colleges. Almost 250 clientele usually visit the library on a daily basis. And it also has a digital library beside, established a computer center also, internet center, which is catering to the needs of the students. So here, just a small definition, which gives today information literacy is a global concern, and the information literacy literate person has an ability to find and utilize information to solve problems and be to make informed decisions. So we all know this definition. The objective of my study is to analyze the frequency and the purpose of library visit by the research scholars of Kakatiya University, and also to find out information literacy programs offered by the university library, and also to find out what are the constraints faced with research scholars of Kakatiya University in accessing and using the information. Today, we are finding information in print as well as in electronic form. So the effort was made to find out how best they are trying to retrieve information and how comfortable or conversant they are with different aspects of the information technology or the information resources that are available with the university library. And also to determine the ICT-based information literacy and explore the perceptions on it, and also to identify the ability to use the ICT for the information communication by the respondents. My scope of study is limited to research scholars of Kakatiya University, and the methodology is a survey method. There are around 200 research scholars in social sciences and 220 research scholars in sciences, where I've distributed more than 400 research scholars of Kakatiya University, but I could only obtain 131 filled-in questionnaires, so it was done in email also. It is almost 30 to 35% only. The major findings of my study is that most of the respondents are young professionals below 30 years of age, and the majority of the research scholars use the library resources frequently, daily or once in a week. Quite often they are using. And among the research scholars, the female research scholars are less and the male percentage is more. The major findings of my research study is that 67% visit the library for the purpose of visiting is to update their knowledge and to borrowing books. Apart from that, they are trying to browse information for career-related information and browsing online resources. Some of them are for preparing the lectures and talks and writing assignments and for preparing for their examinations. So University Library offers various methods of information literacy, where I have categorized into personalized methods and impersonalized methods. The personalized methods are which we are directly connected with the user, that is physical library tool, oral presentation and demonstration, and near the information desk, conducting workshops and training programs, directly connecting with them on a personal basis, like on email and social media or social working tools. On the other side, the impersonal methods are where we are trying to connect to the users indirectly, which are categorized as the pamphlets, brochures, video films, film shows, audio lectures, and online tutorials. So the findings say that majority of the research scholars were using, though they are aware of the pamphlets or the brochures or the other impersonal methods that are available, but most of them have approached the information desk and attended the oral presentation and demonstration, usually which happens the physical library too. These methods, they found it more useful, or more, they are accessing more. And even the email messages and social media, they are using more than 40 to 45%. They are using this to connect to the library. And the other findings is that most of the research scholars are using UGC Infonet Consortia resources, that is Sindhu, resources offered by University Library, and most of them are conversant in accessing and using information from various resources, like accessing OPAC, searching databases and consortia resources, e-journals, and open access resources. Even they're trying to access from social media tools. So only small section of library users are not using or probably unaware of availability of the resources. So apart from this, I also tried to find out that how many times the university library is trying to offer information literacy programs. In the last 5 years, I could only find that not more than 3 programs were done by the university library. And the people who have attended the information literacy programs, almost 95% found it more effective. But though the people who have, the research scholars who have attended the information literacy programs offered by university libraries are only up to 38%, but the people who have attended have found it more effective. So the publicizing or maybe the information should be spread out when the information literacy programs are organized by university libraries. And the study indicates that university libraries usually don't undertake the information literacy programs regularly, and there's no policy in place, except small section of the library professionals are interested. The personalized methods are more acceptable or found more effective. And though the ICT, though the research scholars are conversant about the ICT, usage of ICT equipments and other things, they are also aware of consortia databases, but the usage of consortia databases is found to be very less. And university library professionals are suitably, on the other side, I found that university library professionals, though they are very limited, it is understaffed and the manpower is very less, but they are suitably educated, competent to organize information literacy programs. Infrastructure is also available, but then it is they don't collaborate with the faculty or the departments in planning, designing, and implementing of information literacy. Some of the suggestions I would like to present in my paper is that the librarian must advocate information literacy in the university to meet the challenges of educational reforms, and the information literacy program should be imparted on a regular basis, understanding the academic and research needs of the research scholars. Some of the self-paced instruction programs on using various ICT products and services, or using online catalogs and exploring the internet search strategies and accessing open access resources and developing search strategies, using indexes, using reference sources, citing sources, teaching information ethics, so on, should be developed with the collaboration of the faculty, and it should be made available to the research scholars of the university. So changes in the delivery of information at national and international level should be understood, and understand the research information needs of the research scholars. So I would like to say that the library staff should take the proactive measures in trying to bring a change or regularly impart the trying to give a customized information literacy programs to the research scholars. I would like to conclude that universities are the centers of excellence which engage in cutting-edge education, research, knowledge, and dissemination, and building competencies. So the information overload suggests that new set of skills for accessing the information should be imparted on a regular basis in order to make the research scholars independent and lifelong learners. So higher education institution, information literacy plays a very crucial role, and it's a necessity as well. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Sir, I have completed my paper.
Thanks for your presentation. And now I call Tukaram. Are you ready, Tukaram? Tukaram? We continue on like almost 4 are presented, 3 are presented, and we are waiting for Tukaram in this session. And thank you. Tukaram, present చేయి, start చేయి. Tukaram, we are not able to hear your voice. Tukaram,
Good morning.
Start.
Sir, good morning. Can I start?
Yes, you can start.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Ravi Cheboni, for help.
Just only 5 minutes left, Tukaram. You please complete your session in 5 minutes.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. I will finish.
Thank you.
The result of the study reveals significant number of the users search information regarding library material through OPAC despite encountering problem. Lack of the basic skills among the users was found to be major reason for the not using full feature of OPAC. It is suggested that university libraries should organize quality catalog. Introduction, information and communication technology transfer library service into the traditional modern. Most of the current information recorded in electronic format. ICT has contributed immensely to the performance of library professionals in the discharge of the duties such as cataloging, reference, circulation management, OPAC service, and serial control. Next page.
Tukaram, problem?
Sorry,
Any problem, Tukaram?
Just a minute, sir. Sharing any?
Because we are out of time and we have to.
Ravi Cheboni is sharing my this PPT, sir. Sir, Ravi Cheboni.
Dr. Tukaram, instead of reading the slides, whatever you gather from your study, you can present that.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. The Ramesh Mohan library is using New Jalip software, sir. The library was just the library has more than 180,000 volumes, including books and bound periodicals.
You tell about your study, how you did and what are your findings. ఓకే తుకారాం ఒక్క నిమిషం ఏం లేదు అంటే మనం ఇంకా ఇద్దరిని అకామిడేట్ చేయాలి దీంట్లో మీ ప్రెజెంటేషన్ మన దీంట్లో సెషన్ లో షేర్ చేసేసి తర్వాత మనం చూసుకుందాము యూ కమ్ టు ఎట్ ద ఎండ్ ఆఫ్ యువర్ presentation just you read your findings, that's enough because time is very less.
I'm concluding, sir. I'm reading my finding.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, sir. The paper finds that the OPAC system has. Can I read my findings, sir?
You start reading your findings, or I think 1 or 2 slides are there. You please complete.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. The paper finds that the OPAC system has changed the traditional concept of access to the library resources. It allows simple as well as complex search. The study of the objectives of the OPAC is useful in the respect regarding results. Sometimes users face problem of recalling and precision. However, in some search, users are not able to find relevant document on account of various factors. Data show that a high percentage of respondents are utilizing the OPAC as a search tool for retrieving document. Also, most of the users handle the OPAC themselves. Significantly, the satisfactory level of users was high with the OPAC facility. With this review literature, I am concluding, sir.
Ravi, come to end of the presentation, please.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Last time only the findings
finding చదివేసిన సరిగా షేరింగ్ రవి చేస్తుండు అందుకే వస్తలేదు ఇక్కడ.
ఓకే ఎక్కువ మంది యూజ్ చేసేది ఏదో ఉంది ఇక్కడ. ఓకే దుకాణం మనము షేర్ చేద్దాం ఈ ప్రెజెంటేషన్ ని.
ఓకే సార్.
Because you prepared in a right way, but unfortunately due to some technical problems you are unable to present.
Yes,
nothing to worry. We will share this presentation to the group. Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Tukaram. Thank you.
Thank you. I am sorry for technical problems, sir.
No problem. Tukaram, నువ్వు మంచి వర్క్ చేసినావు కానీ టెక్నికల్ గా ప్రెజెంట్ చేయలేకపోయినావు. నథింగ్ టు వర్రీ. మనం షేర్ చేద్దాం ప్రెజెంటేషన్. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
ఓకే సార్. సార్.
Jaydeep sir, just I'll update what is going on in this session. And out of 6, 4 are presented, and one more, two more persons are there, sir. One is Kishore Kumar, and the other one is Swami Naidu. So please, anyone, both are there in the group, or shall we conclude this session?
Chakravarti Garu, Swami Naidu has requested for relocating his paper in the afternoon because he is having some inspection in his college right now. So Kishore Kumar, I didn't see him in the list of participants.
No problem, madam. Actually, it is almost 12, and we will go for questions and answers. Anybody raises any questions, yes, we will go for that, ma'am. You please be ready, all the 4 presenters. Anyone, any questions regarding all these 4 presentations?
Can I ask a question to Dr. Ramesh from ICSSR?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I really enjoyed your presentation. Very informative, and lot of efforts being taken by ICSSR and NESTOC. I would like to know from you any special efforts towards the discipline of library information science. How are you encouraging research and otherwise young researchers in the discipline? Do you have any special plans? We'll be happy in case ICSSR and NESTOC is able to encourage research in LIS and researchers.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. It's a wonderful and very useful question, sir, actually, particularly for youngsters. Some they don't know what we are providing also for particularly library science fraternity. And second thing is that regarding the schemes also, if I can say that kind of proposal which we receive for other disciplines, but library science, if you compare, we analysis these reports, the proposal which receives in every year. If you compare that, suppose other discipline we receive the major economics, sociology, and some. If you compare to those major subjects, library science is very, maybe you can say that 5% or 10% kind of proposal we receive. This is one of the major issue from the, but thing is that from our side, NASDOC side, what we does that we particularly we encourage this kind of we started with vocational training for the students who wanted to be and apprentice training kind of who wanted to be start their careers in library science, so that we in NASDOC we have inserted till 1 to 3 months vocational training, and there is one kind of that's apprentice training for 1 year. That to 5 to 10 people we used to take in the kind of in the professional orientation level, we have taken kind of initiative. But at the same time, when we proposal level, that is only very less. We are trying to be from our level, NASDOC level, we discuss in several meetings with our secretaries that why not getting a kind of proposals if you compare to others, so that we get the proposal, but not that kind of proposals which are the kind of realistic kind of proposal in that, so that some of the proposal we receive less proposal. Among that also the proposals are very not up to the mark, so that way it's one of the disappointing for in our fraternity. And we are trying to be mobilizing this how to write a proposal kind of so regularly we used to be have a kind of awareness training activities in our fraternity. So somewhere feeling a kind of a process we are started, but not up to the level I could say that honestly, sir.
We need to publicize and encourage the professionals, I think, and also from your side on professional websites or others, so that people come to know and they are encouraged to do so.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We does it actually blogs. We do have Twitter. We have infographics. We have a kind of services we have, and regularly we used to be post a kind of our services, your resources regarding and usage level, and regularly this is a kind of the new trend of which we started. So our particularly our secretary is much happy, but still I could say that not up to that level. We are not reaching the other disciplines kind of encouragement proposals we receive. Somewhere still we need to be do much. We'll look into that areas.
Thank you, Dr. Ramesh.
Thank you, sir.
Ramesh Garu, I'm Dr. Chakravarti here. And a small question regarding your presentation. One of my scholars is doing research in the same area under ICSR institutions. And in your presentation, it is showing almost 24 regional institutions, ICSR regional centers across India. But according to my scholar, he is showing 13 to 14 institutions. Is there any difference?
Yeah. Exactly. There is this is a kind of clarification is very required. That it's good, sir. Particularly that we initially there are 32 institutions used to be there, not present. Initially, it means the last I can say 6 to 7 years back before 2014, actually 13. That was 32 institutions. But after that, those institutions, there are the 7 institutions were not recognized actually. So that were the funding only for 24 research institutions. And for these institutions only, we provide the grant in aid. Rest 6 institutions are, 7 institutions are, which are kind of we just for recognized, ICSS are recognized, but we are not giving any kind of funding. we do activities, we do the regular activities, only these 24 research institutions, which they have conducted many courses and all. Maybe this may be a difference. This is the difference, sir, actually.
And thank you, sir. I will also take your help, sir, for my research scholars research regarding ICSR institutions. Thank you very much, sir.
Certainly. Thank you.
Anyone in this group, any questions?
My question to Dr. Radhika Rani, this is a very important topic on which you presented information literacy for research scholars. I believe you are a teacher faculty there, so yes, and also a faculty of library information science. What are your views of collaborative efforts of the practicing library information science professionals and teachers of teachers in different disciplines, joining hands to see that our research scholars and students are information literate?
Sir, it's a very good question, sir. Actually, we are having there's a gap between the faculty and the library professionals. I don't know why that gap exists, but as from our department, we are sending our students to the library as a part of internship. And though they have the manpower, they are having the shortage of manpower. So I insisted that they can. I gave a proposal that they can use our students, and they will also, the students, in fact, they'll get their skills in libraries. So they can make use of our students in organizing or teaching them the different skills. So from our side, 2 months training, 2 to 3 months, our students go there and work as internship, and it's a part of curriculum. And the other part is from library science department. I'm been invited by many of the in-house departments like political science, computer science, on imparting on search strategies. Again, it is like I have to promote myself and say that I can come and teach your scholars about these things. If you are interested, kindly call me. In that way, on a friendly basis only they call, but there are so many inhibitions between the people that they hardly call. They hardly feel that library science department can do much to their. We are open. I was also a plagiarism coordinator in my university, where I try to tell them that I can come and give sessions for your scholars. Please organize 1 hour like that. Only few departments, a handful of, I think 3 or 4 departments out of 30 departments came forward, and at least I'm happy that we could connect to that. And even the library, I have told them that you regularly organize these programs, put a calendar and organize. Some teachers can always come forward, who are academic oriented, can come forward and teach on research methods or review of literature, or trying to teach the different set of users, which unfortunately the decision making is not at the, the librarian is not there, sir, in our university library. Even the deputy librarian or the assistant librarian level, the posts are vacant. Hence, the decision making is becoming a problem, even though we are ready to offer this service. So, thank you.
The 2-credit research and publication ethics course that has been given by the University Grants Commission, I think you and the library can take an initiative and do that course for the whole university. That would also add to this information literacy skills of researchers.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. I'll look at that.
Thank you.
Any more questions? And my question to Radhika Rani ma'am, good to know that out of 400 scholars in your study, 77.8% students use e-Sindhu journals. Are you conducting any awareness programs exclusively for these e-journals now?
No, sir, it is on one-to-one basis. I try to find out from the library. If people are interested, only then they are teaching. But in the last 5 years, only 3 programs were conducted. That's what the statistic shows. Only 3 programs.
Students are using a lot when compared to other universities.
Yes, sir. Science scholars are using more, sir, than the social science. That's what I could observe.
Jaydeep, sir, out of 6, 4 are presented in this session. And I'm handing over to you, sir, for your comments or valuable words.
I think one question we should ask to Dr. Nageshwar Rao also. He has also put in his efforts. In case he is there, yeah, I would just ask you, what prompted you to work on two institutions so far and wide, one in the Northeast, other in the Northwest? Any particular reason and objective to choose?
Out of ICSR institutions, as Chakravarti sir asked, how many institutions are there? There is a confusion in this question also. First, let me explain. Even in the website, it is showing 30 institutions still on the website. And before it was, when my research was started, it is on 26 institutions. Now it is on 24 institutions. It is depends upon the fund allocated by the ICSSR and the fund allocated by the state universities. So finally, now it is 24 on the website it is showing. And in the second page, it is showing the fund is allocated to 30 institutions. Still, it is doubt for me. And next, when it comes to this geographical division, the Indian geography, ICSR is divided into 6 regions. So one is in Northeast one, I have chosen. In the Northeast region, only one institute is available from the Guwahati. And Northwest region, only one institute is available, that is Chandigarh University. So that's why I have taken only these 2 institutions for comparison purpose. Even my research is from the southern part is also under progress. So I have started and the work is in the progress, sir. That is the reason that I have taken for these 2 institutions in this paper.
What is the scientometric involved in your study, which you have presented?
They should know.
Just to suggest me, sir, for this.
I mean, it's a very, you could have titled the paper as just an analysis, because I didn't find much scientometric in it.
Okay, sir.
It's a very good effort, and it's something very informative also that you have done. Nice work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, shall we conclude this session, sir? I'll share my observations to Saroja madam regarding all these 4 presentations.
Yeah, Dr. Chakravarti, please continue.
Madam, sir, thank you very much, sir, because already it's 12:15. Our session is up to 12 o'clock. We are extending 15 more minutes. Only 4 presentations. 4 presentations happened in this session. I'll share my observations to Saroja madam later.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Jaydeep sir, for sharing this session, sir.
I take this opportunity to thank Professor Jaydeep Sharma ji for chairing this session, not only chairing this session, for initiating the discussion and also giving a lot of advice. Even I wanted to suggest to my scholar to change the title, but I kept quiet, thinking that the suggestion will come from when it comes from other experts, they will themselves, they will remember and they will keep it in mind. And thank you so much, sir. And really, I'm very happy that presentation. You have a lot of patience, I must say. Some of the presenters, they could not handle the technology well, but anyway, due to some technical problems also, they may not be able to present their Mr. Tukaram. He was not able to show his presentation, but anyway, it was I think it is a very fruitful session. Thank you very much, sir, for chairing this session, and also Chakravarti Garu for the wonderful way you have handled the session, and also you have given them on how to operate the technology, also the technology. And thank you, and you have very well moderated the session.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, madam.
Also limiting to the time.
Thank you, madam. My sincere thanks to the department, to the university, to you, Dr. Chakravarti, to the presenters,
thank you so much, sir.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And today we will take a short break for lunch. No, sorry. We have a session now on research ethics. Now 12 to 1:30 is the session. And this session will be chaired by Professor Sudarshan Rao, sir. He was retired professor of Osmania University. And I also invite Dr. Radhika Rani to moderate this session. I think.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, Radhika, for being with us. And sir has joined.
Yes, ma'am. Sir is here.
I think I'm in. I think good afternoon to all of you.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. Good morning. I welcome you to this session, sir.
Very good afternoon to all of you. I think it's my pleasure.
And it's a very interesting session and on research ethics. And there are, I think, Radhika, I request Radhika to introduce the chairperson and also moderate the session. Thank you, sir.
Very good morning, ma'am. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to be a moderator for this particular session, session 2 of day 2 for this seminar, national seminar. In this, I would. Good morning, Professor Sudarshan Rao, sir.
Good morning. I'm here.
Sir, it would be nice to work with you always, as always. Sir, give me permission to please invite you, introduce you. Sir, briefly about, sir is he's from Osmania University, Department of Library Science, Osmania University. He was head and chairperson, Board of Studies, and he has been formerly UGC Emeritus Fellow and ICCR Senior Fellow at Osmania University. And he has also handled many positions like Principal of Arts College, University College of Arts and Social Sciences. He is a Senior Consultant of National Council. He was a Senior Consultant of National Council for Rural Institutions, NCRA and MHRD, Government of India. And he has edited more than 18 monographs and published 82 articles in national and international professional journals and conference proceedings. And he has received, is the recipient of Parvatneni Gangadhar Memorial Award in 2009 and ITLIS Mutiwala Best Library and Information Science Teachers Award in 2010, and Government of Andhra Pradesh has given the Meritorious Teachers Award in 2010. And above all, he is my teacher and my guru as well. And I invite you for this invited talk on research ethics, sir. Sir, do we continue with the paper presentation, or would you like to speak?
What is the previous session? Because I'm sorry, I was not there in the previous session. How it went on?
Yes, it went on very well. And
no, not that way. The procedural part.
Okay.
Whether the keynote was delivered first or later?
First, sir. First, sir.
Okay, if that is the case, then okay, fine. Thank you. Then my sincere thanks to Dr. BRAOU and especially the seminar organizer, Dr. Saroja, who is so good enough to get me on to the seminar. I thank her for initially, and my sincere thanks to all the the members who and the participants who have been really who have joined in this webinar. Dr. Radhika, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're audible.
Thank you. Then my sincere thanks also to the previous session chairperson, Professor Jaydeep, then Professor Chandrasekhar, Dr. P.V. Ramana, Dr. Divakar, Dr. Saroja, Dr. Ruma, and many of my Dr. Vivek and many of our professional colleagues and friends, because I can't really try to name them because past of time. Otherwise, I can really acknowledge everyone's the assembling here. Like I thank you, every one of you, to begin with, including the paper presenters and my own colleague, Dr. Radhika Rani, who is now moderating the session. Yes, she has agreed to take that responsibility of conducting the whole procedure of the session. I think the 5th session on ethical issues, I think we are going to really talk about. And it's a really a very, I think to me, at least, if not, I can't really say that, but it's really an interesting an area of real, necessity for all the academics. Like when I say academics means both the students, the faculty members, including the research scholars, who will be really pursuing some academic programs and then writing their, say, projects, writing their, reports, writing their assignments, and then the scholars who have been working for their thesis, PhDs, and submitting their reports, etc., and followed by that, the faculty members have their very important responsibility that they not only have to really associate with the teaching learning process, but they also have to really work in the direction of conducting research and then also supervising research and also publishing. Publishing part is also very important activity for the faculty members. So in all these activities of the academics of the higher education institutions, we need to naturally have to meticulously follow the ethics in these academic endeavors, like so academic honesty, academic integrity. That's normally what we really talk about. So academic integrity is always important for all of us, and so therefore this is an area we are really going to talk. Of course, before I really start making the presentation of my own, what you really call it as a keynote presentation for the particular session, okay, our invited talk, what we really call invited talk, I'm sorry. So it is invited talk on the theme. Before I really do it, I think we have got about 4 more authors are there who are really going to make the presentation here. So then am I okay? So yes. There are 4 more authors are there.
3,
and,
sir.
3 only.
Yes, sir. Dr. Achalla Munigan, Dr. Ravi Kumar, and Ramesh.
Yeah, Dr. Minhaz Fatima is she should also be there. If she's not there, I think you just make sure whether
sir,
she's available.
Sir, initially she agreed to send the paper, but later she could not send the paper.
Fine. Yes, so that means we have at our disposal 1 hour time now.
Yes.
Okay. So in this 1 hour time, let our other friends who are going to make the presentation, the 3 papers are there. How much time do you, Dr. Radhika, would like to set aside for the paper presentation for each author, each presenter?
So once, would you please address the audience, sir, and then we'll go with the presentation, or should we?
Yeah, then I think I will take about 20 minutes.
Okay, sir. Then accordingly we'll divide the time.
So that what really happens is all these 3 presenters can take 10 minutes.
Yes, sir.
20 plus 30 is 50 minutes, and 10 minutes could be at the end of the entire all the presentations. We will take up some kind of questions. Yes. That can be for about 10 minutes. Yes. So 10 minutes each will be given to the presenter each. Followed by that, I think then there can be a Q&A, question and answer session will be there for 10 more minutes. Yes. Then I will limit myself only to 20 minutes. And then now I think with your permission, I will go ahead with try to really make some kind of,
The screen, sir. I mean the presentation.
I think I will not be able to do it now. I can only make a oral presentation only. No PPTs, no PPTs.
Okay.
I am not prepared. I haven't prepared them for some reason. Okay. So I will be just it could be a kind of prelude or an introduction to the entire our own the theme. I think, the academic integrity or academic honesty or ethical issues in LIS research and other things like, okay. So the topic what I have really identified, I think it must have been really listed in the program sheet and Savanir as well, that, the topic what I was talking about, what I really intend to speak before this particular webinar is plagiarism, an epidemic of grave concern in scholarly communication, and the strategies for prevention, detection, and remediation. So this is what I wish I can really very briefly, because before me there's a lot many things are I think that this deals with many issues, but I think crisply I really wanted to make a precise presentation on. So what is this plagiarism? Then of course how this what you really call, it's a kind of academic misconduct normally we call, okay. So then how grave it is. I think I said it's a grave concern. It's like an epidemic. It's a kind of, a fast spreading disease. It's a fast spreading disease, spreading with, very rapidly. And it has come to a stage that now it needs to be restricted, controlled, or managed. Like that's exactly the idea of, I think we have to really, it's important for all the academics, all the academicians and academics. So this is a kind of issue I want to really say. In that context, what it is, what constitutes plagiarism, what do you mean by plagiarism? Then followed by that, now how to really, why people really, maybe when I say people means academics, why academics resort to in plagiarism, like, why do they plagiarize? That's exactly, why should they really do it? What was really the kind of reason for that to really plagiarize? And then once it is really been appearing, how it is harmful to us, why should we really control? When we are talking about, it's a grave concern for the scholarly communication or the scholarly publishing, whatever you really call. So when I say it's a grave issue to be really handled, if that is the case, what grave it, what kind of damage, what kind of the harm it's really going to create in the academic environment, or in the higher education institutions, or in scholarly communication. That's what exactly we really want to say. Then why should we really control it? If it is agreed that we naturally need to control it, now how to first of all detect where this kind of these plagiarism instances are really been occurring, how they are really been seen in our academic environment, maybe in publishing and writing reports, etc., something like that. Then followed by that, once you really try to detect it, now what means and methods can be really followed in order to prevent that kind of people, academics, indulging into the plagiarism, like. So that how we can really control it. That's number one. Other thing is, now can we really also remediation? Can we really also do some kind of remedial measures so that will not really occur, etc. So prevention, remedy, and also followed by the detection. I think these are the three components. I felt they are really been important when we are talking about the plagiarism or the academic misconduct, or the academic, what you really call dishonesty. Okay, so to begin with, I just want to say, I go with the important, why it is really happening when you're talking about plagiarism, why it is happening, and what is plagiarism. So it is, I just already told that it is a kind of academic misconduct. So academic misconduct means, I think we have to rectify that. There must be academic, the honesty is required. Academic ethics we have to really follow. They don't follow, therefore we are calling it academic misconduct. Now, in another way, what you can really say in a simpler words, now it is something like stealing the intellectual property, the scholarship, okay, the intellectual property, stealing the intellectual property, and that in fact rightfully it belongs to someone else, but we are projecting it as if it is our own. It is my own. So I am stealing somebody's intellectual, the scholarship or the property, and I'm claiming it as if it is my own. Not necessarily that, I emphasize it's mine, but I am not trying to really acknowledge the original author. If you don't acknowledge, it amounts that I think it is my own work. But it's not my own work. I have borrowed something, but then of course I am not in it's an intellectual debit, what you can really call it as intellectual debit. It's really important that we have to acknowledge it. We have to give a clear citation or a reference to the original source where from we have borrowed. If that is missing, we really call it in a precise way, stealing the intellectual property of somebody else and claiming as if it is my own, then it amounts to the plagiarism like. So there are many, definitions are there. So it is, it's a wrongful act of taking the product of another person's mind and then presenting it something like that. It's an unauthorized use or close imitation of the ideas and language, expressions, data, etc., etc. Unauthorizedly, you are, the lifting from somebody else, or you are trying close imitation. This is what exactly you are more or less imitating the same thing. It's a close imitation, but you have to acknowledge it's my own. It's not my own. It's somebody's. So this is what normally happens. Then, so this is what we very precisely say. What is what we call the plagiarism like? There are many people have really given different meanings for this plagiarism. And then one question comes. It's simple. So we are borrowing information and we are not able to acknowledge. We are not acknowledging it. Maybe it is voluntarily or involuntarily. It is accidentally happening or deliberately happening. We don't know. So once you really have taken information, did not acknowledge, means that's amount to the plagiarism like. So in that case, it can be sometimes, out of your oversight, out of your, ignorance, or out of your, maybe you are in great hurry to finish your work. Probably you consider this could be a small issue that I think you may forget about, something like that. So this is what normally happens as far as plagiarism is concerned. So now, the so-called academic dishonesty or the kind of the unethical practice in academic activities. Now, what you really call it, why it is really happening? What are the real reasons for the people or the academics to resort to the plagiarism in their works, in their, the scholarly communications, in their scholarly publications, in their journal articles, in their reports, in their theses, in their assignments, like that. It can be anywhere. It can be anywhere. What they will do it like. So the first most important what is really been observed is that these days we have before us, before the academics and researchers and scholars, lot of information is available, made accessible to the people. Unlike the past, abundance of information is available to you. And this abundance of information, what I'm talking about, it is available in the digital form, is essentially what I'm talking about is. So at this point, you can really say another important point, digital form means maybe in databases, maybe in the websites, maybe in other places, maybe it is subscription-based, proprietary information. It could be also in the open access domain. When I say on open access, about 34% of the entire, the literature or information is presently available in open access domain, free for everyone and anyone to access and make use of it. Okay, so freely available information is abundantly also available, 34% of the entire, the literature. So that is freely in the open access domain, in the free for all the people without any kind of subscription costs or without geographical restrictions, without any, the other, other license, etc., etc. like. So therefore, what really happening is, before us, a lot of information is seen. So what really happens, we, the academics, we may really get tempted to really take information from some different sources and then put them together, and then we really complete our assignments or the programs. And of course, the very important aspect is not acknowledging it, not giving the reference to that. So another important aspect is that, in the academic environment, we have been really observing one important quote is there: publish or perish is going to be very, very important. In the being an academician, you have to really publish. Otherwise, you really will not have your own, status or your own growth, etc., etc. Like, you have got AP, academic, performance, assessment, etc., etc., or all those things. How many papers you published, maybe in national, international journal, etc., etc. These are all requirements are there. You have to climb the ladder from one position to other position. In that case, you will be really assessed. So your assessment is also largely, I think these publications are also one of the important criteria. So apart from your own, the service, etc., in the same cadre, and then when moving to another, that kind of things are there. So there's a pressure, without saying, there's a pressure on the people to really publish quickly, and then so that I can really get my own promotion. All those things are there. So these are all some of the important issues. And followed by that, what I can really tell, what I really would like to impress upon you is that we, the academics, are not really being taught largely about what are the academic ethics, what are the academic honesty, what are the academic honesty procedures and practices that what we have to really follow. I think we have been, from the school times onwards, by heart certain things and reproduce. I think that could be the culture that has been largely, in the Indian context, it is really there. So we are not trying to understand them, try to really present it in our own, the language, or in our own. That's what normally we call the paraphrasing, like. So that we are not used for that. That's another question. Like, the another important aspect is the people writing in English language, for them, English is not a native language for them. Like for us, we Indians, like it's a secondary language for us. So we may not be having the language proficiency, the comprehension abilities of the language, like. Therefore, what normally we do is we try to copy and then use it, like. Okay, so these kind of things are there because it's a non-native language. So it's a secondary language for us. We are not that conversant with the same language as we are in our mother tongue, like. So these kind of problems are some of the issues. The pressure on the academics, stress, what you can really say. Then the most of the information is freely available to us. Of course, sometimes quite a good amount is also available. Databases are, these days, every education institution has got access to so many databases. I think these are all the reasons. I think to have more information is a boon for the scholars and academics. It is also creating a danger that we are simply, without following the ethics of the the publishing or writing the report, etc., we are simply copying. That's really is a damaging effect on us, like. Now then, what we can really say is this is what people normally call it as the copy-paste syndrome. Okay, that's a kind of situation is really been coming up, and people are trying to really think that whatever is there in Wikipedia or on Google or Google Scholar, whatever is really fun, I think we try to copy and then make use of it. There are many things are there, and not really good. This is what exactly. But what we can really say is there are 5 fundamental academic integrity values are there. What we can really call it as honesty in your work. Trust, okay, the reliability of that one. Then fairness, then of course respect to the earlier works of the authors, etc., and also the responsibility to do it objectively. So your objectiveness, your fairness, your transparency, I think these are all some of the important traits, characteristics of the academic ethics. This is to be followed. This has to be followed. There are many kinds of academic misconduct is there. People really been copying in the examinations, cheating in the examination. So there are also, for on your behalf, somebody is really writing. That's called ghost writing, or contractual cheating. Like, that you really pay somebody and do it, like somebody will be writing it and you are really been using it as if you also authorship, like. So these are all many things are there, and so that's what there are different kinds of things are there. So honestly, people are unable to meet the expected target date or target time in completing their own assignments, their own thesis, their own report. Then of course, that's one very important aspect of what making the people to really resort to the plagiarism, like. So out of stress and anxiety, they really simply copy and then push through so that when my job is over, then later they will be really caught. The very important aspect I really want to talk about here is, now we have the technology helping us to put before us so much of information. Okay, now the so much of information is available before us because of technology in the digital form. Information technology, what communication technology, what you really call the technology enabling us to find more information, more literature, etc., etc. I said it's really a boon for the academics. But what really happening is now the technological, the developments are also creating some kind of, things that, what really happens is we can really plagiarize. A lot of information is there, we can really do it and get along. But at the same time, technology also really controlling this plagiarism. These are two dimensions of technology. Technology can control plagiarism. Technology can really, as a matter, I shouldn't really use a word promote, can really accelerate this kind of plagiarism. I can say accelerate. So these kind of things are there. Technology will really catch hold of you. Technology will also really help you to provide more information from where you can really plagiarize. These are the two things are there. So this is what normally happens. There are many kinds of, instances. What amounts to the plagiarism means, now you can really verbatim lifting from the original source, and then of course you don't really put in the normal, the practice is when you take as it is verbatim from the original source, the text, that naturally need to be kept in quotation marks, and then you have to give the location, including the page number, the source and the page number. This is what normally, this is the way how we can really, when we take some information as it is, you are not really being restricted. You are not restricted not to take verbatim information also. You can take it if it still requires. But normally what we do is we have to really paraphrase it. When I say paraphrase means what? Trying to read the original source document, understand its context, including the contextual content. So the context in which it is really written, what is the content of it, and then understand it and try to write it in the essence only. You have to write in your own words. This is normally we call it as paraphrasing. So paraphrasing, we are slightly, because of our English, we don't have that proficiency. We are really been difficult like that. So this, even in the paraphrasing also, it is a requirement that even though you are really using those particular essence, those particular, the substance, maybe in your own words, yet the acknowledging or giving the references is really going to be very, very important. That is to be really done. Then, of course, what happens is there is a kind of collision and sharing of information. What really happens, mostly this can happen in a teamwork or in a groups, etc. A group assignment is there. Now, then the students, they have to submit a project, but then still it cannot be a common report for all of them. So everyone has to write their own. This kind of things we are really forgetting. So that is what normally you say is collision grouping. And then, of course, as I told you, the other way of plagiarism is that on my behalf, somebody will write, I pay for that man, and then I'll take it. Or I really, I take somebody's work, remove the cover pages, etc., etc., maybe change the title, etc., and then really put somebody's work and present as if it's my own work. So the paid and hired plagiarism is another kind of things. Then, of course, there are also, you really take information, but don't correctly cite the data. That's also a kind of plagiarism. So not properly citing the original source also a kind of plagiarism. And very, very important aspect these days, what it's profusely been seen in plagiarism is that self-plagiarism. I have written a particular article or something like that, and I am writing another article. So my all previous articles are really been there. I have really been surprisingly, when I really look into some kind of reviewing some of the journal articles for some journals, then I really come across the same author. His own works are there in the references list, maybe 4, 5, 6, etc. The others are also there, maybe 3, 4. So self citations is not really been a valid point. So you, of course, when you are using it, you can use it. You have to really give a reference, but giving more number of only these things of your own work is also not really correct. So these are all some more things are there. And then, of course, what we normally do is mixing up of different sources and making it as your own work. That's what normally we call a mashup, providing the wrong citations, falsified, fabricated citations, incorrect citation. Normally we call it as a 404 error normally in the computer line because it cannot be found. that you never really found it like that. So there are other things. What we can really say is that is what salami slicing. You know, I think what normally happens is you have one document is there. From there, you really create multiple articles or multiple documents from the same source. But that's what exactly you slice it. You make compartmentalize it, and then the same thing is really been published. So there are like that many things are there. I think this we have to be very careful on that. We naturally need to have a kind of education on this. Maybe there could be a component that people are normally they recommend and suggest that in our curriculum there must be an academic honesty, academic ethics component should always academic integrity normally we call it as. So academic integrity related component should really come into our own syllabus and curriculum program. So that will really help people to train all those things. Then, of course, the other aspect is because the time fast is there. The other aspect is what we can really say is that we have to train the people to write and then do it with honesty and integrity. And then, of course, wider awareness must be there. Then another aspect is that if people do not follow the academic honesty procedures, if they really indulge in dishonesty, unethical practices, they should really be told about, informed very clearly, point blank, that for such and such thing, you will be really penalized like this. So that kind of thing should always be there. And not only informing the people that these are the penalties for the dishonesty, but what we can also say is that we have to meticulously follow the penalties on some people, though when they are doing it. That will really get a kind of reflection on others. Oh, when a person of this nature has really associated with the plagiarism of this kind, he has been really debarred or given a kind of 0 marks or really been expelled from the institution. There are many punishments are there. I think that kind of punishments, if they are strictly or meticulously followed, that will give signals to all other academics. Yeah, we have to really follow academic ethics in our own activities. Let us not really borrow or steal and then fabricate and then misrepresent things. We have to be very honest. So that kind of signals we always have to really give. So in that context, what we have to really do is we should teach our people how to cite and how to write and how to acknowledge. Then, of course, we have to also help them affirming the importance of academic, the importance, because if you really resort to academic dishonesty, your image will be gone. You will not be really given the reputation, or your status will be belittled, your image is belittled, your institution is belittled, and then the scholarship or the content or the scholarly communication, what you are going, also will be of little value. People will not really value for that. So like that, there are consequential impacts and effects are there. Then, of course, you have to also help the people, students, love for learning. That's very important. They should really train to how to love the learning and how to really follow the ethics, etc. Then another important aspect, what we have to really do in that is, so we have to develop a kind of fair and relevant method of assessment. So people will be, examiners will be giving that kind of, so it should be transparent. It should be really given to the people so that they really understand. Then we have to see that the academic dishonesty, when it really occurs, now that would be in the initial stage, it should be controlled. And it should always, I said, must be part and parcel of our curriculum. It should be embedded in the academic curriculum, or academic program is one of the important steps. So then I think before I really, because I conclude, what I can really tell you, what I could brief you is that in India, I think in the recent past, maybe in this after 2020s only, maybe, or after 2018 or 2017, I think there is a kind of initiation has really been from our own the UGC, which is really the governing, the regulating body, apex regulating body for higher education institutes in the country. So it is really been coming out with how best to maintain the academic integrity, how best to really see that our own scholarship is really published in the high impact journals and then reputed journals of the quality, peer reviewed, the journals, how to really publish and where to publish, etc. I think how to control these academic dishonesty is another important. So this kind of things. Then in the same case, what really it has in the recent past, what UGC has done is UGC CARE reference list of quality journals. It has really been brought out. Those are the only journals identified, I think, largely because they have been really cited, maybe in Scopus, Web of Science, or maybe in ProQuest or other, databases, I think, of rich value. I think that kind of things has been really taken into one of the criteria. And then they listed, each and every subject and each and every discipline, a list of the journals where our academics can really publish, so that only the credit they really get for what they really published, and also to distance our own academics from not publishing in the predatory, bogus journals like. So this is kind of things are really also come up. Then UGC Regulation 2018, the promotion of academic integrity and prevention of plagiarism is another important development has really come. There are so many developments are taking place in the recent past, maybe from 2017 or 2018 onwards by the UGC. I think if they are really meticulously been really implemented, all the academic institutions in the entire country, probably our own scholarship, our own research, the output, our own publications will be certainly of great value. I shouldn't really take much time now. I think I have to stop it here. Still, I think if time permits, I think we will talk about some kind of the committee on publication ethics by some of the, the journal people and also the DOA agent. There are many other things, etc. there. So then I think I just wanted to conclude by saying one important quotation. This is my last statement. I just want to say a small quotation that this is by Wilson Misner. Wilson Misner was a kind of American, playwright, and also I think he is also a critic and playwright and something like that. What he says is, if you steal from one author, I mean, stealing is you are really lifting. If you steal from one author's work, that's what I mean. If you steal from one author, it's a plagiarism. If you steal from many, it's research. It's a strange quotation. Of course, not necessarily it should be the real practice. It doesn't mean that when you really copy from multiple sources or many sources, it cannot become a research. But what really happening in the present world is that you take something from multiple sources, and then of course try to, if you are really good enough in really integrating and then organizing your own information in a better way, probably that could result in a research article, a research paper, or a publication like. So that's what normally in the lighter vein. For fun's sake, people always say that if you steal from one author, it's going to be plagiarism. If you steal from many sources and many authors, it's research. This is what a kind of in a jovial way, I just wanted to put it this. Don't take this as a kind of standing the norm or the rule, but this is what normally happening these days. This should be also controlled. That's what exactly we say in our kinds and types of plagiarism. It's aggregators like. Aggregator means taking pieces, something that putting them together and integrating them and preparing a paper or article and then publishing. I think that will not really also be a kind of ethical way of doing. It's a kind of unethical practice only, the dishonesty only. It's not an original work. So when I'm talking about your, I said it's in the scholarly communication. When I say the scholarly communication, I think we have to always take one important the meaning of when I'm talking about what, because I said it was also used in my topic. So when I say the scholarly communication is that it's a system through which research and other scholarly writings are research and scholarly communications, scholarly works, original works. They are created, evaluated for quality and disseminated to the scholarly community, and they are preserved for future use. So the scholarly communication is the communication or the content or the scholarship that is out of the research work, and in your scholar writing, they should be created with novelty and then newness and originality, created with originality, evaluated for, assessed for their own quality, assessment of the quality, originality, and then of course you should be able to diffuse it, disseminate it to the scholarly community. Followed by that, the same content need to be preserved for future use by many others. I think this is what precisely when I am talking about scholarly communication is the original communication, the scholarship of the the researchers, etc., etc. It has really been created and then assessed for the quality. It's a reviewed, it's a peer reviewed work, like okay, assessed by the peers to be the quality work, original work, and then it naturally need to be diffused to the other scholars and community scholarly works, and then it should be also kept available for future use in the form of what we really call preservation, or I think a repository, something like that. So this is what precisely I think we all academics have to now these days follow. I think we have been so many plagiarism detection tools are there, like I was using initially one open source, the anti-plagiarism detection tool like Viper, and many other things were there. There are, I think Authenticate, Turnitin, and then Plagi Checker. There are many multiple things are there. But one thing is really happening. The plagiarism detection tools are really trying to catch hold of the plagiarism instances. Followed by that, there are other kinds of programs who are helping the people to overcome, to be caught by the, the plagiarism tools. So there are this kind of, a rivalry is really going on. There are programs to really catch hold of plagiarism. There are also programs, etc., or the methods, how to really, escape from being caught by the the detection tools, the anti-plagiarism tools or plagiarism detection tools. This kind of scenario is also really going on. It goes on because it's all human intellect, human scholarship. For everything, there can be another, the way out. So escape can be always there. But anyway, we as academics, it's a bound and responsibility of our academics, both teachers, students, and also research scholars, to follow the academics. The most important tip, what we really take notes and give a reference there. We can really use it later. You never forget about it. So giving the references to the documents or the sources, what you have used, is the most important way that we can really escape from the plagiarism. Okay, this is precisely. Thank you. I think I have taken probably little 5 more minutes extra than what I have been asked to me. Thank you once again. I think we will have other presentation. I think Dr. Radhika can take over now.
Sir, thank you very much, sir. As you said, you spoke about the remedies, the detection part, copying, like prevention, detection, and remedies as well. So I think this would be useful. We'll take the questions later, sir, once the presenters present the papers.
True. Please.
Sir, we have 3 presenters, Dr. Achala Munigal, Dr. Ravi Kumar, and
great.
Ramesh is also over here.
Yeah.
So would I request Dr. Achala to present a paper?
Yes, I think she should.
Sure.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. The seminar director, Dr. G. Saroja, my teacher and today's session 5 chairperson, Professor Sudarshan Rao sir, and moderator Radhika Rani ma'am, my fellow presenters and the participants of today. I am Dr. Achala Munigal, and my presentation is
ethical issues in library.
Can all of you see the presentation?
Yes, we can see.
Yeah,
wonderful. You can continue.
So the title of my paper is Ethical Issues in Librarianship, which I'm presenting today. This is not the first time I have explored this topic of ethical issues in librarianship. Once before, I have done this exploration and have written an article titled Suggested Code of Ethics and Professional Conduct for Library and Information Science Professionals in India. This was published in Annals of Library and Information Studies in 2018. Those of you who are interested can Google this. It's an open access article. You can check it out. Since time immemorial, philosophers have always been interested in ethical and moral way of life. Indian philosophy is based on the principles of karma and dharma, where karma is the morals that relate to the individual's own principles regarding what is right and what is wrong conduct, whereas dharma or ethics are guidelines for those individuals to function within the society. The central principle of Bhagavad Gita is the realization of the supreme reality, that is through living a life of righteous conduct. So there are a lot of ethical rules that are unwritten or that are general in nature, but most of us do not follow it. Like you call in sick to catch up with chores at home or meet up friends for coffee or watching a movie. Or sometimes you do your personal work on official time. Or you fail to report violations by co-worker as he or she is a very close friend or a relative. So these are the general rules or the unwritten policies which are not binding as they're general platitudes. But a written professional ethical conduct is very important as it provides broad guidelines for interpretation and implementation in case any ethical dilemmas rise. Like ethical codes have been published by various associations from various countries. Like American Library Association has published its Code of Ethics in 1939 for US, followed by Canadian Library Association Code of Ethics in 1976. After that, Japan Library Association published its Code of Ethics for Librarians in 1980. The Library Association, or the CILIF of UK, has established its Code of Professional Conduct in 1983. It is surprising to know that India still does not have an ethical code. One of the reasons may be that we have informally accepted the 5 laws of library sciences, which are proposed by S.R. Ranganathan in 1931. This is one of the earliest ethical codes that have been published because it is only after 8 years the ALA has published the Code of Ethics in 1939. So library and information science professionals who are teaching in departments or working or professionals working in libraries are often faced with ethical dilemmas. There are situations where ethical choices have to be made that require identification, judgment, response, and adoption of ethical behavior, because we tend to connect with a lot of outsiders like the patrons, the vendors, publishers, etc. And not only with outsiders, but sometimes there are ethical dilemmas that arise while working within one's own institution with colleagues and staff. So there's a need to identify solutions to ethical issues that crop up, especially because library staff have different perspectives due to different cultures, different ages, different sexual orientations, different cultural, socio-economic, political backgrounds, because these influence how things are seen, handled, and heard. And also because ethics and ethical issues are not always straightforward, but are influenced by amalgamation of perspectives like personal, institutional, societal, cultural, technological, political, philosophical, ideological, temporal, etc. So these ethical dilemmas occur when there are conflicts, especially when there's a conflict between a personal and a professional values. So I have tried to give a lot of situations and scenarios in my article, and I have tried to pen down a lot of dilemmas for the that crop up for the teaching and the working LIS professionals, especially when they are working in a certain institution or a library, and dilemmas with the library staff, with patrons, with publishers and vendors. There are also dilemmas which occur due to usage of information and communication technologies or tools. Then finally, keeping the seminar topic in view, I have also written about ethical considerations for doing ethical research that include ensure integrity of the research, obtain informed consent from the respondents, protect anonymity and confidentiality of the respondents, ensure validity and reliability of the data, avoid data manipulation, disclosure of funding agencies, following bibliographic standards and citation styles, avoiding plagiarism and self-plagiarism, strictly following publication ethics, especially that one article should not be submitted simultaneously to 2 different publishers, avoiding publishing in predatory journals with predatory publishers, And in case LIS professional is an editor or member of editorial board or a reviewer, one should always be having a unbiased approach. So what to do when these dilemmas arise? So you should consider all these pointers. Like first of all, you have to state the issue, then find out if it's an ethical dilemma or not. And why is this an ethical dilemma has to be identified? And what can the library professional do about it? And find out who the stakeholders are before you start handling the dilemma. Study if the dilemma is going to impact the librarian, the library staff, the institution where you're working, the patrons, etc. Find out if anyone is at risk. And once all these are jotted down and deliberated, you can then try to identify where the professional can take advice or assistance from to ensure and resolve this resource. Thank you so much for the patient listening. Anyone who is interested in exploring this ethical issues or would like to discuss this further can connect with me with these emails. I strongly feel that a professional code of ethics should be implemented in India, even though the 5 laws of library sciences are there. We should include the 5 laws as one of the first laws to be followed in the ethical code. And along with that, you should have ethics with how you handle the disabled people and the underprivileged or the underserved people, and also how research ethics, how research should be ethically followed in library sciences. Because once you have a code of ethics, it helps in professionalization and also enhances the reputation within the society. So I would like to submit this as a suggestion and thank everyone for the patient listening. And if there are any questions, I would like to take them. Thank you.
Good, good. Thank you. Thank you. Nice, nice. Well presented, Dr. Rachana. Good. And within the time frame, within the time limit also. Good, good, great.
Thank you, Achila ma'am. Could you please stop sharing the screen? May I request now Dr. Ravi Chevgoni? Are you online here? Yeah, please present your.
Is it audible, ma'am?
Yes, it is audible, and maybe full screen would be more beneficial. Yes, yes. Now it is clear.
Very good afternoon to all. Director of this two-day webinar, Dr. Saroja Ji, and the 5th session chairman, Professor Sudarshan Rao sir, and moderator, Radhika Rani Ji. Very good afternoon to all, and all senior LIS professionals, Chandrasekhar sir, and Divakar sir, and Dr. Yadgiri, Dr. Chakravarti, and all senior LIS professionals and fellow professionals. Thank you for giving this opportunity to present my paper on this two-day webinar. Yeah, well, my topic is research ethics in library and information science. My paper throws light on especially the status of research institutions in the world, and simultaneously research ethics, academic honesty, and academic misconduct, and data falsification, plagiarism, data fabrication, and all those things I concentrated on my paper. And coming to the status of research in India, according to the Global Competitive Index, the World Economic Forum said that the India ranks is 8th in the quality of private and public research institutions. The high quality of research institutions is top 10. It shows that top 1 is United States. Top 8 is India. I mentioned in my PPT, 0.42 is India and 3.88 is America. And the quality of the research, India, the research institutes largely considered low quality, and the country is contributing highest number of less low standard research works or no peer review and bogus journals. The Times 2020 December, it shows their article, South Asian countries are delivering bogus journal, 32.3% of the journals contributing from the South Asia. America is 13%. Just like that mentioned in the paper, December Times it shows. And University Grants Commission approved earlier journals, whatever the journals, that one also, it seems to be low standard and quality of the journals. Now, UGC CARE journals is also shows that it is not competing with the international standard and the quality standard. There are various reasons for the low quality of research and the spending of the money and many things. And here it shows that the research and development data released 2008 says that 18 says that the Institute of Statistics, India spends only 0.62% of GDP on research. Come to the France, 2.25%. Come to the United States, just like that, how much of the low percentage is spending of India. And moreover, why this low quality of the research, low quality of low quality of peer-reviewed journals means even spending of the money, and also that paper the academic index says that academic misconduct and academic dishonesty, fabrication, data falsification, and plagiarism, redundant of publication, various reasons to low quality of the research we are getting. If we avoid those mistakes, the India will produce high quality of the research and standard journal. As per the statements of literary, right information at the right time to the right reader, it will reach by the research, quality of the research only, it is possible. If the Indian researcher will produce quality of the research to this society. What is the need of the study? In the 21st century, all nations, I can say the total global is concentrating on the research and development. Especially in the field of library and information science, is planning to produce quality of the research or publishing quality of the papers with the various standards. Always we are telling about the various research methods like standard citation methods, plagiarism detection tools, and reference tools, and bibliographical methods. It will automatically generating the quality of academic papers or scientific papers and the quality of the research paper to the society. Especially in the field of library and information science, we have an important role to quality of the research, as academic publishing or promotion of ethics and creation of just equitability in the society. And also we are guiding to the researcher, I don't know which is the what is the plagiarism style and what is the plagiarism ethics and research ethics in this context. We are giving suggestion, we are giving monitoring to the educating to the researcher. And here research ethics, there are moral principles that guides research to conduct report research without deception or intention to harm the participants, and to the study or member of the society as a whole, whether knowing unknowingly. That means here the research ethics provides guidelines for the, just before said that I said that research ethics provides the guidelines for the responsible to conduct the research, in addition to educate and monitors scientists or researcher to conducting research to high ethical standard. There are the following general summary of some principles I mentioned here. Research ethics: honesty, objectivity, integrity, carefulness, responsible, mentoring, and confidentiality, social responsibility, and freedom, non-discrimination, respect for the research subject, stewardship, responsible publication, respect for the colleague, and respect for the law and legality. I mentioned here honesty. The keep honesty in reporting the data, our result, our methods, procedures, and publications, and also publication of the status. Objectivity: to avoid the experimental design. Strive to avoid bias in the experimental design, or data analysis, data interpretation, and then peer review, or personal decisions, and grant writing, and expert testimonials, and other aspects of the research. What is the integrity? Keep your promises and agreements with sincerity. Strive forward to the consistency of through the action, thought the action. Carefulness: to avoid the carelessness and negligences. Carefully, critically, and of your own work or work of your peer. Keep to good research. Openness: whenever we are doing the research, we have to open our data or our results, our opinions, our ideas, our tools, or whatever it should be open. And also we have to openly accept the comment and also open the their suggestions and all those things, their ideas also they have to accept and respect the intellectual property. Honor to we have to give honor to some patents and intellectual property. Do not use published data, methods or results or writing whatever it may be without permission or without acknowledgement or without giving credit or it will shows the that's what we have to give respect intellectual property and confidential.
Could you, sorry to interrupt, could you please sum up because the other speaker also is.
Okay.
We'll be running short of time.
Okay.
So
responsibility of the publication, responsible of the mentoring and respect the colleagues while we are doing the research. And respect we have the fellow professionals, fellow research professionals, our colleagues, our research assistants, those who are directly helped us. We have to respect or we have to give proper importance, we have to give proper acknowledgement to them. And freedom and social responsibility and non-discrimination, competency and respect to the law and legality, and know and obey relevant laws and institutions or government policy while we are doing the research. And human subject stewardship. And come to the misconduct, academic misconduct. What is the academic misconduct? Academic misconduct also we can call the academic corruption. And academic misconduct is leading to the, as Professor Sudarshan Rao said, that the deterioration of moral and ethics of academic practice and academic sector and academicians. It will deterioration of the moral and ethics of academic practices. And some of the example I mentioned here, fake degrees and predatory journals and all those things. And plagiarism is the most common form of the misconduct of academics. And here I mentioned as per the US federal policy misconduct, as it defined that appropriation of another person's ideas, their views and results or votes without giving appropriate credit, without giving proper credit, without giving proper acknowledgement. And also it is precisely that hijacking the other ideas, views and text, data, their opinions and videos, etc., and using them one works without giving proper acknowledgement, without giving proper credit. And also I can say that here some of the, as per the World Association of Medical Editors, plagiarism occurs when 6 consecutive words are copied. Another one is 7 to 11 words are overlapping in the set of 30 letters. Plagiarism can be, of course, there are several types of plagiarism are there. Already Professor Sudarshan Rao mentioned, and plagiarism of ideas, plagiarism of text, mosaic plagiarism, self-plagiarism, global plagiarism, paraphrasing plagiarism, verbatim plagiarism, and incorrect plagiarism. And here research misconduct, that data fabrication, data falsification, related to the publication and plagiarism. And here before going to what are the research misconduct, here I mentioned misinterpreting the scientist, researcher or serious academicians relationship. They're mentioned here: ghost authorship, gift and guest authorship, literal copying, substantial copying, and text recycling, and duplicate publication, duplication of paraphrasing text, or manipulating the data and manipulating the data. Here I mentioned what is the meaning of data fabrication, data falsification, and redundant of the publication. Data fabrication means it involves the invention of the data or cases, while the data falsification is intentionally, that means deliberately, distortion of the data or result, making or the result of recording, reporting them. And data falsification, manipulation of the research data or manipulation of the material, or changing or editing or omitting the data, or omitting the results of the data or research data. It's not misinterpret the research record. And another one is redundant of publication. The redundant of publication involves the once publication of that particular study, again the same study or research work are more than once in more than one language or different language without giving proper acknowledging or original source of the work. That's what I mentioned here. This will willful to the.
Dr. Ravi, you can conclude now. Dr. Ravi, you can conclude.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, kindly conclude.
Yeah, there are some I mentioned here plagiarism tools, pre-operative, plagiarism, Turnitin and Authenticate, and the free open source Viper, duplicate checker, flag checker, and flag reporter, and some ethical guidelines for the research in the LIS. Here I mentioned Rudin and Sharon, 2003. He mentioned that in the field of LIS, maintain high standard of research study. It will directly consent the improvement of the quality of the research work and study or paper. And strive preserve the open channel of communication. And while conducting the research or studies, academic paper does not misinterpret our competency abilities. And here, seventh one, while submitting the research report and finding, it should be accurately as possible. It should be accurately. Or other one, give proper credit to the person who earlier did it. That's what we mentioned in the review of literature, or somewhere we mentioned citation. Our review of literature we mentioned earlier, those who studied the same area. That's what, give the proper credit to the person who earlier did the research study, and give the proper credit important to the research assistants who are directly helped the research work or writing the research paper, and acknowledge the aids of the person who served the consultant or helped the make a plan, conduct a research or report research. Acknowledge the sources, financial grants or from institutionally or some any other source. We have to give proper acknowledgement, and I'll give priority, place high value of the intellectual honesty. Here I mentioned an importance of the scientific academic misconduct, honorary or gift authorship, ghost authorship. As per the statement of the International Committee of Medical Journal Editors states that any author of scientific publication should meet the following criteria. Three criteria is there: substantial contribution to the conception and design and acquisition of the data or analysis of the data or interpretation of the data, and drafting the article before going to the when we are writing the article or drafting to the article, revise it is critically for important intellectual content, and finally and a final approval of the version to be published. And this is the
could you please conclude, Mr. Ravi?
It's over, ma'am. Thank you, Professor Sudarshan Rao. He gave some inputs to write this article, and Radhika Rani Madam ji, thank you for giving.
Thank you very much for wonderful presentation, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Could you please stop the presentation?
So,
sir, right now, the next speaker,
yeah, please,
the paper
please.
presenter is not available, sir. So the session is open to questions right now.
Fine. Okay.
There's one question from R.B. Rao, the founder director. He says, sir, could you please suggest, this question is to you, sir. Could you please suggest best practices in research ethics or to avoid plagiarism?
Well, I think I can't really say that it is a best practice, but it is a requirement rather. The most important thing, that's what I was at the end trying to really mention that. So you're talking in the context of research ethics, isn't it?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. So the research ethics is that I think there are at least 4 or 5 important characteristics are there. So that will amount to the important the norm, as a matter of fact. That in the research, when we are trying to really say that the research should have some kind of novelty, some newness, some innovation. Research itself is a kind of innovative thing, like some critical the approach to the problem. That is really thing. That is that's how it is. So every research endeavor must have some the new issues in that. Novelty should be there. And whatever we are really doing, I think even Dr. Ravi Kumar also really made in his presentation also he mentioned that. Now we have to do with objectivity, impartially. Especially this, what really happens is when you really do this qualitative research, not the quantitative. In the qualitative research, there is a scope for an element of biasedness will be there. So we have to always be objective. We have to like a kind of a neutral person is trying to really deliver a judgment, uninfluenced by any kind of philosophies or theories. Like we are a researcher, we have to really present that unbiased, impartial, the kind of presentation of your findings. Then another very important aspect in the research ethics is that the transparency of how the procedure that you really went on to conduct your research, the procedural part, the honesty that need to be transparent. Like people should really know it. The visibility and transparency also should be in these days. There is a lot of focus is that open data, the data of your research you have used for your research can also be kept open for others to carry on with the same data to come out with some kind of new findings from that, which we could not unearth from our own data. That can be really explored, and then somebody can really come out with some kind of new meaningful information or research outcomes from our own data. So data is to be really kept maintained, and therefore what normally happens in our scientific research, etc., we have to maintain the lab data record. That's a very, very important aspect. So similarly in social science also, whatever the way we really went on to conduct the research procedural part need to be transparent, and it should be visible. It should be also shareable. I think you should be able to really try to really give to the outside world your own data also. So the objectivity, impartiality, then of course the visibility, then the procedural part also we have to always follow the ethics, and then of course in those things also let's not really, we have to be, because we have a social responsibility what to speak and what not to speak also, about what kind of comment we can really make, etc. We have some carefully we have to do it, and then all that what you are really conducting the research that naturally have to really boil down into the publication. While publishing also we have to publish in a kind of peer reviewed, blind peer, essentially peer reviewed journals. And then those journals which are really been largely, the having a good impact factor. I can't really say that very high or high impact factor. So then, you have to also think about where to publish also, because, after all, conducting research is one dimension. I think diffusing the research results is another important aspect. So in that also, you have to really, don't come into the trap of these predatory journals, whether knowingly or unknowingly, and then let us not really, belittle our own research efforts and, all these things. Though you have done many things, your efforts, your sweat, toil and energies and your money and your time, everything has been really poured into your research. That should naturally have a, the wider, visibility, and naturally need to be, appreciation for the work also. Then another important aspect is that, of course, this could be a slightly little, away from what I really would like to say is that now the research, on the research in many disciplines, not only library science, in many of the disciplines, what really been, the question is really coming up is the research outcomes are not really been, targeting to the actual problems that we are really encountering in our day-to-day, the professional endeavors. So we have to always try to identify the right problem that is of greater importance and trust in our own profession or environment. Try to identify that. Try to really find some kind of solution or some kind of your own valuable the inputs that will really refine your own tools or techniques or methods or procedures and so on. I think this could be the very, very important aspect. Identifying the right problem of right nature, which will really be able to give you some solutions, some practical solution to the problems what we are encountering. This could be one of the important aspects. And then I think this could be some of the things. I can't really say that it's really, the governing norms or something like that, but these are all the principles what we have to really do. Anything what we really do is do with sincerity, do with honesty, do with integrity, and try to really also, I think that's what one of the very important aspects. So you have to honor the earlier authors or earlier researchers, what they have really found. It's a very, very minimum important aspect. respect the earlier authors, earlier scientific community, research community, what they have done. Try to really honor them. That's very, very important. Your honoring means not that we are going to give a garland or a bouquet to the person. We have to really, acknowledge what they have really done is very, very important for us. I think this could be some of the issues to my mind, what I really could feel. I'm just presenting you. There could be much more or many more issues can be there. I think that's what matters. Thank you.
Sir, I have a question. My name is Madhav. Sir.
Yeah.
Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Madhav. Yeah.
You have given a good.
Madhav.
Sir, this is not a question. This is not a question. It is a query that I want to know from you. Sir, is there any particular format or is there any particular standardization to check plagiarism for papers? Yes, I know there are some softwares like Turnitin, Urdu.
Yeah.
We are using these softwares to check the papers, sir. But some people, they are checking the papers, including the references at the end of the paper. Some people are removing the references and checking the paper. So when they are including the references, we are getting the similarity index is more. And where they are removing,
I have the answer for this.
So Dr. Uma will intervene. Okay, fine.
I want a clarification from you, sir, in this regard.
Let Dr. Uma can really present. Then afterwards, I also will add to your question. It's my honor to answer also.
This thing is because I've practically worked with that. I'm just with my practical experience. I'm telling you that reference from the introduction chapter to the last chapter, we convert it as a PDF format. Remove references. And title also you remove. Certification you remove. Then you remove the declaration also. All that you remove and may convert the introduction to the conclusion as one document, convert it into PDF or Word, and then check for plagiarism.
Okay.
This is the way one should do it.
Okay.
This is the way how you should do even for a research paper. Don't have to check you remove the references. Convert the file into one format, one file from introduction to the conclusion. Make it as one file, convert it into PDF or Word file, and check for plagiarism. Then it will give you a correct plagiarism rate. And about quotations also, someone has written, you can use quotations. How many quotations will you use? Two lines, 3 lines only it will allow. And you should put ellipses also. So more than 2-4 quotations, then most of the paper will be with quotations only. That will not be acceptable. So you should have your own ideas also. So quotations are to be just to supplement your major thing. It's not quotation. The paper should not have more than 2 or 3 quotations, I suppose. That is the way we have to do it. So the citing and all, I think that is anyway, Professor Sudarshan Rao has covered all that. So this I want to tell you, references can be omitted, declaration, title, and also the certificate can be omitted. Convert as one file from introduction to conclusion. Check for plagiarism. This is the best way. And these are the rules that are followed in universities.
Shall I intervene, madam? Because some Indian journals articles are searching different styles and foreign articles also different some searching styles. Because I used to write earlier an article to the elsewhere. They said that 13% of the plagiarism is there. The same thing, Indian Journal of Library Science, I sent it. They said that only 15% of the plagiarism is there. What is the difference between, there is any specific standard for the searching style? You said that introduction part is for one paper and we convert into the
No,
not that way, not that. No, you see what really happening. I'll just add here. I think Dr. Uma, 1 second. Let me also just add something what you have said. I think Dr. Uma has given the practical the solution to the the query raised by Dr. Madhav. Okay, now one important aspect on and off many a time what I really also see. See, for example, I am from a department of Library Information Science. That is really been shown as a plagiarism content also. I think what plagiarism detection tools will really do is they just identify the similarity component with other documents or earlier documents. Yes, it's only similarity identification. Similarity of your particular the kind of the phrases or words, etc., etc. I think normally what the norm is, anything in a row more than 5 words or more than 6 words, that's really treated as the plagiarized content. Like that's one dimension. Of course, UGC says I think maybe the more number of words. That's a different story. It all varies from the kind of the agency or the body which is really treating it as a kind of plagiarized content. For us, I think for in normal tendency, it's only 6 words in a consecutive row. If they are really been in the same order, lifted or taken from some other source, it will. So that's what exactly. Even my name, my department name also really been shown as a plagiarized content. So don't worry about it, because this is a real solution for that. So another important aspect, what I really want to say is in the system, so in many times the plagiarism detection software and the tools, etc. So what they are really been trying to do is simply and blindly anything and everything what is really been common early or is really been shown to you. That's a kind of danger is there. So you can really overcome by doing this way. And another important aspect, what I really would like to say is that these so-called plagiarism detection tools are also, you cannot make sure that they are really doing the job of identification of plagiarism instances. I think 80% or 90%, 100%, it's also still a question mark. Like 100% is undoubtedly, you can always say that no. So there are different, that's what I was telling that, when the anti-plagiarism detection tools have come out with their own new methods of identifying the similarity component in your work from others' works, there are also other next kind of in the sidelines, others are really developing a kind of programs or how to paraphrase and how to really change the context to change the wording, etc., etc., and then put the same essence in the same way, so that you will be really helped to overcome from the plagiarism. Like so, these kind of things will be really going on. That's what I really want to say. On one side, if this is going to catch, other side, the other programs or other kinds of software are also really helping. There are, of course, maybe it is not publicly very well really known, but they are still there, which are really also helping the people to escape from be identified by the the plagiarism checkers. Like so, these kind of things are also really going on. So this plagiarism detection tools, what normally they really do is only thing what they can really similarity verification, similarity checking. It is similar to the earlier works. Maybe I think in the databases, maybe in your websites, or maybe in other places, or something like that, they really identify. So therefore, I think you can really, there is no specific method, there is no specific method. But only thing is, you can always be free and sure. You can express your own ideas in your own way, and nobody can really find fault with that. So nobody can really find it. But there is hardly any scope that when you are writing in your own words, etc., that can hardly be matched with others' content. Like feel free to express your own ideas and views and thoughts, etc., in your work, which are really relevant to your work, and then you can go ahead. I think that Ruma was also mentioning about quotations. As far as I really know that, now the content that has really been borrowed from other sources, especially verbatim, that's what we really say. Verbatim extraction from the original source. Normally, that is a kind of phrase normally we use. Verbatim extraction from the original source and lifting it and then putting it there, including comma, full stop, capital letters, small letters, etc., which you put as it is, like lift and then put it like. So you can use it only when it really becomes really essential only. Otherwise, never to put in quotations like. And there are hardly any norm I just really come across. How many number of times you can, how many things you can really lift up like. You can even lift a paragraph also, one full paragraph. Even one page also you can lift. Nobody can question that. But only thing is you have to put it in quotation marks. You have to really put it in a sideline, and then that 5-digit space you shift to the right side and give it as a different intention. Focus it and put it in quotation marks and give the page number of the document reference and page number. This is a style like. You can give, I think, less than it's a small one. I think a small quotation, you can always put in quotation marks and use it like. But bigger things also can be taken. But only thing is, you have to judge how much should I really borrow from the earlier author. Can't I really present the same essence in my own meaningful way, in my own words? That is paraphrasing. paraphrasing. So we have to develop the paraphrasing skills rather than using the quotation marks until and unless it's going to be really, really that important. You can't really, when you are going to really write it, the same tone and texture and then the same, the spirit and then essence you can't really represent, then naturally you have to use those as it is. So verbatim extraction is largely not really required. But there are no restriction how many number of times or how many components you can really take. That depends on your own research work. And you being the researcher and the scholar, you are the real judge for that. You can really decide. Probably, but only thing is, what is the component content? You are taking 10%, 20%, 30%. How much you are taking from other sources is really very, very important. How much is your work is also very, very important. So that way we have to proceed, Dr. Madhav. Probably, I think that
Thank you, sir. Thank you,
sir. I have one more question, please. I have one more question.
Please.
With your permission, sir, what is the particular acceptable similarity percentage? And is there any norm for accepting the scholar publication?
This is what I said. This is what I said. No, you may some of my participants also will really wonder if I can really make a statement that there are some, the agencies, they really also accept more than 50% of the earlier works data can also be acceptable. Now, for your UGC, they say only 10% is acceptable. I think anything beyond that and 20, etc., they have some kind of, they gave some guidelines, some kind of, academic integrity, they give the regulations, they said anything beyond 20%, anything beyond 40%, 60%, etc., they said they have got some kind of penalties are always there. So it all varies. It cannot be, we cannot say that strictly this could be the only percentage similarity is acceptable. It varies from, the agency to agency, body to body, organization to organization, a publisher to publisher. I think a kind of, the journal editor, the board, what it really thinks. So I was really been considering when I was really bringing out a particular journal, I think I said it is up to 20% is acceptable. I think I have really considered it's really gone into publishing line. So it all goes, what you decide. But better, I think you can really always limit less than 20, according to my personal opinion, less than 20% of similarity with other works could be, I think, at least ideal. And all this is what aimed at is. Now we should be able to really present only the novel, the innovative outcomes only should be there in our scholarly publications. When you really taking more things, etc., what really happening is actually the credibility and value of our paper will be minimized, diminished. That's what exactly the basic idea. Okay.
Thank you, sir, for the elaborate picture on research ethics. Ma'am, you want to tell something?
Publisher has their own percentage. They before on they state that it will be checked with authenticate and this much of similarity only will be accepted. So every Taylor and Francis, Elsevier and all, they have their own.
Publishers will give author guidelines and also referencing style format and also their own the structure of the article, how it should be like. What should be there in your abstract, what should be there in introduction, etc., how it should be really there. They will really explain you, and we have to follow that in order for our paper to be published in that particular journal. We have to follow the norms.
Sir. Thank you very much, sir. Sir has given an elaborate picture on.
Should I say a couple of words about and before I think though time is going up, probably yes, Dr. Saroja must be cursing me.
Ravi Kumar.
I can see. So I think thank all our the presenters and also our professional friends and colleagues and seniors and including juniors who have really participated in this particular webinar. Probably, I think some ideas have been really been given by the authors. The first author, Dr. Achala, I think she made an excellent paper on ethical issues in the LIS, and I think her work is really something about. What really happens is we, with the librarians, will be performing so many, jobs, so many multiple roles will be playing in our own activities, something like. Sometimes you are an editor of a journal, sometimes you are taking care of your own, the issues and returns and some kind of acquisition, etc. So when you are doing multiple things, when you are bargaining and then for licensing issues and so there are many issues, right? So when you are playing multiple roles, there naturally will really the one important aspect is that we may be really getting some kind of, it's a challenge, some kind of, the problems, whether it is, correct or ethically incorrect or etc., etc. All those things will be there. For that, she says that the first code, I think ethical code for us, if at all it is there, it should be 5 laws of library science. From there, we can really learn. If we can correctly, understand and then represent the 5 laws of library science, a lot many, I think, ethical principles are hidden in that. That could be really explored. What she says. And then another important aspect is that we have personal, our own inbuilt philosophies and theories and impressions and feelings and what is right and what is wrong, etc., etc. It's depending on our own in the environment where we are really brought out and where we are educated and then where we are working, etc., etc. So those influences of others, neighbors, and then parents and many other issues, etc., will be recorded in our brain. I think then that is one aspect. Then of course you have a kind of professional responsibilities and ethics are also there. I think this kind of the conflict may always arise, and we have to really try to see that these issues have to be really resolved, taking into some kind of the principles, etc. So in the course of performing different roles, we have that kind of ethical issues will naturally be encountered. I think you have to always try to then, in this context, what I really want to say is whether there are ethically, prescribed, the prescribed ethical norms are there or not. Now we have our own logic is there. The logic is there. The logical approach to the problem is more logical when you are logically, it sounds good. Keeping aside our own personal, the kind of philosophies and personal feelings, etc., etc. Personal, the affinity with some kind of things. Somebody is dearer to me. Some issues is dearer to me. I can really give. I was really been blamed when I was working. I was really been targeted when I really been working slightly above that in British Library when I was working in the British Library. So that's what goes on like. So what I can do, what I cannot do, what is my limit, what is my own area, what is really logically correct, what is illogical, and then what responsibilities do I really have with me to perform my job? Is it my responsibility or not? Is it my portfolio? Is it my area? Can I really take a decision on this and then implement? These are some of the issues, logical. And then, of course, your portfolio and then your own existing, when you are performing some particular job. Now, that particular, is it really within your purview or somebody else has to take it? If my boss has to really take a decision, if I take a decision, I am really being targeted. I am pinned. This is what really happened in the British Library for me as well. Of course, they loved me, they liked me, that's a different story. This happens. So logical approach, the logic is more important when you really talk about logically. If it sounds really good, probably you can really think about this an ethical way of doing it and go it like. And that's what exactly as far as Achala's paper, I think, thank you that she yes. made a good effort and then presented very well and well within the time. That's really great appreciation to her. Okay, then the second paper only, of course, that is Dr. Ravi Kumar Chegoni. And his is an exhaustive paper, very, very comprehensive paper. Probably I think we could not give the sufficient time. I really know it, but we have been running short of time. That's right. We are constrained not to give the time. That's exactly what I really want to say. So he was really been talking that, there are a large number of, highest number of low quality research and low quality publications. Low quality impact factor is really be there. Though we are really running maybe about 10th among all the countries in the world, I think our website publication is not good because there are some reasons. He said, I think because we spend little on R&D and then research and innovations and etc. etc. Then of course we don't follow the research ethics. Conducting research and publishing purpose. So this is very important. Of course, I did this. And then, of course, how to harness the interest of these are all so many issues are really there. I think he has really made not only the academic ethics, but what amounts to academic misconduct. Also, he was talking about. And then, so there are many other issues. Probably he really came out. But I think it's a good paper, but a very comprehensive paper, a bigger paper that can be really covered or completed within the stipulated 10 minutes time. But of course, that was really happened, but it's a good paper. I should really appreciate Dr. Chegoni. This is what really happened. And then I also thank Dr. Radhika. She's really too good, too nice in organizing the program. But yet we have really, because we have taken only 1 hour time, 1 hour and 20 minutes only. We did not take one and a half hour. Still, we have, I think that the director of the seminar should try to really realize that we have not exceeded 20 minutes. We have really, taken 10 minutes less than what is really been prescribed for our session. Thank you very much. Thank you all of you. Thank you, Dr. Radhika, Dr. Uma, and Madhav, Achala, and Ravi Kumar, and all of us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Sir.
sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. I think this was quite interactive session. Everyone had their own set of questions and all, and maybe that questions could have been answered to an extent. But somehow I would feel that ethics serve as a good, desirable or acceptable conduct and provide a reason for those considerations here. So here we can say that ethics at first personal end, and also how much it has been prescribed by different institutions. That is, it has a different meaning with different institutions and regulations as well. So finally, it is a personal values, I believe. Sir,
True.
thank you, sir. I think we are exceeding the time. With the permission of the seminar director, we would like to end this session, ma'am. Thank you for giving this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Radhika, for moderating the session. And I thank Professor Sudarshan Rao Garu, and his very impressive talk has generated a lot of discussion, and it provoked the thought of the presenters. And
Yes.
I thank all the presenters for their excellent presentations, and also the participants for interacting and making the session very lively. Thank you sir, very much.
Thank you very much.
Let us break for lunch briefly, and then again we will assemble for the next session. Very important, very interesting session on impact of COVID on LIS research. Where this session is going to be chaired by Dr. Divakar, and let us I thank one and all for participating in this session.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you all. Thank you all.
15 మందే ఉన్నారు. దివాకర్ సార్ జాయిన్ అయ్యారు, రవికిషోర్
మాట్లాడలేదు, మ్యూట్ లో లేదు. Good afternoon, participants. Welcome back. Dr. Divakar sir is there to chair the next session. The next session is on impact of COVID on LIS research. So I welcome Divakar sir. Sir, please come onto the screen. I request Divakar sir to unmute and come onto the screen, the chairperson of the next session. Sir, phone Emma. May I request Dr. Divakar to please unmute and join the session? Divakar sir.
అయ్యానమ్మా అయ్యాను నేను అన్మ్యూట్ కూడా చేశాను.
Yeah. So Divakar sir is here, Chandrasekhar Rao sir is here. Sir, welcome you sir to this second day proceedings of the conference, and then I invite Dr. Divakar sir to chair this session, and myself, Dr. G. Saroja, I will be the moderator for this session. Sir, let us commence the session. Before we commence the session, I would like to introduce, because sir needs no introduction still, it is my duty to introduce sir to the participants. So Dr. D. Divakar is an accomplished scholar, and Dr. BRAOU is proud to claim that he is alumnus of this university. And Dr. P. Divakar, he started his career at ICRISAT and served there for 6 years before he joined the premier institute of CSIR, that is CCMB, Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology. He worked as scientist L1, and he discharged the role of a librarian, information scientist, and also nodal officer to CSIR Library Consortium. Even after retirement, he extended his services to National Geophysical Research Institute and developed their institutional repository. Dr. Divakar published several articles, presented papers at national and international conferences. Under IDRC fellowship, they visited libraries in China, Mongolia, Hong Kong, Singapore during 96 and 97. Recognizing his accomplishments in the profession, the Library Advisory Board, Royal Society of Chemistry, has conferred him the privilege to be a member of the prestigious board. Several universities like Osmania, NTR Health University has included his services as member of their board of studies. And another distinction he cherishes was to be invited by Sharada Ranganathan Endowment, Bangalore, to deliver 32nd five laws lecture. So most importantly, he is associated with the Department of Library and Information Science as a counselor, teacher, editor, course writer, and he is the chief support system for the department. Dr. Divakar is fondly remembered by the students of Dr. BRAOU. The Department of Library and Information Science is immensely benefited by his association, and Dr. Divakar shared his professional knowledge and expertise in several of the teleconferences that are organized by the Department of Library Science of this university. I welcome Dr. Divakar to chair the session. Sir,
thank you so much, madam.
Over to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Saroja, madam. I think you have exaggerated my role. I'm just one among the hundreds of counselors that BRAU is having. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And small correction, madam, I was not associated with NGRI repository because Sridhar has made a presentation yesterday about the NGRI institutional repository. It was actually connected with the Center for DNA Fingerprinting and Diagnostics after my retirement. I was there for 5 years and I developed the institutional repository at the Center for DNA Fingerprinting. Small correction. Just to be fair to Sridhar.
I apologize. I stand corrected.
No, it's okay. Because Sridhar made a presentation yesterday in our seminar about his institutional repository. I respect Sridhar and his.
What is NGRI? So I thought this is Geophysical Research Institute. Okay.
Thank you. Just after that minor connection. So thank you again for having faith in me that I can share a session of national seminar. This is about COVID-19 and its impact on LIS research. Madam has put it as LIS research. So with her permission, I would like to slightly extrapolate it to from LIS, apart from LIS research, what kind of impact COVID-19 has put on LIS practices as well. Also, perhaps we will look at. Because it's very difficult to separate LIS research from LIS professional practices. Both are so much intertwined. The LIS research, the main purpose of LIS research is to enhance the LIS practice, to come out with better LIS professional practice. So just as we say before Christ and after Christ, it looks to me that in the library situation, it looks as if we are, in a way, before COVID, libraries before COVID and libraries after COVID. So that is the kind of impact the COVID pandemic has created on our personal lives as well as professional lives. And I say the personal lives because we have lost many good librarians. I feel very sad that we have lost many excellent librarians due to the COVID disease. Even in Hyderabad, many great librarians passed away because of COVID. So I pay tributes on this during this session to the great contributions made by our fellow librarians who succumbed to the COVID pandemic. So coming back to the topic today, the impact of COVID on LIS research. Just to give an overview of what is happening, so we are relying more now on technology. Technology has become more imperative. It's not that we were not using technology in the pre-COVID era. Many of us were using technology, but now using technology has become almost mandate in the post-COVID. So previously, we had some choice between the print and the digital content. But now in the post-COVID situation, the choices are becoming more hard, and all of us are, mostly going for, digital content instead of going for the physical. Then the way we manage our users, a sea change is taking place in the way we manage our users. So especially, the maintaining the social distancing and the COVID protocols with our users, it is a totally new experience for us. So library is a place we welcome users, but now we are in a situation where we say, we need to keep social distance, come inside with masks, all these kind of things. Sometimes, they were not really, we are not used to some of these activities in a library situation. So this is a new situation where, we have difficulty in personally face-to-face interacting with the users as well. That's just like a patient and a doctor relationship. We used to have a personalized relationship between a user and a librarian. So that kind of a personal, physical, eye-to-eye, kind of a contact relationship with the users, I think that is slightly diminishing. And that, I feel, is a great problem for the LIS profession in the years to come. Similarly, we are also developing a plethora of services to cope up with the new like providing access to the resources from home, remote kind of an access, and making our websites much more dynamic, much more functional, so, and making them much more user-friendly so that users will be comfortable wherever they are without physically walking to the library. They will be able to access the resources that library provides. So with that bare introduction, we will go ahead with the presentation of papers. We have listed 3 presentations for this afternoon. The first one is by Chandra Harika.
Sir, may I interrupt?
Yeah, madam.
So we have one presentation by Mr. Ravi Kishore. So he requested to be the first presenter because he has some problem, health problem with his son. So he requested that he will present for.
Sure, madam. Sure, madam. Sure, madam. We have 3 papers listed, one by Chandra Harika, the other one by Ravi Kishore, and the third one by madam herself. And if in case this happens to be the last session, if any of the participants have missed their presentation or they have already submitted a paper and if madam has communicated the acceptance, if you want to present any leftover paper, either today in the morning of session or yesterday's sessions, please put the details in the chat box. We will try to accommodate it at the end after completing the scheduled presentations. So now may I call upon Ravi Kishore to make his presentation on assessment of information literacy among research scholars of Kakatiya University, Warangal. Ravi, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Would you like to share your screen? Do you have a PPT?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I have a PPT.
Okay. If you have PPT, please, you have about 10 to 12 minutes. Yes. And we will have about a couple of minutes for discussion. You can take 12 minutes.
So good afternoon, one and all. Am I audible, sir?
Yes. Yes, Ravi.
Yeah. Yes. Good afternoon, one and all. Good afternoon, Chairperson. Today's technical seminar moderator, Dr. G. Saroja Madam, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you all listeners and participators. Thank you so much. Today my topic is library services during COVID-19 pandemic study. My name is B. Ravi Kishore. I'm a research scholar in the Department of Library and Information Science, Dr. BRAOU, Hyderabad. My introduction. The COVID-19 pandemic has fundamentally changed today's world, and everyone has to learn new skills and approaches. Academic libraries were able to continue their work. During the pandemic, whole academic library organization has adapted to providing virtual instruction for the information literacy instructions. The International Federation of Library Association and Institution IFLA developed key resources that major issues facing all libraries, handling materials, staying at home. Electronic resources available during lockdown, emphasis was placed on e-resource ebooks to access. Some of the prominent publishers and e-resources providers were quick in responding to the pandemic and supported the librarians. SAGE created a COVID hub that includes broadcasts, presentations, legislations, wellness essentials, and more. The website is https://www.sage.com. Elsewhere, Science Direct compiled a resource packet that includes toolkits, resources for libraries, reopening, and more in website https://www.elsewhere.com, resources for librarians and their library users. Springer Nature launched a page library resources to assist with the pandemic. The Springer website is https://springerNIR.com. Hybrid libraries had shifted to digital in short period during COVID-19. Library as a cultural hub. Definition of the terms: library services. These are services provided by the library to users. These can include instructions on the how to access users use library materials, lending and circulation service, reservation of documents, inter-library loan, assistance in the use of library and library tools, reference services, reader advisory services. Definition of COVID-19 pandemic. The COVID-19 pandemic, also known as the coronavirus pandemic, is an ongoing global pandemic of coronavirus disease 2019. The virus was first identified in December 2019 in Wuhan, China. CO stands for corona, VI stands for virus, and D stands for disease. My topic objectives are: the primary objective of the study is to find out the facilities and services provided by the management colleges libraries during COVID-19. Number one objective: type of facilities and services provided to the users. Number two: mode of dissemination of services during the period. Number three: prevention measures taken to the coronavirus. Types of services provided. Remote access to e-resources. Academic library is to enhance and strengthen the teaching, learning, and research process by installing seamless document delivery system, and around the country, all libraries, higher education system have been working hard to provide services, access to collection to the users. Free and expanded access. We have National Digital Library is created by central government collaboration with the IIT Kharagpur for students. For all subjects below is a link https://ndl.iitkgp.ac.in. It contains 4.60 crores of books. Please share it as much as possible student to know and reach this priceless knowledge. Book sites. We have free book sites, websites www.bookboon.com, http://ebookie.org, http://sharebookfree.com. We have online educational support websites http://www.open.edu, OpenLearn. Next, http://ocwusu.edu, Utah State University. http://open.umich.edu, University of Michigan, http://ocw.nd.edu, Notre Dame University. Journals, we have free journals in websites, www.doaj.org, Directory of Open Access Journal. Number 2, https://www.researchgate.net. Number 3, https://www.elsewhere.com. Shodh Ganga, a reservoir of Indian thesis in INF LiveNet, https://shodhganga, inflivenet.ac.net. Best open access resources, National Digital Library, ndl.iitk.gp.ac.in. Swayam online courses, https://storage.googleapis.com. National Knowledge Network, https://nkn.gov.in. NPTEL, https://fi.nptel.ac.in. Web research tools reference managers, http://academic.research.microsoft.com, http://www.skyrus.com, http://www.scholar.google.com. I have taken only some websites. Precautionary steps before opening the library, maintaining entry details. Number 2, using the sanitization before entering and if possible thermal screening. Number 3, no items to be permitted strictly except white papers. Let the users use ebooks for the time being, if any. If no alternative, then only issue of books. Number 4, no groups in library, restricted entry, making mask compulsory. Most Indian journals are open access. Number 5, let the users use them online, sanitizing library on regular basis, preferably before closing it. Making Arogya Setu compulsory, keeping returned items at the one place and spraying disinfectant before transferring to racks, keeping staff area inaccessible, especially during area if possible, wearing gloves on hands by staff, etc. Conclusion. The concept and practice of providing remote access e-resources by libraries is not new, but the user-friendly way adapted libraries. Strict social distancing measure to visit to the library. Many academic libraries in India are still struggling to build a stone platform to reader services. Libraries are emerging as a new genre of knowledge hub, capable of playing a vital role in supporting of our nation. This is the references.
Thank you so much, Ravi Kishore.
Thank
you so much, Ravi Kishore, for the presentation. You have elaborated very well how the publishers also have coped up the pandemic, how the way, the aggressive way they made their content available, and the additional features they also brought out. And many of the publishers, as you have rightly said, they have created special focus portals, relating to COVID. And major publishers like Wiley, Springer, Elsevier, every one of them made the COVID content accessible free of cost, even to the non-subscribers. That is something great that happened during the pandemic. Just as we librarians tried to reach our users, even the publishers played their role very well. And they have even permitted remote access. They were very liberal in promoting, in giving us even user ID passwords to us.
Yeah.
They have bypassed the rule of IP-based access to some of the institutions. and they were very generous in giving the user ID passwords, which we could share with some of the users so that they could remotely log into. Thank you so much. Also, the library also have coped up with this. Thank you, Ravi Kishore. Then now may call upon Chandraharika. Chandraharika, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Please unmute yourself. Yeah, now the platform is yours.
Sir, one small request, sir. I'm Ravi Kishore.
Yeah, tell me, Ravi.
Sir, my son is suffering with fever, sir. I will be go to hospital, sir.
Yeah, we understand, Ravi. Yeah, madam. Yeah, please. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
So,
Thank you
madam
so much.
will answer questions. If there is any clarification, I would request Dr. Saroja, madam, to answer on your behalf.
Sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah. All the best. We wish speedy recovery to your son, Ravi Kishore.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you all. Thank you, one and all.
You can, yeah. Chandraharika, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, platform is yours.
Bye.
Please unmute and start your presentation. Yeah.
Is it visible, sir?
Yeah, we can see Chandraharika. Yeah. Please make the full screen.
Okay. Is it visible, sir, now?
Yeah, we can see, but you go to slideshow, make it click on the slideshow button and go to beginning of the presentation.
Is it visible?
Great. Yeah, great. Thank you.
Yeah. Good afternoon to respected Chairperson Dr. Divakar sir and moderator and seminar coordinator Dr. Saroja ma'am and all the LIS professionals. I am Nashanta Chandraharika, research scholar from Department of Library Information Science, Osmania University. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to present my paper. My topic for today's presentation is user satisfaction of e-resources in post-COVID times, a study. The introduction. The effect of IT on human life is enormous during COVID-19 pandemic. As a result, resources plays a major role in these times. ICT's contribution has made it extremely and convenient to process, search, store, disseminate, and use knowledge quickly. And the technology has been fully exploited in recent terrible times and available at our doorstep, which enables information to be efficiently generated and captured in many formats available to everyone else. With enhanced accessibility across time, patrons and resources are accessible that restrict visits to physical libraries by information consumers. In the contemporary climate, access to restricted resources that were preceding satisfactory during the 1990s and 2000s is not enough to deal with exponential expansion of literature. The resources currently available from different publishers, either separately or in bundle offers, are abundant. The objectives of this study is to identify the gap created due to pandemic in learning and teaching system, to assess the potentialities of e-resources users, to analyze how far imaginary teaching is supported in this global crisis, to find out the status of practicality with a touch of technology, and to know users' attitude as effective communication is substituted by planned presentation. For the methodology for this study, I have collected the data by surveying the users through internet, and the responses are collected from the WhatsApp by sending the links, questionnaire links to the students. The research took a quantitative method, and the sample technique was employed for convenience, and I have used SPSS software for the analysis of the study. The most important consideration for this study is convenience and the rapid accessibility, availability, and more dependence on the online environment. The results and findings of the study is
The total I have collected 184 valid answers. For this study, I have taken BTech and Pharmacy student responses of Usmania University is taken into consideration. First, I have taken the enrollment profile of all the students, like the names, gender, level of study, like engineering students, first year, second year, third year, fourth year, like that. And all the participants of the students are these 2 years pandemic. Averaging credit hours I have taken for 42 to 45 hours, both face-to-face and online. The ages of participants in both samples are nearly equal as shown in the table. The population sample is separated independent variables by instructions. The grading distribution in this table is separated as the success and failure points for face-to-face and online. It can be observed that the percentages of face-to-face and online were slightly higher, as if you see in the slide, the online point is very much higher than the face-to-face. I want to conclude by saying this study analyzes students' perception of e-resources in the course of ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. The survey shows students' preference for e-resources, e-webinars, as it gives a large amount of freedom to interact and flexibly use their learning materials for time and space of ease. Access to state resources in one of the main reasons students choose e-resources. Even resources present several obstacles at every point in selecting and acquiring, maintaining and using them. E-resources have many benefits when solving a number of professional problems like space solutions, remote access, ease of use, enhanced reader friendliness with better opportunities from in the shortest time possible for productivity along with excellence academics. Recently, even studies shown that e-journals excessively had a favorable impact research activity in researcher views by helping them stay up to date and save time. As mentioned, user studies have demonstrated e-resources use is steadily expanding, especially very much helpful in these pandemic times. That's all, sir. Thank you so much.
Chandraharika, can you switch on your camera so that people would like to see you?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. If anyone wants any clarification on Chandrika's presentation, you can put in the chat box or ask. Okay. I don't see any. Yeah. Thank you, Chandraharika, for the nice presentation and doing the survey. We wish you all the best in your research endeavors.
Thank you, sir.
Madam, Swami Naidu ji has sought permission to present his paper, which he missed in the previous sessions.
Yes,
Shall
sir.
we take up his? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Before,
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Before you start your talk.
Right, sir.
Yeah, Swami Naidu garu, are you there?
Hello.
Swami Naidu garu, are you there? Are you
sir,
online?
Very good afternoon, sir. I am there, sir.
Okay. Please switch on your camera.
Okay, sir.
Chandrika may stop sharing her screen so that.
Yeah, Chandrika, please stop sharing your screen. Yeah.
Is it okay, sir?
Yeah. Just a minute. Chandrika has disconnected. Yeah. So I'm not going to. Yeah, we can switch on your camera and start your presentation. Yeah. Please go to slideshow mode, Naidu garu.
Sir, are you
click on the slideshow button. Yeah, you are audible, but click on the slideshow button on the PowerPoint screen.
Slides slow, sir. Just one.
Yeah, make it full screen so that people can read. Some of the participants are connecting on mobile phone, so.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir. I am connecting, sir. Sir, is it okay for you, sir?
Yeah, now it's good. Now it's fine. Yeah, we can see it full screen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Very good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, madam.
Madam,
Yes,
thank you
good
very much
afternoon.
for, Madam, thank you very much for giving this opportunity to present my paper.
Yeah,
Sorry
you
to
are
trouble
most
you. Sorry
welcome.
to trouble you, ma'am. Actually, today my commissioner sir
That's
has
fine.
visited to our college, so that's why we were so a little bit busy morning self.
That's okay. That's okay.
Thank you so
Please
much,
go
ma'am.
ahead.
Thank you so
Please
much, ma'am.
continue.
Thank you, sir. Today now I am going to, myself, this is Dr. Swami Naidu, working as a librarian, Dr. V.S. Krishna Government Degree College, Visakhapatnam. Now I'm going to present a paper on status of resources, services, and facilities of degree college libraries in the present digital scenario in Visakhapatnam district study. The introduction: the library is a heart of an education institution which provides vast print and digital information resources to the needs of faculty and students of their institution. Library services refer to facilities that are provided by library for the use of books and dissemination of information and meet the user's requirement. The well-known existing library services are cataloging, classification, circulation services, current contents, SDI, bibliographic services, and so on. With the increasing use of internet, all these services has now changed to its mode on web environment. Need for this, the library profession has tremendous changes since last 2 decades due to the information communication technology. Resources, services, and facilities are changing day to day to the benefit of user community. It is different from the teaching. The librarian acts the dual role of the teacher and a guide to the present resources available in the library. Librarian to satisfy the information demands of both teachers and students. Hence, it is essential that a study has to be attempt to analyze the present status of degree college libraries in Visakhapatnam district. Object of the study: the main objectives of the study is to know the courses offered to the present scenario, status of subscription for electronic resources in the degree colleges, to find out the library services offered to the present needs of the user. Fourth one, to find out the intimation of information to users in latest technologies. So we have taken for the survey of 6 colleges, sir, 3 from government degree colleges and 3 from aided degree colleges. These are the degree colleges. Government Degree College, Narsipatnam, established in 1984. It is a government. Dr. V.S. Krishna Government Degree College, Autonomous, established in 1968. The third one, Vishaka Government Degree College for Women, established in 1925. These 3 belongs to government. Mr. AVN College, Visakhapatnam, established in 1860. It is a aided college. St. Joseph's College for Women, Visakhapatnam, established in 1928. It is an aided college. The last one is AML College, Anakapalli. It is also aided college. Levels of courses offered. The BA course, total 5 college offerings out of 6 colleges. BCom course offering total 100% of 6 colleges. BSc courses are offering 6 colleges, sir. MA course offering only 2 colleges out of 6. MCom course is offering only 3 colleges out of 6 colleges. MSc course is offering only 4 colleges out of 6 colleges, sir. Access system of the libraries. Out of 6 colleges, all are accessing the libraries in open access system, sir. Students are more benefited with the open access system. Availability of various sections in the library. The stack room is available only in 3 colleges out of 6 colleges. Reference section is available in all the colleges. Competitive examination section is only available in the 2 colleges. E-library is available only in 2 colleges. Newspaper sections is separately established in only 4 colleges out of 6 colleges. Textbook section is available in 5 colleges. Technical section, there is no technical section is established in all the colleges. Circulation counter is specifically built up in only 4 colleges out of 6 colleges. The bibliographies are available only 3 colleges out of 6. Publishers catalogs are available in all the colleges. Trade catalogs are available only in 2 colleges. Book exhibition is available only in 2 colleges. Book reviews are conducting in the only 2 colleges, sir. Means and methods of book creation. Calling for quotations only 5 colleges out of 6. Directly from publishers, only 2 colleges. Vendors and distributors, only 1 college. organizing book exhibitions. Colleges organizing book exhibitions out of 6 colleges. Standing orders, only one college is following. Personal visits to the bookshops are following only one college. Online purchase orders also following only one college, sir. Hello?
Yeah, Naidu, please go
Madam,
ahead.
are you audible?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Sir?
Please conclude. We can hear you.
Okay, sir. Sir, partially catalogued only 4 colleges, sir, out of 6 colleges. Fully catalogued only 1 college out of 6 colleges. Not at catalogued only 1 college out of 6 colleges, sir. Total 6 colleges, 100%. Partially classified only 2 colleges out of 6. Fully classified 4 colleges, sir. Print collection of books and materials, periodicals. The government degree college Narsipattam is having only 12,500 books. The periodicals only Indian 6, sir. Dr. V.S. Krishna Government Degree College Visakhapatnam is having 33,760 books, and the periodicals are only 18. The Visakha Government Degree College for Women Visakhapatnam is having 13,845 volumes, and the periodicals are 13 for Indian, sir. Mr. AVN College Visakhapatnam is having 76,945 books, and the periodicals are 30 periodicals. So the St. Joseph's College for Women Visakhapatnam is having 31,332 books, volumes, and the periodicals are 67. The AM College Anakapalli is a 43,000 collection, and out of 31 are periodicals. Facilities available in the colleges. Sufficient ventilation is available in all the colleges. Drinking water facilities available in all the colleges. Adequate reading tables, chairs are available in all the colleges. Toilets in 6 colleges. Sufficient space for reading is available in all the colleges. Continuous power supply is having only for 4 colleges out of 6 colleges, sir. Sufficient and no fan lights. Sufficient fans or lights are available in the 6 colleges. Air conditioning is only available in 1 college, sir, out of 6 colleges. These are the library services the colleges are offering: title alert services, referral services, bibliography services, and the documentary delivery services, information on new arrival of books, newspaper clipping services, circulation services, interlibrary loan. Especially, no one is following the interlibrary loan facility in the out of 6 colleges, sir. And the earn while you learn services also are not following in the all the colleges. And the translation service is not available in all the colleges, sir. Findings: it is observed that the colleges are offering traditional courses. Hello.
Yeah, please try to.
It is found that all the it is found that all the colleges are maintaining open access system. There is no technical section in all the degree college libraries. It is found that 2 colleges are not using computerized circulation system. It is observed that Government Degree College Narsipattam and Visakha Government Degree College for Women are having only 1 library staff member. All the colleges are following publishers' catalogs for book selection. It is found that 83.33 colleges are calling for quotations for books purchase. It is observed that out of 6 colleges, only is fully catalogued. 1 is fully catalogued. As per the data, no college is subscribed foreign periodicals. It is found that no college is providing interlibrary loan, you learn services, and translation service in the colleges. Thank you so much, madam. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Naidu, for that presentation.
Sir, thank you so much, Devakar, sir.
Yeah. We enjoyed your presentation. Thank you. Yeah. And now,
please close the stop screen sharing.
Yeah.
So can we ask a question?
Yeah. Put it in the chat box, please. Yeah. One quick question.
Sir,
you can
I am
put in the chat
mobile.
box.
I can't type, so that I want to ask.
Okay.
Yeah, Swami Naidu, you have done a good study of all these government degree colleges. But what is the methodology you have used to study all these colleges? And you have brought the findings, but what are your suggestions to those colleges? And is there any comparable study you have done with your college to other colleges?
Sir, we have followed the random sampling method, sir, actually. Colleges.
Yes, what is the methodology? Directly, what is the methodology? Random sampling method means in any tool. Which tool you have used to get all this data?
Sir, we have used SPSS software, sir. SPSS.
SPSS is not a methodology. It is only data analysis tool. I want to ask you, what is the methodology to get all this data from the other colleges? Are you visited to the websites, or are you visited to the library?
Sir, we have used the questionnaire methodology, sir. Actually, we have sent all the distributed questionnaires to all the college students.
So you brought the findings, but what are your suggestions to those colleges? Have you put up in your paper, or anything else you want to give suggestions? You please say in the presentation.
Yes, sir. Sir, actually, sir, when the government colleges are having very low budget, that is the main lack of budget problem to update at the current technologies in the libraries, actually, sir. That one also. There is no computers in the colleges also. So many colleges are not having the internet facilities, or some of the colleges. Okay. Students are not up to date in the libraries also, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
But anyway, Anyway, you can just modify your paper and provide the suggestions before the proceedings printed. Okay.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madhav Rao, for the suggestion. Swami Naidu garu, you can clarify to Madhav Rao garu in the chat box. Anything further, if you want to say, please put it in the chat box. Madhav, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We are running short of time. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you once again.
Now, Madam will make a presentation. Professor Saroja will make a presentation on a very burning topic in the post-COVID situation. So, as you all know, we have seen what we now call infodemic post-COVID. You know, there is a spot of information thanks to the research that is going on around the world at COVID. According to one estimate, there are approximately 1 lakh scientific papers appeared in primary journals as well as in the preprint repositories during the after the COVID pandemic came into existence. So, see, there's a greater role for all of us as librarians to see to what extent the information contained in these, thousands of articles published is authentic. You know, somebody has to evaluate and then help the researchers, in identifying what is fake, what is real. So we have a greater role to perform in the post-COVID situation, especially in authenticating the content that is generated today. Greater responsibility for all of us. And Professor Saroja will be making a presentation to give an overview of the whole problem. Madam, platform is yours.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. As time is running very short, and I will just sum up. I will just run through the slides, and then in the first, I'm going to talk about the handling of misinformation on COVID-19.
Madam, make it full screen. Hello? Please make it full screen, madam.
Sir, I think there is some problem here, and it is getting disconnected.
Okay.
Hello.
Okay, madam.
So I think you can see this. So today I'm going to talk about handling of misinformation on COVID-19 and role of library and information centers. This study is based on the literature survey, and some of the articles and then some of the studies that are available on the internet I have taken for this study. So I just, in the first introduction, I tried to define what is misinformation, and then any information that is created intentionally or unintentionally and shared to mislead people is referred to as misinformation. And the terms such as fake news, false information are all, these are the terms used synonymously to misinformation. And then as we all know, information has the potential to make or mar positive response to a situation. This and the spread of misinformation, it leads to unnecessary confusion and makes the problem more complex rather than solving the problem. So it is a serious concern, misinformation, spread of this misinformation is a serious concern for the society. And then this misinformation, it's not a new phenomenon. This concept is mostly prevalent in journalism, media, politics, and especially in the health sector. When health information, it has got health misinformation has serious consequences, and sometimes it may lead to loss of lives also. For example, in science has proven evidence to show that HIV causes AIDS. But in South Africa, several thousands of people died because of reduced access to effective treatment, as the government supported the AIDS denialism. That is, they denied that HIV causes AIDS. So, therefore, many people did not go for treatment, and then they have lost their lives. And then similarly, health information also has reduced the willingness of the people to seek effective treatment for cancer, heart disease, and other conditions. Now, as we all know, the year 2020 has witnessed crisis due to COVID-19 pandemic, and it not only posed a massive threat to health, but also to the socio-economic lives of the people. In the beginning, scientists knew very little about the novel virus and how to control it. The rapid spread of the virus infused fear among the health professionals, scientists, and also the general public. So people were anxious to know more information about the virus. While certain information helped people to stay safe throughout the pandemic, the flood of information created confusion among people as to what information is to be believed and what information we can trust. People are also exposed to a lot of information that is false, inaccurate, and also misleading. So along with the spread of COVID-19, misinformation is also spreading like a pandemic. So World Health Organization referred to this spread as infodemic, as you have rightly said in the introduction. So the World Health Organization, it has referred to the spread of this misinformation as infodemic. Referring to the fast spread of misinformation than the pandemic, the Director General who means World Health Organization, he said, "We are not just fighting an epidemic, but we are fighting an infodemic." So the World Health Organization explains that infodemics are an excessive amount of information about a problem, which makes it difficult to identify a solution. So I just thought of categorizing this misinformation into different types. Misinformation on COVID-19 is generated in various forms. Conspiracy theories, for example, the virus is produced in the laboratories for use as a biological weapon. This has been discussed for some time. And then cultural and religious factors also, praying to a particular god will protect you from getting the disease, and all these sorts of cultural and religious beliefs. Then messages suggesting alternate remedies, that is preventive measures or vaccine related information, that is on WhatsApp. One WhatsApp video says few drops of lemon juice in the nose will cure COVID-19. So many people, we know that vitamin C is very important for the building of immunity. So like this, several alternative medicines and preventive measures also were suggested. They don't have any logical base, or they're not proved. So we can categorize them as COVID misinformation. And then messages giving exaggerated number of positive cases or death counts. Such messages are also circulated on the social media, and terrifying stories of vaccine side effects. So, for example, the death of a popular Tamil actor, Vivek, was attributed to administering a vaccine, even though doctors confirmed his death due to heart disease. So, such kind of information was very fastly, they were spread through the social media. And then the rapidly changing information environment made spread of misinformation easier. Misinformation is being spread at an unprecedented rate through social media such as YouTube, Facebook, WhatsApp, and other platforms. After realizing this spread of this misinformation like wildfire, several of the social networking sites like YouTube, Facebook, they have also retracted some of the information from their sites. And this information is also, they have published on the web. And the incentives such as likes, comments, gestures, etc. on the Facebook or any other social media, they attract people and make them to share content based on the appeal rather than accuracy of the content. So therefore, these are some of the causes for the fast spread of COVID misinformation. And then misinformation is a breeding ground for uncertainty. Uncertainty in turn leads to confusion and distrust and become the cause of fear, anxiety, and prevent people from scientific health practices, which may lead to loss of life. Then how to combat this misinformation? So misinformation thrives in the absence of easily accessible authentic information. So when there is no authentic information, the misinformation spreads fast. So therefore, it is important to provide access to authentic information. And then World Health Organization has come out with a document, Mythbusters, where people generally hold several false beliefs, such as prolonged use of medical masks causes carbon dioxide intoxication or oxygen deficiency, which is not true. And several such facts on use of hand sanitizers, thermal scanners, etc., they were presented at length in this document, Mythbusters, prepared by World Health Organization. And then now let me briefly discuss how the library and information centers can step into the situation to arrest the spread of this misinformation. So libraries can collaborate with institutions working on COVID-19 prevention, such as WHO, UNICEF, National Center for Disease Control. And then they have a lot of statistics also they have on their website. So the librarians, they can collect authentic and credible information on the disease, and they can use that information, provide links to the users. And then the collected information should be repackaged in easily understandable and usable formats before they're disseminated to the public. And undertake research to explore the sources consulted frequently by users to know the COVID information, the availability of COVID information in local languages. All such measures we can think of undertaking for research. And then the LIS professionals who are proficient in conducting the literacy programs, they can organize information literacy programs also on COVID-19 to create awareness among the public about the different initiatives that are taking place on this COVID-19. And then offer current awareness services, direct the users to authentic sources information. So misinformation spreads because it is not authentic. So to combat that, the librarians also should step into this environment and then circulate more authentic information to combat this misinformation. So with this, I think these are the brief points I just wanted to share with all the participants. Thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you so much, madam, for providing an insight into the concept of misinformation. Now, I will add to what madam has said with a few examples, because I feel misinformation is a serious problem in the society today. And we librarians have an important role to play. Because we are now participating in scholarly communication. Librarians, especially after we moved away from print to digital. So many of us are getting into the various spheres of scholarly communication, where we are participating in a way in the scholarly communication activities of the institution wherever we are employed. That's the reason we at the B.R. Ambedkar Open University have introduced a paper on scholarly communication recently at the BLISC level. So now, post-COVID, in the scholarly communication arena, As I said, there is an infodemic and thousands of papers are appearing based on the research. Okay. In the previous session, Professor Sudarshan Rao Garu, then Murali, Radhika, Achala, even Madhav, many of you have stressed the importance of ethics, research ethics, plagiarism, and things like that. But all those are possible in the normal situation. But post-COVID, during the COVID pandemic, what happened? Many rules have been set aside, unfortunately. There was tremendous pressure on the publishing industry. There was also tremendous pressure on the regulatory system. For example, the DCGI, we call in India, the Drug Controller General of India in India, and the FDA in America, the Federal Drug Agency, which give licenses to the drugs. They were under tremendous pressure to approve public use of vaccines, drugs, etc. Because nothing was available in the market. We do not know how to treat the COVID pandemic. So anything that has some significant results, is worthwhile, and emergency uses, what is known as emergency permissions, are being given. So in that scenario, even the editors of journals, what happened was, even the scholar, even some of the top journals like Lancet, New England Journal of Medicine, they have slightly relaxed their peer review standards. That was unfortunate. So because of the relaxation of the peer review standards, relaxation in the sense, the standard 6 months or 3 months time taken to subject it to several reviews, send it to 3 or 4 reviewers, and then seek their opinion before it goes into print. So those things were bypassed in some cases because of the urgency of the pandemic situation. They were eager to publish the results without too much of verification. And that has resulted in misinformation, even in scholarly publishing. I'll give an example. There was a paper in Annals of Internal Medicine in April 2020 issue. Annals of Internal Medicine, as you know, is a very reputed medical journal. It has an impact factor of 21.3. And many of the doctors, will read that and follow the guidelines that are that appear in the Annals of Internal Medicine. There was a paper in April 2020 which says that use of face masks will not give any added advantage in preventing COVID. See, and because of that, the use of the propagation of mask, the use of mask was not implemented very early. Many of us were not wearing masks in March 2020, and even in the early April 2020. Even if you recollect, some of the politicians also were not wearing the mask. Even for example, the American president himself, President Trump, he never used to wear masks, during the thick of the pandemic, because there was scientific evidence which shows that you can do away with masks. But later on, we have seen the importance of masks. Later on, the Annals of Internal Medicine has on that paper, and now the doctors post that not only one mask, now it is established that you should wear 2 masks, one above the other, especially when you go to a hospital situation or when you go to a crowd. So that is one instance, classical instance of misinformation in scholarly communication. Similarly, as you know, from India, the ICMR and some of the COVID task force, we promoted the usage of an anti-malarial drug, hydroxychloroquine, in the initial phase of COVID pandemic. That is the end of March and beginning of April 2020. The government agencies in India, we promoted the usage of hydroxychloroquine, which is a very cheaply available drug. It is manufactured even in Hyderabad, easily available, an anti-malarial drug to treat COVID patients. Then within a month, 2 articles appeared, one in Lancet and the other one in the New England Journal of Medicine. Both these journals are top-rated medical journals, Lancet as well as NEJM. NEJM has an impact factor of 75. Lancet has an impact factor of something like 60. These 2 journals published articles which say that don't take chloroquine, that is bad for your heart. you will get a heart attack with it. But subsequently, studies in India have proven that it's not as bad as projected in those two publications. And from the ICMR, we sent a rejoinder and then protested that. The government of India protested those two studies. And subsequently, the Lancet as well as the New England Journal of Medicine have retracted these papers. So even top journals can go wrong. And then there is another study, for example, about a drug called ivermectin. I think Saroja madam also took those tablets last year when she was affected by the COVID. I remember to have got those tablets to Bhaskar Rao Garu, her husband, when she had problems in the hospital. So this ivermectin drug. Yeah, ivermectin tablet. I remember you also took these ivermectin tablets at that time.
Yes, sir. Yes.
So this is actually used for worms, treating worms. It's actually a veterinary drug, the ivermectin. Though it is used in humans, it's used more as a veterinary drug. So somebody found a novel application. There was a paper which was published which says that ivermectin is very good for treating COVID. So people were using left and right ivermectin, not only in India, everywhere in the world. But subsequently, it has been proved that ivermectin is of absolutely no use at all in treating COVID. So actually the paper appeared. It was not actually published in a peer-reviewed journal. It was put in a preprint server called Research Square. Okay, so doctors picked it up on the Research Square repository and started making use of the ivermectin. And subsequently, the WHO has given a warning, and it has given on their website, they have put up that don't use ivermectin. It is no more recommended. But meanwhile, the pharma companies, whoever manufactures this ivermectin, they make huge profits. So now the one of the causes of the misinformation is the tremendous influence that the pharma lobby can make even on the publishing industry. So we as librarians need to be cautious about these things. If we do not get up and stand up and then say, who else will say? So we have a greater responsibility in that sense to be up to date. We need to be up to date. And then if a paper, especially when the paper has been withdrawn or when the paper has been retracted, based on misinformation, it is our responsibility as librarians to highlight it and then propagate it, give substantial publicity to it, because the industry may not give publicity to that. We, as responsible librarians, need to convey this information to all the stakeholders, saying that these drugs are no more there, these are not good for health. So this is what I wanted to, these two cases I wanted to tell you about the health. And then we also have, many of us also have cases, as Madam has rightly said, fake information in our personal life as well. For example, now everybody is a professor on the WhatsApp University. So anybody can put anything on WhatsApp. Somebody says, drink this kashayam. Somebody says, drink pepper. Somebody says, drink ginger. All kinds of things are happening. So those things are okay. Small things are okay. But when it comes to use of drugs, especially which relating to which affects our lungs and health, etc. So things have to be extremely cautious. So we librarians have to inculcate the skills of identifying what is that. So we need to be perhaps more. There are several websites available on the internet, apart from the National Bureau of Medicine's PubMed. There are a lot of clinical trials that are going on where we have in the morning hour, somebody mentioned about, I think Sudhir Rao said mentioned about the data, making data available before it is made available, before the actual paper appears. So data libraries is something that libraries are entering into. So we need to be a little more proactive in the post-COVID situation, especially in handling the misinformation and telling the users what is right, what is to be believed. So with that words, I conclude this session. because we have cut into the next session. Madam, with your permission, I don't think we don't have much time now for discussion.
Yes, sir. Actually, we are running.
Yeah, we have overshot into the next session.
And we have one more roundtable to go. So, and the participants.
So I thank all the papers, all the three presenters and Madam for the excellent presentations and highlighting the importance of misinformation. So thank you so much for your patience. And Madam, with your permission, I conclude and keep the forum open for the next chairperson.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for chairing this session and giving your valuable insights on this topic. And also now, since we are running late on time, so I request Professor Chandrasekhar Rao Garu to please come on to the forum and who is the chair of the next roundtable. Now we have a roundtable discussion on the topic problems and prospects of LIS research and also the future of libraries. And this roundtable will be chaired by Professor Chandrasekhar Rao Garu. And the speakers of round session to join this discussion, Dr. P. Venkatramana from Librarian JNTU, he is with us now, and Dr. Uma, who is retired from University of Hyderabad. Uma, are you there, Uma?
Yeah, I'm there.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Uma. Dr. S. Yadagiri? Dr. S. Yadagiri? I request Yadagiri also to join the discussion. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Yadagiri. And Dr. Murali Prasad, I can see you on the screen. I saw you on the screen. And then Dr. Indira. Dr. Indira Koneru.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Yes. I invite you all to this round table, and I request Dr. Ramana to introduce the chair, Venkatramana Garu, to introduce the chairperson to the participants and start the discussion. Sir, welcome, sir. Chandrasekhar Rao, sir, please.
So respected Professor Chandrasekhar Rao sir and my dear participants, very good afternoon to everyone. And in fact, it is a great pleasure to introduce Professor Chandrasekhar Rao Garu on this occasion. Dr. Chandrasekhar Rao sir has completed BLIC, MLIC, Masters in Science and PhD from Andhra University. And he completed MPhil from Delhi University. And later he worked in a project in CCME for a short while. Later he joined in Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Open University way back in 1985. And we can say that he is the founder faculty for the Department of Library Science in Dr. Ambedkar Open University. And he served the department more than 3 decades. So almost he has department has gone and brought up and almost reached a great heights under his guidance. He worked very hard from day one till retirement, to my knowledge, in preparing particularly a wonderful material, which is normally not so easy to write a paper. How much we have to struggle. So he has prepared, not only just prepared the material, I mean edited and taken care of publishing the material, but he has revising very periodically, updating the latest concept. That's a great contribution that he has done to the profession. So he, apart from professor and head of the department in the library, and he also served in various capacities in the university as a dean, faculty of social sciences for a long period from 2004 to 13. An in-charge computer center for more than 15-20 years, controller of exams from 2006 to 2008, and as well he was the director for a center for staff training and development. These are the official responsibilities he was holding apart from having a greater responsibility of the department, and single-handedly he has done. That is a great, again, contribution that he has done. Single-handedly could manage with help of some counselors and all. And of course, he guided 4 MPhil scholars, 11 PhDs, and 25 MLS projects. He is a member of 7 professional associations in the country, almost all active professional associations, I can say. ILA, ISLAC, ITLIS, ALSD, then APLA, Andhra Pradesh Library Association, as well as APPLA, Andhra Pradesh Public Library Association. So he was professionally active all through his service. See, he attended many professional trainings to keep updated himself with the latest developments, and also attended so many national and international conferences, edited 4 books, published 3 books, published more than 60 to 70 articles and papers in journals, in conferences and seminars, and of course associated with more than 25 to 30 institutions of various types, as a selection committee member, as a resource person, as a member board of studies, as an expert committee member. Like that, he has been associating with more than 30 institutions and extending his services to those institutions. So this is in short. Of course, there are many things which, because already we are in short of time, I just shortlisted a few important milestones in his career. And above all that, I am very proud to say that I am his first PhD scholar. So he is a great source of inspiration. He has a lot of patience, lot of knowledge of even English. So that when our professor has seen my PhD thesis, he said there is no need for any correction. So the credit goes to sir, because even after seeing English professors, we find many mistakes. I had an opportunity to evaluate 5 to 6 PhD theses, but nothing was edited by neither by an English teacher nor by even supervisors properly. There were many mistakes of spelling, many mistakes of letters and so on. But so I can recollect that our professor from JNTU English, he said that there is not even a single mistake. That entire credit goes to Professor Chandrasekhar Rao sir, because he was very good in editing, in a language, grammar and so on. So I am very happy, and I was very fortunate that to had such a wonderful, inspiring, motivating guide. So this is in short. Now I will just thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to introduce Professor Chandrasekhar sir. Now I will hand over stage to the Professor Chandrasekhar sir. Thank you.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Rama. Thank you, Hirsin. So, the topic of today's roundtable is problems and prospects of LIS research and its impact on the future of libraries in the digital era. So, we have yesterday and today, we have seen many deliberations, many presentations and deliberations on the library LIS research. So I just recollect some of the things and before making a base for the roundtable. So library, our profession, library science profession, is 100 years plus, I think, old. It's a small profession. It was a budding profession 100 years back. Now, if you see this profession, so it became a very enormous, given opportunities for collaborating with many other subject areas, institutions, and became a multidisciplinary profession. So that is the greatness of our profession. Now, its actual base was developed, the theoretical aspects and practices were developed by many eminent personalities. So, individuals, organizations promoted them, then the associations gave a platform for deliberations and implementation of them. And last but not least is ITC, Information Communication, has made tremendous impact on the profession. So if you see library science, most of the library science is covered by, influenced by, impacted by ICT. The original research is hardly you find. I'm very sorry to say, but mostly impacted by this ICT. Okay, so when you see these developments from the porting of the cataloging code by RDC, the tools for dictionary catalog at the Samikata to RDA. So there are many steps many codes about. Even the mark was influenced, or even the metadata was influenced. Then we have the developments from the Melville Dewey's part for 42 Dewey Decimal Classification to now you see 43 third edition with this 4 volumes running into 7,000. So, and there are several classifications were developed by our librarians. And indexing systems, you see the POPC, PRECIS, subject indexing, several things. So all these developments are primarily contributed by the library. And these tools were used for organizing our library material. But now the emphasis has gone to the content or the information. That's why we have changed the nomenclature of our profession from library science, library and information science. So even if you see the institutions like the RTC or this stuff, they have changed their degree, awarding of degrees. Previously, they used it to say associateship in documentation, then associateship in information science. Now they are calling MS in it. So information has predominantly dominated the library profession. Yesterday, Professor Vishwamohan was saying that library science is lost in information. That may be true. So all these developments, generally, whether they are promoting the library and information science profession, or they are fading the libraries and library science profession. That is a debatable aspect now. So such occurrences, experiences we have seen in several things in daily life, like when the DDT was invented in 1930s, I think. So the people thought there will be an insectless world. So, but it was not so. The insects have developed their resistance, and we are developing several high-powered chemicals to kill them. So like that, when the microphones were invented, that is the bodies, I think people said all the documents will be shrunken with smaller sizes, and they are available in smaller as the capsules, and libraries are going to be in a small packets. So, but that is, and people predicted there will be a paperless world, but it did not happen. But, however, when the digital technologies have evolved, what happened? They are dominated. So everywhere digital money or digital libraries. But when you see the developments, these developments were whatever are evolved into the library field. Like yesterday, Professor Madhusudan was deliberating on presenting paper, and what type of technologies evolved are applied into the library and information field, like artificial intelligence, then VR technology, virtual reality technologies, blockchain technologies. All these developments, they were developed by the, not by the librarian, but original tools and services, techniques were developed by librarians like Ranganathan and others. So several people they have contributed and promoted by organizations like International Organization, UNESCO, UN, and its other organs. So like the library associations like ALA, Library Association of UK, ILA, IASLIC, even FID, IFLA, they have made a platform for delivering how to apply these techniques, the original techniques developed in the library and information. So, but when coming to the digital era, so the techniques or tools developed by the ICT information technologies, they are dominating the library field. So whether like if you see the digital library software, even integrated library software developed by companies, private companies, most important IPSIS or other but only a few of the institutions they are developing the library software only. So like the digital library software, the HP Labs and other universities. So all these developments, even the networking technologies, all they were developed by, they are coming from the information and communication technology field. So they are dominating the library field. In this context, whether the libraries will fade away and the library profession will one day be dead, we don't know. So in this context, let us deliberate. There are several arguments are there. So there are a panel of experts like Dr. Ramana, then Dr. P.V. Ramana, Dr. Uma, Dr. S. Yadagiri, Dr. Murli Prasad, Dr. Indra. These 5 experts will throw some light on how the library profession will be in the future, how the libraries and library profession will be in the future. What are the problems and prospects of LIS research in the digital era? Now I will call upon first Dr. Ramana, because Dr. Ramana, for the last 3 years or 3 decades or so, he has been working in the technological university and he has seen several developments and he has adapted many of the tools and techniques they have evolved in the education. So he will throw light on the future of libraries in digital era and the problems and the prospects of adopting the techniques developed in these in the last few decades. I will call upon Dr. to deliver.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much for your invitation to speak on this occasion. See, libraries are undergoing enormous change in respect of library technologies, library functions, library operations, information resources, information services, staff skills requirement, users' expectations. So for all these changes, I feel information and communication technology is the driving force for enormous changes, leading to the tremendous transformation in libraries, providing variety of opportunities as well as challenges for librarians. So this is where librarians also need to be on toes to update their developments and keep pace with these new developments. So as a result, there is a great shift from print to digital collection, from ownership and acquisition to accessing resources, from print journals to digital journals, from library access to the mobile access, from providing photocopies to the digital copies, and from real libraries to virtual library. This is a great shift that is taking place in libraries. So the role of the library has been tremendously transformed from a single medium, static storage library, to that of a multimedia, dynamic, digital, virtual, hybrid, complex library. This is the state of change that is taking place. So as a result, the libraries are changed from traditional to automated to electronic to digital to virtual to hybrid to complex to future libraries. This is how the shift has taken place. So it has been tremendously transformed. As there is a great change in libraries, the role of library also has been transformed from a just storekeeper to that of a effective provider of value added, most useful, need-based information to the user community. So in the present digital environment, that has become the order of the day. Whether you like it or not, you have to provide information at the mobiles to the user community. Anyhow, whether they are interested or not, it is up to us. As we already heard about it, when users don't come to the library go to the users. That is where technology has become a boon in the hands of librarians to take the library to the mobiles of our user community, so that they are forced to use the information so that they will be able to excel in their respective fields, whether it be a teacher or a scientist or an academician. Okay. So this is where the role of librarians have been changed from provider of information solution to the user community. The library roles also have been changed, like a traditional way. Now we have to become a web technologist or provider of information solution, a bibliotherapist, like that, knowledge manager, knowledge solution provider. So everybody wants ready-made information. So that is where having a knowledge of information resources management, we have to repackage and provide them at their mobiles, so that we will become relevant even today for the user community. So as there are many technologies changing, librarians, it is becoming very difficult to keep pace with them. So to keep pace with those technologies, librarians also need to equip with a lot of skills like ICT skills, web technology skills, search technology skills, Web 2 technologies, social media skills. All these skills have become very essential. Management of information resources in electronic form. All these resources, skills have become essential. So now if a librarian doesn't have this technology, is no more useful to the community. He will become rather obsolete and redundant. So hence, it has become a part of our profession that we should equip all the time latest technology. Again, it is the libraries which first uses this ICT since beginning. So hence we have a more responsibility to update ourselves with the latest technologies and try to integrate into our libraries and provide information services to our community. So today, because of these technologies, the impact of technology is tremendous, and it has ICT has impact on all operations, library operations. It has information resources, it has information services, it has impact on staff skills requirements, and also users' expectations. Now, most of the students are Google generation. So what they expect, everything they want on their mobile, immediate, instant information. Then only you will be able to. Our library is supposed to be the best in the country. But still, even our students, when they come for note use and all, when I interact, they are also saying they are depending more than 50% on the internet. We have best collection in the country, I can tell you, because we have mostly foreign books and all. But still, our students are also using library. At any time we may be bypassed. So we have to be very, very vigilant, because as far as quality is concerned, this is the first library in the country to enrich all that resources. But still, even our students are also, maybe because they are not very serious about their quality, So whatever is available in the net, they may download and then do it. But still, it is a threat for all of us that we have to be very serious about attracting the users. Otherwise, then we will be neglected. It means most of the libraries as of now today, more than 50-60% of those are vacant. They have not been even filled, because whether library is there or not doesn't matter. That is what is happening. So we need to be very careful. So now this technology has thrown many challenges for the librarians also, like information overload is a big problem, which we need to, being in managers of knowledge, we have to repackage and provide. Similarly, ICT revolution. This evolution in the technology, whatever is latest today will become outdated tomorrow. So that is the problem with which we need to take care of. Similarly, ever-growing information resource e-farm. So physical resources are getting reduced. So these are some of the, then users' expectations are very, very high. Whatever you do, they want everything to be immediate and instantaneous. So these are some of the challenges which you have. Then development of, even when it comes to the management of library automation, most of the library automation softwares are also are not able to meet all the requirement that we have. In spite of, then I was using Virtua, Scepter to New Gen bundle, but there are still some problems. These are all not really been attended by even international softwares. That also is a very important problem. Maybe because they don't get a revenue, they are not updated on time. As a result, we are lacking behind. Many of the problems are still not solved if you have to manage the library in a very systematic and professional way. Similarly, development of digital, virtual, these things also require latest skills that how to capture. Now there are a wide range of resources available on the web, which we need to accumulate from all over the world and provide access to those global resources at our local users' mobile. That is where our skill should demonstrate or reflect in terms of services. So, in short, if I have to say that we have to change with the time and technology, adopt latest technologies, and provide access to the global resources. Train our users and information literacy skills also, because there are wide range of complexities involved in effective utilization of resources despite very sophisticated technologies. So we have to give them some kind of orientation and provide them access to the global resources at a local level. So for all this, actually, when it comes to the research definitely quantitatively it is good in the country, but qualitatively I am very sorry to say that there is not much good quality, because mainly scholars are not serious about research and they don't have aptitude for research. They don't wish to take risk in reading and producing. And some of the theses which I have evaluated, about half dozen I evaluated, they have not even, proofreading has not been done. I mean, mistakes, many spelling mistakes are there. So we just, all these six.
So another participant will
Yes, sir.
will cover that area.
So that is why we have to focus on qualitatively and find a solution to the practical problems, so that that will be a great addition to the contribution of this subject. So that is where we have to focus our attention research on the finding solution to the real problem. So ultimate goal of us is to improve the effectiveness and efficiency of information services to the user community. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you all.
Thank you. Next, Dr. S. Yadagari is Associate Professor of Library Science, Deputy Librarian in Osmani University Library. So, Dr. Yadagari, so you are a practicing librarian as well as a counselor, teacher in the Department of Library Science, both at Osmani University and Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Open University. And you are also a guide. You have been guiding the students for their research.
Yeah.
So in this context, when the libraries, mainly the academic libraries, are adopting several tools and techniques and new innovative methods, in that, and also as well as some problem, they are encountering certain problems. So what type of research you suggest for your scholars to take up to solve these problems in the libraries, especially in the digital era? So you just throw on the what are the thrust areas need to be focused in the future research in library and informatics science?
Yeah. Very good afternoon to one and all. And firstly, I would like to thank Dr. Saroja Madam, Seminar Director, for giving me this opportunity to participate as a panelist in this roundtable meeting. And I would also thank equally to Professor Chandrasekhar Rao sir, who is a mentor of my experience. As a scholar, as a practicing librarian, of course, we follow sir. And in the beginning, you have given a beautiful narration about our LIS profession. And coming to the point, our topic is problems and prospect of LIS research and future libraries in the digital era. And I have few couple of ideas on this context, which I would like to share with all of you. And coming to the point, the research itself, it's a means of continuously developing a discipline and for strengthening of libraries, library services, as well as library and information science subject. The research is compulsory, and of course, everyone has to promote, and promoting research is not possible from one side. So I feel all the all the stakeholders have to involve in the development of research as well as the development of standards and services in the library. Particularly, I feel government as well as library and information science associations and individuals, working librarians, everybody has to contribute for strengthening of our libraries and subject as well as management of libraries. Coming to the part of, particularly as a guide, as sir asked me to speak on, focus on certain things. Of course, I'm working as a librarian as well as teaching in the Department of Library Science OU as well as counselor in the B.R. Ambedkar Open University. So I have been observing certain lapses or certain problems, of course, certain strengths also, which I want to share with you. First of all, now you all know UGC has made PhD is the compulsory for becoming assistant professor in the universities. And you all know, unless the librarians are equally having qualifications, exposure, expertise, then only they will be treated and respected by the counterparts like scientists or professors and as such. Therefore, but doing PhD in library science nowadays, it's not so difficult as well as so easy also because of certain problems, which I feel. And particularly, as already Venkatamana sir mentioned, and yesterday in the inaugural, Professor Lakshman Rao sir mentioned, there are 50% vacancies in the state government as well as central government also equally. Particularly in the teaching departments, there are more vacancies, and this library science subject is being offered by only few universities till master's level. But having PhD only is there in only few universities, particularly in coming to Telangana state. I hope only Usmania University is conducting this particularly PhD program in the library science. But I can tell you, as per recent, present guidelines, UGC has made certain guidelines for becoming guide, and the teachers, those who are working in the particular university can only guide. That is the rule. Outside people cannot guide. And one side they are not recruiting, and other side it is UGC is making compulsory PhD qualification for the future coming librarians as well as faculty members. At this juncture, firstly, government has to realize they have to fill all the vacancies. They should also start our library science subject in some more universities, particularly central universities. This is my personal opinion. And coming to the other area, the students who are coming to pursue their PhD research, they are not really coming with basic experience. They are not really seniors. They want to do research, but due to lack of net or due to lack of some other encouragement, due to lack of some other exposure or motivation, few people are coming, few are not coming forward. But anyway, coming to the point, for the joining in the PhD program, they first face problem. What is the topic to be identified? So what I have seen, Professor L.S. Ramaya brought a publication, Status of LIS Research, PhD level, MPhil level, and MLIS level in the year 1991. But after that, there are no standard publications. What has happened? Of course, there is Shodhganga, Infinite is offering it's a reservoir of PhD thesis. Of course, universities or research scholars can upload, but there also, even old thesis copies are not available. And therefore, what I feel, first of all, what has been done as of now, it should be available for every upcoming scholars, those who wants to pursue the research. And similarly, the teaching staff and of course associations also need to conduct, some kind of talks, programs to educate the budding research scholars so that they can come. What I have seen in our Usmania University now against the notification, they apply for PhD, of course, based on the background eligibilities like merit reservations and all that. Instead of concentrating on the research topic, we are giving seat based on some kind of net and other things like merit in the MLIS marks and all that. But we are not really concentrating because the guide will be allotted after getting the seat. So by that time, you come with one kind of topic, there will not be time. And as I said, there are no proper status of research tools. So they are in a crossroad, where to go, how to. And I think in MLIS only, there should be some kind of exposure or some kind of throwing a light for the people, those who wants to go for research, so that, they will have an idea further what to do, how to do, where to go, whom to contact and all that. And as I said, the universities have to fill the vacancies, and universities also equally should recognize the other eligible people to guide the scholars so that, an opportunity can come. And of course, in the past, there was a choice for even scientists and other working professionals for guiding, but now there's a less choice. Of course, there is huge demand also for PhD, but there is other study also there. Out of joining, at least 50% also not completing their PhD for various problems and all that. So I feel particularly the rules are continuously being changed, but wherever there is requirement, still the universities as well as UGC has to focus to attract talented people and to provide facilities, find out how to proceed and to get admission and to complete the degrees, etc. And the departments also, the teaching departments are library and information science departments also. Since the ICT is, allowing us to provide better services, they can also upload, they can also furnish the details what has been done as and now. And some R&D institutions which are working in our country, like DRTC and other organizations, can come forward, and they can also make available, and some kind of guidance can be extended. So this is what I feel. Of course, for strengthening of future libraries, and the need of the hour is the budding scholars have to concentrate on conducting surveys on various kind of scholars and their expectations. Similarly, the technology, whether the present technology is okay or any changes are required, and they should involve and come with suggestions. And ultimately, the PhD work should not be limited to 4 walls, another important area, because they are simply submitting and getting awards. And later on, the university also, some universities still, they are not uploading in the Shodhganga website, and there are no checkpoints also. Even that UGC says, even archival, old thesis also have to be digitized, uploaded, which is not being done. Anyway, I feel particularly, first of all, one tool is required. What is the status of research as of now for the budding scholars to pursue and to identify, and seniors should supposed to be available and guide. At the same time, some associations also should make, strengthen the scholars and all that professionals. This is what I feel. And for standards, coming to the standards, equally associations nowadays becoming passive sometimes, I feel. In the past, they used to play key role. when compared to US, in our India, the professionals, they are getting jobs, but they are forgetting joining the LIS Professors Association. When we see American Libraries Association, almost 50,000 cross life membership, but whereas ILA only 5,000 or 6,000. That is the figure. When compared to the population, we are more than 100 crores. Even I think librarians professional figure also not less than, it may be lakh, but one has to be aware. We study ethics, professionalism, everything when we are a student. But even after becoming a professional also, when we become a scholar, when we become a teacher, some extent at least, if we follow and if we contribute our own things, I think our subject will get strengthened and LIS profession will get strengthened as well as libraries will get strengthened. This is what I feel, sir. And thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Yadagiri. That's why there is in our MLS course material under research methodology course, we included 2 chapters. One, the international scene about library and information science research, and another unit on Indian scene, LIS research in India. So there they will get an idea of what are the thrust areas, what are the primary journals, what are the institutions they can support if they want any financial aid is needed, by way of scholarships, fellowships, etc. So how they can publish. So all these aspects are covered to throw some light on the budding professionals who are interested in taking up the research in library science. So let us then, I come to Dr. Murali Prasad. So he is a librarian at CES, Center for Economics and Social Studies. He has a vast experience of working at in an engineering college, then at the Social Science Research Institute. So yesterday when I was interacting with him, he told there is a need for developing a research profile system for every research scholar. So he will throw some light on how to build a research profile system for who are taking up the research projects or research in library and information science. Dr. Murali Prasad.
Please unmute, Dr. Murali Prasad. Please unmute. You are not audible.
At the outset, I would like to express my sincere thanks to Dr. Saroja Madam for giving me this opportunity. And I would also like to thank to Chandrasekhar Rao sir, chairperson of this session. So in this session, I would like to tell two couple of things. One is the research profile system and also how to create author IDs. Because these are the very useful tools to all the LIS researchers. At the same time, all the LIS professionals also, they have to do service there in their libraries for their users. So just mentioned about Adagiri about research and their coordinating, how to develop their research tools and techniques, all these things. For that purpose also, this research profile system will help to him. As a researcher, first they have to do. They have to create a research profiler for their interest and what they have to do, how do they have to interact with other colleagues or any peers, those who are there in their research area like that. So for that purpose, there are some of the web-based tools are available over on the internet. These are all free and some of the software versions are there, but majority of the tools are available on internet. These are all no need to you should be a techno savvy, but with the internet technology you can use all these tools to create your user profiles or researcher profiles like that. So there are some of the benefits of research profile system. to showcase what you have did in your research area, or at the same time you can share your knowledge, or you can share your ideas to your other researchers, or you have to develop your proposal, or you have to improve your proposal, you have to connect with the peers also. You can pose questions through this research profile systems. You can develop your research. At the same time, to increase your publication visibility, or to use these type of research profile systems. So at the same time, those are the existing research scholars, through their research profile systems, they can increase their chances of funding also through the different funders also. So you can also through your research profile system, your citations may be increased because visibility on the website, or through the, if you search through Google also, that through the research profile system, that will tag your research output, and that will show in the retrieval results. So these are the some of the main benefits of the research profile system. So I will tell you some of the research profile systems are available. Already many people know Google Scholar is also there. If you create a Google profile, Google Scholar profile in the Google Scholar website, all your research output you can add through manually. At the same time, they can fetch the results through the Google algorithms. So only thing you have to register your profile through Google Scholar. There are two things one there. If you have already you are Google, you have Gmail ID. Through that Gmail ID, you can create your Google Scholar profile, or you can, if you don't have Google Gmail ID, also you can create your research. Here there are two types of things are there. One, manually you can upload your all research output, or through automatically Google Scholar that will fetch the system through clicking of through search Google search engine. This is one type of freely everybody know Google Scholar profile system is there. Another some of the purely professional research profile systems are there. One is ResearchGate. That is a web tool to all the researchers. Through that ResearchGate, they can upload their entire research output, either that may be books or article, book chapters, any thesis, any project works, whatever it may be. Through that ResearchGate, you can upload all your research output. At the same time, there are 2-3 benefits with the ResearchGate, and academia also another one web tool for all the research professionals, researchers. Both are working in the same lines. That means you can upload all your entire research output. At the same time, you can make a network with all the researchers who are on for each your research, or who are relating to your research areas. You want to do applied research also, you can find out different researchers in different areas through this academic or professional websites. That means this is just like a social networking site. Through this social networking sites, you can contact with any other peers or in your research area. Then another thing, you can make a network and collaborate with your researchers and funders also. Through that collaboration, you can do research with the co-authorship manner, or co-guideship, or co-supervisor manner also. You can do your research projects or any research, or you can write some articles also. At the same time, you can get citations through your research output. Here you can see the all your research statistics also. How many people read, how many articles cited, what is your research score, like that. Each and everything you can see through your research profile system. This everything that should be do by the website is web tool itself. You don't need to do anything. Just only thing, you have to upload your all research output in that domain. That's it. These are the very important tool for all the researchers. Like that, academia does the same thing. Here you can also find out through artificial intelligence of that web tools. They can fetch different results who are working in your same area. Sometimes you don't need to search also. Right side of the tool, automatically that academia website, research website give who are working in your same area, who published in your research area articles, like that. That will show. Through the development of information communication technology, these web tools will fetch the results. Those who are working in your area or who published articles in your area, you can see without searching all these things also. So easily you can find out who are working in your area, how you can contact with others also to do through this type of tools. Here also one advantage for budding research scholars also, here they can contact who are the existing research scholars worked in their areas. They can ask some questions, they can pose some questions for how they did, they can ask for research methodology and what are the strengths, how to strengthen their the research problem, whatever area they have to take on, like everything they can discuss through that forum. They can pose questions, at the same time anybody asks questions, they can also answer to that questions. These are the some good platforms for all the researchers, those who are registered in LIS area. At the same time, these type of tools are very useful for all the librarians, those are in the present libraries, because librarians services are day by day changing. So for that purpose, they have to introduce all these type of services in their institutions to enlighten or to strengthen their services to their users. At the same time, the second topic is another one is author ID. This is very, very important. We have a lot of IDs are there, Aadhaar number, PAN number, passport number, like that. So at the same time, you require a other different researcher ID or author ID to distinguish yourself from other researchers. So that means sometimes same people, same names will be there for some researchers. How they can distinguish themselves from other researchers? For that purpose, they require some researcher ID, or you can say author ID, or sometimes some people called author identity in the research areas or any academic institutions. For that purpose, many tools has given one unique ID, just like a DOI for any internet item, or any ISBN just like a book, ISSN number for any journal. Here there is a author ID is there for unique ID for all the authors or researchers. We may call researchers. This sometimes we may call academic identity also, sometimes they are calling. So for that purpose also, there are some tools available. All these are free of cost. No need to pay money for that one. So these type of author IDs or academic identities, you will be distinguished from the other researchers, even researchers who are in the same name also. So another thing is, it is a unique and persistent ID. It will not be changed just like a unique ISBN number, DOI, like that. That will eliminate the ambiguity in author names, like that. So for that purpose, there are some tools are there. Researcher ID is there, some ORCID ID is there, ISSN ID is there. Like that, there are with one through Implement also providing author profile system. Which one is there? So through these type of tools, you can register or you can get ID from this one. When coming to the researcher ID, this is a Scopus researcher ID. Whenever article is published in Scopus database, that is automatically assign a researcher ID for you. You don't need to create your ID. Whenever you publish an article in Scopus indexed journals, through this metadata, that Scopus database will assign a ID for you. That is one type of ID given by the Scopus database for all their researchers, those who are published in the journals. Second one is ORCID ID is there. This is you have to register from yourself. This is just like a 16-digit number that will eliminate your ambiguity in between authors. So through these type of IDs, you can distinguish from other things. So there are some benefits are there. Here, for example, your article published in 1, 2, 3, 4 journals. For example, my name is Murali Prasad. Some people will write Prasad, Murali, like that. Another people will write Prasad, M, like that. So there are they will attributes in different types. Each and every journal attribute different types of my research output and my author ID. So if I create a researcher ID, in Orkut or in researcher ID or Pablo's ID like that. If I link, I can integrate all my articles, whatever my name is there, whatever how they are entered in different database also. I can integrate all my articles. I can see entire my research output in one place. At the same time, I can integrate all these researcher ideas in my social networking sites also. That may be in ResearchGate or in Academia or Google Scholar or any our Vidwan database or any our institutional websites also. I can integrate my researcher ID to give visibility to entire my research to the entire world. At the same time, I can differentiate or distinguish between the different authors from the who are in the same name like that. So these are the two important tools to the budding researchers. At the same time, existing researchers require nowadays. This is very important to get visibility. At the same time, in this competitive era, they have to get more citations or more visibility for their entire research output, and they can showcase their entire strength to the public. They require all these type of things as a researchers. So with this, I want to conclude my this one. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Murali Prasad. So it's a new idea, novel idea. Actually, many of us do not know about this. So I think you have thrown a very good light on this aspect. So next, I invited Dr. Indira Koneru. So she was an instructional designer. She did her PhD in distance education, ODL system. And one of the major advantages of network society is e-learning or online learning. So nowadays, OER content is available in large scale on the net. So Dr. Indra, do you think this OER will impact the teaching and learning and library research in library and information science? So what is your idea? What is your impressions on this? So, Dr. Indra.
Yeah, thank you, sir. At the outset, I would like to thank Chandrasekhar, sir, because though I joined the open education movement in 2009, because of sir, I have become OER competent, because in 2014, I remember, sir forwarded an email, why can't you join the SEMCA's OER enabled e-learning? Since then, I never looked back, and I have been promoting open educational resource in e-learning and online learning. I'm also associated with Saroja ma'am. Saroja ma'am is here online, and I'm providing support for designing and delivering MOOCs, two MOOCs from BRAOU. So this is my association. I have long association, done my PhD under Chandrasekhar sir's supervision. That's it. And I would like to share my thoughts and reflections on this through my PPT so that I can draw your attention. That is the main, yeah. So everyone, including us, library and information science professionals and educators across the world, got impacted because of this COVID-19 educational disruption. And as per the UNESCO statistics, 1.57 billion learners got impacted in 190 plus countries. And whereas coming to India, 32 crores learners across all the levels of education, and coming to the higher education, 3.5 crores affected in the tertiary education. But I have dropped this opportunity because I have been promoting e-learning since 2009 or so to transform teaching, learning, and assessment and transition to open online learning. So not only across the globe, various institutions, higher education, even libraries participated in converting traditional learning into open online learning, not only online learning. So major initiatives are like from various international organizations like UNESCO, Commonwealth of Learning, even Moodle participated in this UNESCO's OER coalition. And how do we keep teaching and learning with OER? Crises are not new to us. During the years of 2008 and 9, because of the recession impact, students had to decide between whether to buy a textbook or groceries. So in response to this crisis, can I request the participants to mute your microphone? Please. Shava Kumari, please. So in response to this crisis, Professor Richard Wernick from Rice University, he found, requesting the organizers to mute the participants. Thank you. Yeah, founded the OpenStax in 2012 to make the college textbooks free for students. That is releasing with the open license. Yeah, so if we look at Professor Richard Wernick's quotation, he founded Saroja ma'am, please mute the participants, please. Lots of noise. Anyone from
Shava Kumari, please mute yourself.
She's in her own world. She's not listening to us. Okay, so he said this OpenStax is the then radical solution.
Hello, please, Chaya Kumari.
Okay, radical solution for this recession impact. So again, now he says because of this COVID-19 crisis, this crisis fueled interest in remote, not only in remote and hybrid learning, but also ebooks, especially open textbooks. So it created an extraordinary demand for open textbooks, and the usage has doubled during this COVID pandemic time. So I'll quickly take you through 1 or 2 slides on open educational resources, teaching, learning, and research materials that are released with an open license. So that open license should permit the users to access, reuse, repurpose, adopt, and redistribute. The core of any open educational resource is how it is licensed for use and purpose. We have 6 licenses that decide the usage permissions. So I'll skip all these. The only one element common in all these is BY. That if we reuse any OER, we should provide the attribution in the TASL format. So why do we need open educational resources? To increase access to the quality of educational resources and widening participation in education. So I am very much interested in providing support to Indian either library associations or librarians to widen their participation in open education, because we rarely find open textbooks in India and customized open educational resources for Indian curricula. And saving textbooks costs. As I said, during the recession, it resulted in finding OpenStax and British Columbia open textbook and other open textbook initiatives. It improves student performance and satisfaction. Many studies are there. You may pose me a question. How do open educational resources improve student performance? And that because quality is ensured by all the networks or who has initiated or who have initiated the open textbook project. They release the open textbooks either by reviewed by the external resources or any interested, globally anyone interested can review. So that is one. And satisfaction, it improves the satisfaction because a student need not pay a rupee or $1 to buy the book. And this is really important in the current scenario. Reducing faculty members' content or online course development time. So this Saroja ma'am, and she's been working on this for developing MOOCs for 2 courses, and she has already identified some OERs to develop this online course. She's almost done designing part, and she's about to develop that course and innovatively adopt OER for improving learning outcomes. Unless and until we convert the open educational content or OERs into interactive content, we cannot guarantee student engagement. If students are not engaged, we cannot guarantee learning outcomes. How innovatively we adopt open educational resources is important, and promoting collaborative teaching learning practices. If you look at various MOOCs across the globe, professors from various continents are collaborating to offer MOOCs. And also, if you look at various ebooks or open textbooks developments, anyone can collaborate. And Rebus community especially promotes this collaborative teaching learning practices. Last year, because of the pandemic, even our faculty members, I trained them on designing and developing online courses, not open courses, online courses in a collaborative mode, so that we could restore all the courses for 7 IBS campuses across India. This year, now we are focusing another initiative, developing ebooks, another collaborative initiative from ICFI Business School. So the ultimate goal is providing quality education for all. That is ensuring inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. So how do teachers reuse open educational resource? Teachers can use OERs to enhance an existing course by integrating OER. That's what 50% of our faculty members do. Improve existing materials to replace expensive textbooks with open textbooks. We can collaboratively do this in India. Create a new part of course materials by repurposing the OER. Create new courses by reusing and repurposing OER. The best example for is I think in 2001 or 2, IGNO had launched PG Diploma in Learning. The entire course was developed based on OER. And I say in OER-based learning activities to students. That is, we call it as open pedagogy. Instead of engaging students in submitting disposable assignments, why can't we engage them in creating renewable assessments, like co-constructing open textbooks, or co-constructing some educational resources for the benefit of entire India, and develop OER-enabled learning courses using an LMS-like model. So we have an initiative exclusively based on OER. We are developing one course on organizational behavior at IBS. And various open educational resource search tools are available. And glad to share that some of these initiatives are from our libraries. Mason OER Meta Finder is George Mason University Library. And this OASIS is from SUNY libraries. And this again, ready to adopt courses are from SUNY's Office of Library and Information Sciences. This is not from library. So libraries have been taking various initiatives to promote open educational resources across the globe. And coming to the open textbook initiatives, these all are the open textbooks initiatives. If you navigate to Pressbooks directory, there you find more than 100 networks, open textbook networks available. And again, glad to share that these are all the library initiatives. University of Minnesota Libraries Publishing, University of Washington Libraries Initiative, Open SUNY textbooks. Again, this is State University of New York Libraries. So now they are focusing on open publishing. And coming to Indian scenario, adoption of open educational resources and open publishing practices in India. So you may or may not agree, but adoption of OERs are relatively low in India due to lack of advocacy and capacity building among the key stakeholders. That is one. And open textbook publishing initiatives by Indian libraries are rare because of lack of OER competencies. That is knowledge, skills, and attitude. Attitude is more important. If you have that open attitude, then you will have that willingness to participate in training programs, and develop your knowledge and skills required to promote open educational resources. And also, we rarely find OER policies across the institution and support. If at all we propose some innovative idea, why can't we have open textbooks? Because of this pandemic, we can form a coalition, a consortium kind of thing. But really, we get support from the institutions or top level management. So what is the role of LIS professionals in promoting OER integrated teaching and learning? And IFLA says librarians need to acquire OER competencies required to create and use OER, ensure their availability and accessibility, curate and evaluate the quality of OER, advise OER users on copyright matters, and training the stakeholders on digital and information literacy. Then only we can promote or we can build OER enabled resilient. So this is again important. Now we talk about resilient e-learning ecosystems. So libraries can also build resilient OER enabled knowledge societies. We can also promote reusing, repurposing, co-creating open educational resources and making OER an integral part of curriculum. So we need to partner with the faculty members to make OER an integral part of our curriculum and convert the text-based OER into interactive e-content and integrate with the learning management systems like Moodle. Any management system for that matter supports integrating. I'm not only saying Moodle, any learning management system promotes that. So recognizing the role of LIS professionals in promoting open education in India. So these are all the areas I suggest or propose for research. So what is the value of LIS curriculum in building OER competencies among LIS graduates? That is the first point. And what is the level of OER awareness and competence among Indian librarians? What is the instructional role of the librarians in promoting OER in teaching and learning? This is really important. Across the globe, librarians take initiative in this and partner with the faculty members. And OER adoption in LIS education. How far LIS departments across India have adopted or ready to adopt open educational resources, and barriers to OER initiatives by Indian libraries and educational institutions. How can we overcome these barriers? And comparison of open textbooks and open publishing initiatives in India with other Asian countries, and role of libraries and librarians in creating OER enabled e-content. Exploring collaborative and virtual models for providing OER enabled information services. We need to add value to the current virtual learning models. That is important. And UGC also says blended learning is the new normal. So it's not going, there is no option or choice for any institution. Every institution should have their own blended learning models, starting from 40% of blended learning, that is technology integration. Impact of librarians and faculty partnership. This collaboration is really required for designing, developing, and delivering OER enabled e-learning. And coming to OER metrics, this is another area for research, and role of LIS departments in offering micro credentials on OER. So micro credentials are nothing but flexible and personalized learning pathways that we can create and offer digital certificates, that is digital badges or certificates based on the evidence collected. We need not participate in 5 days, 10 days, or like seat-based training programs. So this is another trend. Micro credentials is another trend across the globe. So why can't the LIS departments take an initiative in designing and offering micro credentials? So this is an open invitation from my side. I'm inviting LIS departments and libraries for conducting OER awareness and training programs. I have the needed infrastructure, starting from a learning management system and Zoom licenses or Big Blue Button licenses, and collaborating on open textbook publishing. I request all the librarians to collaborate. For that, I'll conduct training. I have again open textbooks platform from our NGO. So we can develop open textbooks starting from the school education, because content is readily available on Diksha portal. On the YouTube also, NCERT content is available, and we can convert some videos into interactive videos so that students can self-assess their knowledge while learning. That is another area. And promoting OER-enabled e-learning initiatives. So designing OER-enabled open online courses. Whatever we do from our NGO, all these courses and open books are released with the CC BY license, the most open license.
Thank you, Dr. Indira.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
We are coming. Then last one in the panelist is Dr. Uma. So nowadays, I think Uma is here. So the job market in library profession is changing. So about 30 years back, the qualifications and skill sets required were different from today. So UGC from time to time is changing the guidelines for the NET, UGC NET and other examinations. So Dr. Uma will show some light on how the what type of qualifications and skill sets are required to cope with the libraries in the digital era.
So,
Dr. Uma.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear.
You can see me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So good afternoon to Dr. Chandrasekhar Rao and all the panelists and all the participants. I thank Dr. Saroja for giving me an opportunity. She asked me to speak on LIS research and future of librarianship. So I would like to say that library science professionals are undergoing change after this, lot of changes after internet and WW. We have seen this changing technology. We are confronted with new ways of delivery of information. I should talk about this. Many schools are offering 2 years MIS course and some are offering 1 year BLS, 2 year MLS. There is no uniformity in the pattern of offering this BLS or MLIC courses. And there is no uniformity in the syllabus. Now, since it is necessary for a librarian or a teacher to impart knowledge and skills to practically handle university or R&D libraries. Now, necessity is the mother of invention. So now we are, because it is necessary, we are connecting ourselves remotely through Zoom or Google Meet. I also delivered some lectures. Now it is now no more traditional services, but it is quick delivery of information online. We can see that in India, there are no standards to assess the quality of LIS professionals produced in the country. UGC keeps changing its rule. Earlier it said NET was essential for faculty, but if one had PhD, NET was exempted. Later on again, 2019, earlier there were API scores, academic performance indicators. Librarian, university librarian need to have 400, deputy librarian 300 and above, and so on. And now 2019 onwards, I don't know why API scores also removed, exempted for faculty and university deputy librarian positions. Now again, UGC is insisting on NET for faculty positions and university librarians or deputy. Some years back, NET was with the descriptive answers and negative marks, and it was very difficult for the candidates to qualify NET examination. Now it is so objective type, and many candidates are no negative marks. Many candidates are NET qualified and MLSC, but still unfit to get selected in university and R&D institutions because of lack of ICT skills. The pattern of education system needs to be changed. In addition to the traditional subset, they need to be trained in ICT skills, practically working for 6 months as apprentice or training undergone in university libraries to learn about digitization, conversion of file formats, saving files in different formats, and also learn all the features of library integrated software like generating bibliographic report on a particular subject, number of logins per day in the internet, number of logins in the web pack, number of circulation transaction on hourly basis, on daily basis, RFID technologies, all metrics, webometrics, H-index, impact factor, author IDs, which Murli Prasad was speaking in Scopus, ResearchGate, Vidwan database and all. Now, all these things, now I am so happy that Ambedkar University has included, they revised their syllabus and included all metrics, webometrics and all. And we could see that now the role of librarian has changed from librarian as to information providers. Now they can be designated as library managers, information supervisor, information assistant, digital administrative librarian, information analyst, etc. But the name will not bring the change. So in IALA also, I have seen some advertised positions like instruction and outreach librarian, then regional library administrator, youth services supervising librarian, dean of university libraries. But the name will again not bring the change. We need to be trained in loading operating systems, digital library software, OCR, and setting the images and providing clean digitized copy. It would be fine if the computer science department gets merged and start teaching traditional subjects plus computer science subjects to be taught by persons with MTech or ME so that they can be trained with hardware and software technologies. If this is not possible, then the LIS schools should recruit few new faculty members with computer science background so they can be teaching with them about computer aspects. Many of the students are not even aware of advanced search engine or federated searching, but publishers are ahead in providing email alerts, federated searching, and advanced searching because they have qualified engineers to handle these aspects. There should be some national body or national organization to assess the quality of the research output and also to recommend such things and get it approved by the Ministry of Education. Like any other profession like law, medicine, our profession is one such. Nowadays, PhD admissions are very simple and each and everyone who applies gets admission. The quality of PhD is questionable and hence UGC has asked from 2019 to 2020 to check 10 years back PhD thesis for plagiarism. The topics are still about use of e-resources in some universities or ICT facilities in some universities, and with some theses now covering bibliometric and scientometric studies, which has become easier after Scopus and Web of Science accessibility. Earlier, 10 years back, they could do, it was a good subject, bibliometric and scientific. Now, after accessibility of Scopus and Web of Science, we can write a paper, like yesterday and today we have seen some papers. And like when, Professor Vishwamohan and Professor Sudharshan Rao said, interdisciplinary research is very important. So many interdisciplinary subjects have emerged and people are doing same research in same old topics, e-resources. I attended one Viva of Kerala University and found that the research topic was titled as Organizational Culture Motivation Factors for Contribution of Productivity in 7 state universities of Kerala. It was a different and management expert was covered. I was very much impressed. Another thesis titled Information, Employment and Settlement of Immigrants, exploring the role of information behaviors in the settlement of Bangladesh immigrants in Canada. This includes anthropological aspect and LIS aspect. So submit in LIS Department Foreign University. Then also there are some 6 national public libraries, rights and access to information. This is one of the research topic. So like this, now we can take up some public libraries topic also for research. Nobody is attempting. Children wing of the public libraries, and in another Viva I attended, I could see that the children's section of the public libraries of Kerala University were taken, and that was also a good, interesting topic. Now coming to the point, future of libraries like going to be like COVID period. I mean services to be provided remotely. For example, now students are acquainted with online classes and notes are being issued to them with digital signatures once they clear their outstanding books. They can renew their books online or then they can log into ebooks and prepare without visiting libraries. They can log into their mobile smartphones and read the books with simple mobile apps. So librarians should have knowledge in using internet. I mean, not browsing internet, real internet connections, www, library networks, LAN, WAN, routers, bridges, VPN, Wi-Fi, remote access, broadband, DNS, proxy servers, mobile technologies. All these should be learned in depth. To overcome the future problems, the librarians and teachers should work together and try to make the students learn practically. PG diploma courses are outdated again. So they will have to do PGDCA, that is in computer science, or learn web designing, HTML, Oracle, which will not be possible without computer science teachers in LIS schools. Though Implement is rendering service in-service candidate to Seoul, Koha, institutional repository, and digital library, but fresh candidates are not able to know even search engines or advanced search. Many of them are working as library attendants with MLSC and net qualified, are working as outsourcing staff with meager income as they are not able to get positions in university libraries or R&D libraries. DRTC is providing 2 years MS in library and information science and also training them practically. They are only little practically giving them training. In future, if the librarians and LI schools do not update their skills, they will lose their identity. They should have leadership skill, team building, communication, interpersonal skill, pattern relationships, which are common for any profession. In addition, they should have job-oriented specific skills, such as loading operating systems, knowledge of digital file formats, knowledge of loading DSpace or any other digital software in Linux environment, and attend to troubleshooting problems in internet, maintenance of server, connecting systems in a LAN environment that needs the guidance of computer professionals who can be inducted in library and information profession. Now, this is what I wanted to tell.
Thank you, Dr. Uma. It is like a full-fledged paper. So you have covered many aspects of library science skill sets required for the future librarians. I think we should change our curriculum to suit the future libraries. I think so. Thank you. With this, Dr. Saroja, I think we have exceeded the time. So
thank you very much, sir. And you have been a guiding force to the department. And I thank you very much for accepting our invitation to chair the session and conducting the roundtable in a very organized way. Thank you very much, sir. And I thank all the panelists for putting forth their views on this topic of problems and prospects of LIS research and also the future of libraries. Thank you very much, sir. Our guests for the valedictory session have arrived now. So with this, we are nearing the closing of this 2-day national seminar. And thank you very much for sharing.
Chandrasekhar Rao and others. Thank you so much.
Ma'am, I would like to add 2 more points, ma'am, with your permission, Saroja madam.
Dr. Saroja, madam, I am Sudarshan Rao.
Yes, sir.
Madam, I feel at least 2-3 minutes time for the participants or others to also interact with the panelists to get some kind of the either doubts clarified or to something like 2-3 minutes.
They can chat with they can put the questions on the chat box and
are you going to answer now?
Definitely we will reply. No problem. So, what do you say, Saroja?
Sure, sir. You may take 1 or 2 questions if possible.
Okay.
Sir, I have
So, to whom?
You may actually put it in the chat box and we can take the questions.
Okay.
Sir, Chandrasekhar, sir, I have 1 question, sir.
Okay.
I can pose this question to Madam Dr. Indira. Actually, Indira Madam is promoting the e-learning open learning. But what will be the impact of e-library on e-learning? And what are the changes of accreditation? I want to know from her.
Your voice was not clear. Can you type your question in the chat box, if you don't mind?
Yeah, I will repeat the question.
Yeah, please.
What will be the impact of e-library on e-learning, and what are the changing roles of librarians in future?
Yeah, to start with, impact means we need to play active role as instructional librarians, open educational librarians, and if you search for various innovative roles on various library associations, I do receive all these, or if you search on LinkedIn, they expect us to play an active role, play an instructional librarian role in order to collaborate with not only with the faculty members and students and improve their information literacy skills and help them in improving their academic and research writing skills. That is one. And second one, whenever you have any library, say for example, this platform supports integrating open textbooks with any element. So this is another area we need to explore.
Your video, you are not on the video.
And if you have any other queries, you please contact me so that I can provide needed support. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Is it what? Then,
sir, just 1 question, sir, with your permission. Sir, I'm an LIS student, sir.
Okay.
And as Dr. Uma madam said that there should be a uniformity in LIS education, sir. I agree with her because the LIS education has entered a centenary year in our nation, sir. But I had faced a problem when I applied for an apprenticeship in compact vehicle research, sir. It is an DRDO organization. And they said there should be an eligibility of bachelor degree in 3 years of library science, sir, which is not possible. Because in India, everywhere it is offering a 1-year degree of library science bachelor degree, sir. And somehow we are facing with non-uniform. Several universities has been offering in science department, social science department, arts departments are just.
Dr. Uma, what is your reaction?
My this thing is there should be some uniformity, means there should be some body. They have not recognized their body to even assess the standards of library science professionals who are produced in India. There is no quality to assess that. And secondly, how many people are offering 1 year course? How many people are offering 2 year course? There is no uniformity at all. And there is no standardization. There should be some body. Who is going to suggest? Indian Library Association is keeping, just now Yadagiri said, the American Library Association, 54,000 members are there, in India 5,000. Why? Because they are doing so much. They are recommending so much which are implemented, which are being, so many jobs are being even advertised, and they even recruit people in different institutions. They are helpful. But our Indian Association, what they are doing, Indian Library Association, are they recommending anything? Are they doing anything concretely? Are they doing anything to bring uniformity? Who will do? Who will bell the cat?
Sir, the Board of Apprenticeship has rejected my application, sir.
Yeah, BEd is 1 year, MEd is 1 year, BLS is 1 year, MLS is 1 year. So our 2 years MLS is there. But in case of law only, there is a 3 years law course is there, Bachelor of Law. So our LLB, the Bachelor of Law is 3 years course. In the case of library science, it's only after graduation. Maybe new education policy, I saw somebody has advertised, announced that they will offer 4 years degree course in library science. So I think if such schools are coming up with...
But is it being recognized, sir?
No, UGC has to recognize it. Even the nomenclature of any course. So the UGC has to approve it. So that is not there. So in case of American Library Association, if such problem comes, immediately they refer to that one and they will take the opinion from that. But in India, no association is taking care of
no
such
association, either teachers association or any association comes forward.
Even
No, madam, I think there should be some regulatory body like AICT. We had for engineering and technology education, and ICMR for medical education. I think there should be a regulatory body for library education also.
Some associations should jointly write a letter to the UGC or to the Ministry of Education. Then such things can happen.
My view, ma'am.
Ma'am, but there is no response from government of India.
So where you applied, dear student? That can you?
No, I hear.
Sir, I applied for compact vehicle research, sir. It is in Chennai, Avadi.
But that authorities don't know about LIS education system in India. How they?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Even I spoke to many of them, but they said Calcutta University is offering a 4-year degree. So we don't accept a 1-year degree, sir. They are saying.
Sir, I think we can with this last question we can wind up this session. I think because the time is very limited. And I think 2 days are not sufficient for continue our discussions. We may have to plan one more day. So with this, I think we can conclude this roundtable. Guests have come for the valedictory session, and the valedictory session will follow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Yes. May I now take the privilege to welcome Professor E. Sudharani Madam to preside over this valedictory function, and I invite Professor Kanta Chakrapanigara to please come on to the dais and be with us for this valedictory session. Then I also invite Dr. E. Ramareddy Garu, who is the chief guest of this function, to please come on to the screen. I request Professor Sudharani Madam to give her opening presidential remarks, and I hand over the proceedings to Professor Sudharani Madam.
Respected chief guest of today's valedictory session, Professor Ram Reddy Garu, librarian, University of Hyderabad, and Dean Faculty of Social Science, Kanta Chakrapani Garu, Dean and co-chairman of the seminar, seminar director Saroja, and all the participants who are present here. A hearty welcome to this valedictory session. Congratulations to you all for making this two-day event a grand success with your participation and with your active deliberations upon several issues on the very apt theme which the seminar director has chosen, the changing contours of research in LIS in information age. So thanks to technology, we could see all of you here and different parts of India, like all the other states and AP and Telangana also. And for being with us for these 2 days deliberations. And we have seen that, how a good opportunity through technology can be utilized by deliberating upon these very important aspects. And hope this seminar might have given a good opportunity to deliberate, discuss, and coming to consensus about certain aspects of the research in LIS in the information age. And we have also, I think you might have discussed about in the roundtable about the various aspects of the research and regarding the library sciences and resource person like Professor Sudarshan Rao, Dr. Professor Chandrasekhar Rao sir, and Dr. Guma. All of them have given various inputs into this issues. So in the initial days, the library professionals posed a challenge that are opposed to the offering the PLIC or MLIC library science programs through distance mode. But the department has rightly proved and that, with a determination and dedication, offering various programs to suit the needs and challenges of the society, offering and reaching the students and reaching the professionals. And in a way, library science also gave an opportunity. Dr. Divakar rightly acknowledged in his message that he transformed, the library professions have been transformed as a teachers by the opportunity provided by the department, because training the library professionals and providing the library professionals an experience of teaching is a uniqueness of Ambedkar Open University. So with these, both the duties have been very well done by the department. And once again, I congratulate for the fruitful and academic discourses for 2 days. And we may now proceed upon the program. With the program, I invite Mr. K. Kiran Kumar to introduce the chief guest of today's valedictory function.
Today's chief guest, Professor E. Ramareddy sir, is well-known, versatile person. He worked as a librarian of University of Hyderabad. His specialization in library automation networking and building digital libraries. He is a member of Board of Studies member in Osmania University, SNDT Women's University, Mumbai, North Eastern Hill University, Shillong, Karnataka University, Dharwad, etc. Published 3 books and contributed 70 articles, attended several national and international conferences, seminars, workshops. Major projects are UGC, ICSSR. He is a life member of ILA, TLA, SIS, and ALSD. He got many awards like Professor Gangadhar Rao Memorial Award in 2004, National Librarian Award in 2004, ILA Best Librarian Award in 2003, member in various committees like National Knowledge Commission, UGC CDC Library and Information, UGC 9th Plan Visiting Committee, RAC DRDO. He is visiting faculty for Center of Library and Information Science, Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai, visiting professor, Faculty of Informatics, University in Thailand. Now, Professor E. Ramareddy sir is advisor for Central Library, Satavahana University. Thank you.
Next item in the agenda is the seminar report, presentation of seminar report by Dr. Saroja, Seminar Director.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Now it is my turn to present a consolidated report on the proceedings of what has been discussed and what are the things that have happened in the last 2 days. And the proliferation of research degrees in library and information science, and also the rapid changes that are taking place in the subject has prompted the department to think of organizing a national seminar to discuss the changing contours of LIS research in the information age. The seminar started with the inaugural session, and Professor Limbadri, Chairman, Telangana State Council of Higher Education, initially he agreed to be the chief guest of the function. However, due to his sudden official engagements, he could not attend the inauguration. Our respected Vice Chancellor, Professor Sitaram Rao Garu, has stepped into the role, and the inauguration session was presided over by our Director Academic, Professor E. Sudharani Madam. And speaking on the occasion, the chief guest highlighted the importance of libraries in promoting research. Professor Sudharani applauded the initiative of the Department of Library Science for organizing the national seminar, making the beginning of 40-year celebrations in the university. Professor Kanta Chatrapani, Dean, Faculty of Social Sciences, speaking on this occasion, he rightly said that research begins in the library and ends in the library, and added that the seminar is not only relevant to library science professionals, but also every researcher in the social sciences. Dr. J. Lakshma Reddy, Registrar, Dr. BRAOU, in his message, acknowledged the remarkable contribution of the department. He said the topic chosen is very appropriate at a time when transitioning is taking place from print to the digital environment. Professor N. Lakshman Rao, he was a guest of honor of the inaugural function, and he gave a comprehensive view of the changes that are taking place in the libraries. He said knowledge is being doubled at a very fast rate, and the researcher faced difficulty in searching the information. The radical changes in the technology facilitated easy access to information required for research. And then he rightly said libraries should equip themselves to support research supervisors, teachers, as well as the research scholars. Professor Uma Kantilal, in her keynote address, deliberated on the aspects of how ICTs are taking over and new developments happening in library and information science research. He emphasized that LIS research should focus on artificial intelligence, augmented reality, and personalization services. He opined that libraries should relook to become more relevant and more friendly to the user community. The inauguration came to a close by Mr. Kiran Kumar proposing a formal vote of thanks. The inaugural session was followed by a first technical session. The session started on time at 12:30 and continued till 1:45 in the afternoon. The session was on the theme status of LIS research. The session was chaired by Professor Parvathamma, Department of Library and Information Science, Gulbarga University, and the session was moderated by Dr. Bharati, Associate Professor, Department of Library Science, Osmania University. In all, 5 papers were presented in this session. The session suggested that school libraries are important to inculcate good reading habits in children who are the future citizens of the country. And there is a need to appoint qualified librarians in schools. Research papers based on analysis of thesis felt that there is a scope for change in research scenario in the global as well as the national level. And after a short lunch break, again, the participants assembled for technical session 2 on the theme Interdisciplinarity in Library and Information Science Research. This session was chaired by Professor V. Vishwamohan, the retired professor from Osmania University, and moderated by Dr. Achila Munigal, assistant librarian at Osmania University. In all, 4 papers were presented in this session. Gender issues, fisheries information system, and bibliometric study were the themes of the presentations. Professor Vishwamohan said that LIS profession is multidisciplinary and there is a need to bring more conceptual clarity when topics involving interdisciplinary are taken for research. He urged that funding agencies should come forward to promote interdisciplinary research. The third technical session was on the theme Impact of Technology on LIS Research. The session was chaired by Professor M. Madhusudan, University of Delhi, and moderated by Dr. J. Vivekvarthan, Osmania University. Total 5 papers were presented in this session. Topics range from use of smart digital tools, institutional repositories, ICT tools for LIS research. Professor Madhusudan, in his interesting presentation, he suggested several research areas in the light of emerging technologies. He highlighted the research areas such as big data, Internet of Things, use of drones in libraries, robotics, blockchain technology, gamification, so on and so forth. And then day 1 witnessed very brainstorming discussions. The second day of the seminar began on a warm note at 10:30 a.m. The technical session on areas and methodologies. It was chaired by Professor Jaideep Sharma from the Department of Library and Information Sciences, IGNOU. And the session was moderated by Dr. A.S. Chakravarti. 4 papers were presented in the session. Professor Jaideep Sharma has set a tune to the session with his presentation, wherein he discussed the various research areas in library and information science, including information seeking behavior, operations, services, and procedures in libraries. He called on resource-based research and openness in research. Sri Y. Ramesh, Director NASDOC, he presented the services of NASDOC to facilitate research in social sciences. Mrs. Radhika focused on the need for information literacy among research scholars. There were good interactions in the session. Session 5 was chaired by Professor S. Sudarshan Rao Garu and moderated by Mrs. Radhika Rani, Department of Library Science, Kakatiya University. So Professor Sudarshan Rao's talk focused on the unethical practices that are reflected in the research, such as falsification and fabrication of data, misquoting and wrong usage of citations, creating multiple documents from same source, etc. There were 3 presentations in this session. The interactions were very thought-provoking and added value to the proceedings. The session recommended for evolving an ethical code of conduct for the information science libraries and information centers, and to follow a personal and logical approach to avoid unethical practices. Session 6 was chaired by Dr. P. Divakar and myself moderated the session. 4 papers were presented in the session. And this session discussed several aspects like growing use of e-resources during the COVID, practices followed by libraries, and how to combat misinformation and role of libraries in fighting with the misinformation. And finally, after the 6th session is followed by the roundtable discussion. This roundtable is chaired by Professor V. Chandrasekhar Rao Garu. This session, the speakers of this session were Dr. Venkatramana, Dr. Uma, Dr. Yadagiri, Dr. Indra Koneru, and Dr. Murali Prasad. The discussions were centered around transformation taking place in libraries from print to the digital medium. Analysts discussed various aspects such as importance of maintaining research profiles, and then integration of OERs in the curriculum. And then in this changing scenario, it is suggested that LIS education should incorporate the various aspects in the curricula and take up emerging topics for research. So I think with this, all the sessions were very interactive, and they were very. They have come out with fruitful outcomes. And this is briefly about the seminar proceedings in these 2 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Saroja, for making a very elaborate report on the 2-day deliberations of the seminar in a very good manner. And you have covered almost all the aspects of the seminar, the sessions. I now request Professor Ganta Chakrapani Garu, Dean, Faculty of Social Sciences, to give his message.
Good evening, everybody. Yeah, I'm here to fulfill the formality as Dean of Faculty of Social Sciences on this valedictory occasion. Already, seminar director very elaborately, of course, briefly presented her report on what happened in these 2 days here. And now we have a very dedicated library professional. I know him personally, and I know he's the builder of several institutional libraries. Ramareddy Garu. He is there to deliver his valedictory address, special address here. So, first of all, I would like to congratulate all of you for taking part in this very enthusiastic and historical event. Historical in a sense, as we discussed in the inaugural session, we reopened the debates during the reopen of the pandemic. So I congratulate the seminar director once again, and of course, her team. Though she is a single teacher in my faculty, but she always with a gang of very strong scholars and his assistants, her assistants. Congratulations, madam, for organizing such a wonderful seminar here. And we are really impressed with your thought-provoking roundtable themes. They are really need of the hour. As all of you know, I mean, generally these seminars and such kind of events in institutions gives a kind of festival mood. And particularly the valedictory functions and the inaugural functions, they give real life to entire activity. Lighting the lamps and handovering the certificates. And there's a gallery of invitees. But unfortunately, we missed that kind of hangama here. Of course, I must tell all your participants, till the end of 5 hours, 5 minutes also, they're really struggling to, find out some solutions to their professional issues and their, practicing problems and issues and all such things. Some gentleman, he is not happy at all. After 505 also, he's still saying, we should have a common curriculum, across the country and all. It's a very wonderful, it's a good suggestion also. Your professional bodies, should take up such issues and resolve them. And I had a chance to go through, some of the papers and, occasionally I listen to your deliberations through webcasting and all that. They're really wonderful, and I appreciate organizers having useful discussions on two very important and relevant issues. Number one is, interdisciplinary research. No, that's very important for institutions like universities, because our national education policy also strongly advocating interdisciplinary approach at university level and interdisciplinary programs in academic discipline. Here, definitely library science cannot be looked as an isolated subject. As I earlier stated in my inaugural session. Really, library is part of everybody's research, and library is part of everybody's academic discipline, whether it's sociology or physics or zoology. Everybody need a library and approach to negotiate with library, approach to interact with library. I mean, that should be part of our curriculum, number one. And number two, as your roundtable rightly debated, we need to have a policy framework on this interdisciplinary approach, as well as interdisciplinary research also. I mean, that is very much required in present day context. The second issue, in fact, the latest roundtable on education, I mean, national level framework, policy framework also, it is very much required. I think in the advent of technology, as well as in recent developments also, we need to have a strong debate. We need to have an elaborative debate on this policy framework in tune with latest developments. Yeah, I confined to the title. In fact, I have gone through all your abstracts, as well as I have had an opportunity to see some of the debate discussions. Confirming to your title and framework, and even present day requirement and the context, the seminar has successful, in fact, succeeded in doing attempt to bring different dimensions of changing methodological as well as epistemological aspects of social science research in general and library science research in particular in the context of changing information technology scenario. I congratulate once again this team, and this is very inspirational to entire faculty of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Open University, and also we have received almost 30 papers from different states, from Kerala to Uttar Pradesh and several other parts. I think this is a kind of inspiration to all of them, not only to implement the debates and deliberations and discussions, which have given a direction to the professionals, but also to transform their own institutional libraries and professional organizations, particularly in the research. I think this seminar has given a lot of very useful inputs for research scholars and upcoming professionals. My only advice to Dr. Saroja is, we know Saroja is a very capable faculty member, and she can do that. My suggestion is, don't, generally, if you sit and discuss 1 or 2 days, after 1 or 2 days, again, you will definitely forget, what happened here. So to keep up this entire debate, discussion, and whatever the perspectives you are bringing to your discipline, my suggestion is you bring the entire debate and entire deliberations in a volume, in a publication that will definitely contribute to the university, as well as it will be very useful to your professional fraternity across the country. Generally, a published book, as being librarians, everybody knows that a published book is a kind of a permanent resource, and it will generate new ideas, and it will spread entire message to across the people and across the country. I thank our colleague and my senior colleague, academic director, Dr. Sudharani Garu, for coming over, for supporting all the way from proposal level to, today valedictory function. It's my responsibility as a dean. Thank you, madam, and I congratulate all of you, the participants as well as organizers. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chakrapani, for your very valuable message. And I'm hopeful that, this is the beginning in this 40th Foundation Day. Library Science, under your dynamic leadership, many more events to come, the symposia, seminars, and several other activities and academic deliberations, more precisely. With this, it's my pleasure to invite Professor E. Rama Reddy Garu, librarian, University of Hyderabad, for being with us, kind enough to be the chief guest, and sir is going to deliver the chief guest address. Over to you, sir. Sir Ram Reddy Garu. Welcome to you, sir.
Thank you for, thank you, Saroja.
Welcome, sir.
Respected Dean, Professor Chakrapani Garu, Professor Sudharani Garu, the Director Academic and also the seminar President, and Saroja Garu as a seminar Director, and my colleagues in the profession, and also my young LIS professionals who are working for the upliftment of LIS as a profession to cross the line. I am sure the young professionals will add new ideas and values. Are you able to? Why I'm not able to?
We are able to hear.
No, I mean, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hearing you.
Okay. I would like to express my thanks to Dr. Saroja inviting me to deliver the valedictory address to this 2-day national seminar on changing contours of research. Since the subject is focused more on research, and probably I would like to say a few words about how the subject as a LIS developed over a period. It may be a coincidence that this year the LIS has already gone into 110 years of its starting. As we all know that it started in 1911 in Baroda. Now, with a certificate course and a diploma course, bachelor degree course, master degree course, until 1950, the degrees have come up to the Master of Library and Information Science, Master of Library Science, Information Science added somewhere later. But if you look at this 40 years of library and information science and the 70 years of starting the PhD program in library and information science is really a 3-decade growth of research in library and information science, which has gone through, of course, various changes and also deliberated and worked on different areas, specialized areas on contemporary things. But probably the next 25 years should be critical to evaluate what has happened for the past 70 years and then try to analyze what are the gaps, where we have lacked our focus, and how we can really make it more attractive in the 21st century and the years to come. And if you look back, I think we all know that the first PhD degree was awarded in 1957. Dr. D.B. Krishna Rao, the Delhi University, he was the first one to have his PhD degree under S.R. Ranganathan. And if you look at the second degree after that, it took 20 years to get a second degree in Library and Information Science, PhD degree, which is by one of the professors, P.S.K. Sharma, under J.S. Sharma. And you see these two topics which they have chosen are multidisciplinary. The first one was on the pollen classification in relation to the agriculture as a subject. And the second one is the DDC and applied to Indology. So in the sense, we have not started now, but the interdisciplinary nature started way back. And that has given strength to us to get into the multidisciplinary aspect of the Library and Information Science course. If we also look at the 50 years, that is 1950 to 2000, the research degrees awarded during this period were about 600 plus. But when you compare from 2000 to 2020, it has surpassed again 600 and above, and this is the rapid growth. The 50 years and now the 20 years, we caught up. Now, I think there will be around 1,500 PhDs so far awarded in Library and Information Science. As we understand, the Library and Information Science, which has started as a unique program, has developed into a multidisciplinary and a transdisciplinary. I'll call it a transdisciplinary because it has cut across from social science to humanities and even sciences and engineering and technology as well. So these graduates who pass through these kinds of programs, they are ideally suitable to provide information needs to the needy from different walks of life. So the influence of IT is forcing the LIS to move towards the virtual dispensation. And the research areas should be practical oriented to acquire knowledge and also participate in knowledge-driven society. Research is a creative activity, we all know. And it is a systematic inquiry as well. And it is universal and democratic to create new ideas and know the unknown while doing our research. And the research normally comes out with reliable knowledge, and also the reliable knowledge is power. As we today in the 21st century, we say that knowledge is power. So whoever has this kind of approach to get into a new knowledge is a powerful person, I could say, a knowledgeable person. There can be different types of research, like strategic research, fundamental research, exploratory research, applied research, demonstrative research. All these areas are relevant to all the subjects in the universe of knowledge, including the library and information science. Any research which takes place, I would broadly say the R&D is an index for the prosperity of a nation. And library and information science research has the attention of LIS researchers, and number of researchers are registering to get the research degrees, and the number is increasing over a period. Here, I would like to mention a point or two. I would say the library and information science research should have to a collaborative mode rather than an isolated mode. A collaborative approach is a good way to achieve balance between library practitioners who normally look inwards and academic. Sometimes they are away from the real world of the problem solving in the library situations. I may sound a little biased, but working with practitioners gives a greater credibility because it's done in a working environment to resolve the issues which the libraries face in different settings. And the practitioners would definitely have greater insights to the problems which they face, and they need to resolve those issues. And involvement of researchers benefit the practitioners and also professional development as well. And when I say this, we should also look at some of the limitations of the practitioners. There is a poor communication between active researchers and the practicing librarians. And practitioners have to handle keeping up with the emerging technologies and also service responsibilities in their libraries. I find the perception that the research is lacking in practical applications, or some of them are not mission-oriented in the sense. And apart from this, the other limitation which I find is there is lack of funding for research for the library practitioners in the sense. And I would say that the library and information science research is developed in an uneven way. The balance between applied research and the basic research is not matching. And many times what we learn from the basic research or the applied research, when you apply them into these situations, it becomes sometimes very, very difficult for the librarians to understand and also implement them in the libraries. Some of the LIS practitioners identified the areas like electronic information services, digital information storage and management, and user need-based assessment, learning and information skills, etc. But apart from several of these problems which were highlighted in the for the past so many years as a research PhD degrees, but there is there are umpteen number of research problems to be investigated, but there seems to be lack of perception to visualize and identify valid problems for research. If you look at the published research of the topics chosen by many of the PhD who got their PhD programs, they have problems in defining hypotheses, and they are more of a state-of-the-art reports, and also the description of the existing conditions in many library departments are really lacking when we look at that issues. I feel that the major research is needed in the contemporary areas rather than the questionnaires and user surveys or some day-to-day activities or user feedbacks, etc. But we have to go beyond that and look at networked information retrieval mechanisms, social learning, digital libraries, and how to resolve information overload, and the open archives and open software, etc. Many of these studies reveal that these things are not predominantly addressed to resolve many issues in the library and information science area. The academicians in the library and information science area, I would appeal and request that they should be looking at the fundamentals and theories to build new theories and new fundamental approaches so that it will benefit the students eventually who will work in the libraries. In conclusion, I would like to mention that the universities and research supervisors need to take stock of current status of research and initiate corrective measures to improve the productivity of qualitative research rather than the quantity of the PhD which is coming out. In this era of internet, the ICT supported and professional related subject areas need attention for the LIS researchers. Researchers in the contemporary areas will definitely contribute to the growth of knowledge in the LIS profession. And an appeal to the young researchers in LIS, they should focus on current trends and the future of LIS in ever-changing IT era, and to be relevant to serve the changing needs of the society, because the present society or present users are not like the users we faced, like my age group faced. Today, they come with more enthusiasm to learn and also resolve issues which will benefit or add value to the existing knowledge in library and information science. I would thank the organizers for asking me to deliver the valedictory address, and I wish good luck to every library professional who are on the virtual listening to this particular address, or even otherwise, those who are in the profession and who have a long way to go and plan the future of library and information science in India. Thank you very much. Over to Sujata Garu.
Thank you, sir, for your excellent valedictory address. Being the veteran of library movement in the universities and having helped us in automation process also 2 decades back, Ambedkar Open University, and not only Ambedkar Open University, but many other universities also. Your experience speaks about the library movement and how it has emerged from an era of a physical library to the era of the digital libraries. So thank you so much for focusing light on several issues of distance education practices and service repositories. And the outcome of the research, the more important aspect which you have touched upon is the outcome of the research should reach to the students. So that is what I always emphasize in several meetings. And with this, we are going to I'll proceed to give the closing remarks. After a brief feedback by our participants, now I call upon Nageshwar Rao to give his feedback and also request the participants who are online to give their brief reflections on the 2-day deliberations of the seminar. Nageshwar Rao to give his feedback.
Thank you, ma'am. On behalf of the participant, we are very much thankful to the Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Open University, Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, and Faculty of Social Science, respected Dean, Professor Pani, sir, and Director, Ma'am, Dr. Professor Sudharani, Madam, and Dr. Saroja, Madam, Head of the Department, Library and Information Science, for giving an opportunity to present the papers to the scholars. And it is a good platform for us, ma'am. We are very much thankful and giving opportunity for us. Even though Madam is very busy and single-handed for running the department, and Madam is a good and excellent mentor for UG and PG scholars, and a good guide for our research scholars for the both MPhil and PhD students. Even in the tight schedule, Madam has planned to organize such event for favor of the research scholars in a stipulated manner in a short time. I must congratulate on behalf of all of us and with the help of the participant, and for her achievement for the last year, Madam got an Best Teacher Award. Even though during the COVID period we are unable to attend here, so if Director sir and Madam permits, so we want to give you a flower bouquet with our research scholars to the Madam. Ma'am, thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Just because we are unable to there that time.
No, tomorrow is actually Teachers' Day, sir.
Oh, good. On behalf of all the participants, so thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Really, I'm touched by this gesture. Yeah.
Celebrations, madam.
Kiran, please give you a memento to sir. Please. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Sure. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a part of the valedictory ceremony. I'm not going to give a elaborate this thing because it's already time and all are exhausted. As well said by it is the libraries are the gateways of knowledge. So we all accept that they are the gateways of knowledge, and we have experienced it also in our long journey of academics. So knowledge is seamless, knowledge is boundaryless, and so interdisciplinarity is the strength of the library science, and this aspect is being discussed in all the 2-day deliberations. And as rightly said by Saroja, gender aspects, bibliometrics, the repositories, big data, robotics, and all the aspects have become a part of the 2-day deliberations. And what I could see that, the several opportunities pandemic gave, posed as a challenge, as well as it gave us several opportunities to transform our ideas to our knowledge and to reach out the students in a very effective manner. So in our university also, we have utilized this opportunity of reaching the students, because the education sector is a worst affected sector. But we thought that, we reach out the students because we couldn't print the books. So we have posted it, and we have reached them through emails. And the library, we couldn't open the library, but some of our e-journals are also made available to the faculty and the students also. So technology enabled services are more during the time of pandemic, which most of the prestigious universities like IIT Kharagpur utilized this opportunity and made open all the books of the library to the public, and the open access is given to the students and general public also. Likewise, I have come across several literature books in Telugu also were available to the readers. So earlier, if you have to go to read the book or Kanya Shulkam, like any other novels, we used to go to the library, but now they're all made available online. So this is an innovation brought by the technology. And our library, we are very proud to say that we have more than 1 lakh of books collection in our library printed, and more than 200 journals are available, and e-journals also. For past few years, we have been subscribing to e-journals and the JSTOR, and they are made available to the faculty. So we are going for the repository also. So a lot of things are going to happen in this technological era. And I strongly feel that the university library, as well as the library science, has a greater responsibility to reach out the students with innovative methods. Because usage of library is one thing which always bothers me, because being a distance education university, the students coming to the campus is very less. So hence we should reach them through other innovative methods. So the library in charge and library sciences are also the responsibilities more in coming out in searching out the pedagogical methods to reach out the learners, and innovative aspects in the research areas in library science LIS. And BRAOU is gearing up to go for NAC accreditation. So I think all these issues might guide us in making out or reaching out the students in a very effective manner. And one more thing, I'll just request the seminar director, as well said by our dean, to bring out a seminar volume, as well as to make public the findings of the research papers, because several suggestions might have been there, as is clearly visible from the report of the seminar director. Research is always considered as a thing which is not to be like, there is a wide gap between the research and the people whom, or the aspects whom, with which we are working. So I always wanted that, the bridge has to be to bridge the gap between this research and the outcomes, research outcomes and the public, general public whom it is intended to. So the research findings should be made available or useful directly to the community. So that is with this motive, I think the publication of the volume, as well as taking forward the spirit of the findings of the suggestions made by the several scholars who are present here, the senior scholars more importantly, and work upon this and reach out the students and make the LIS more energetic as well as more useful in this aspect of knowledge dissemination. So thank you all for this very active participation, and may now call upon once again congratulating the seminar director for this very good event for 2 days, and her team who all are here, Computer Center. And I call upon Saroja, seminar director, to propose the formal vote of thanks.
Respected Madam Professor Sudharani Garu, respected Professor Kanta Chakrapan, Dean, Faculty of Social Sciences, and my library and information science professionals, participants of this seminar. Finally, it is the moment where I take the opportunity to place on record my heartfelt thanks to all my colleagues in the university and friends and mentors in the profession for their continued support extended to me in organizing the seminar. At the outset, I would like to place on record my sincere thanks to our Vice Chancellor, Professor Sita Ramarao Garu, who is the guiding force behind organizing this event. He encouraged and provided all the support in organizing the seminar. In this context, it is my duty to thank the funding agency, the Indian Council of Social Science Research, for providing grant to conduct the seminar. And I also thank our university for giving a matching grant to conduct the seminar. I place on record my sincere thanks to Professor E. Sudharani, Director Academic, and Professor Kanta Chakrapan Garu, Dean FSS, for their constant support and motivation in conducting the seminar. They ensured that the seminar is conducted in an organized manner and without any hassles. Thank you very much, Sudha Madam and Chakrapani sir, for your support. The preparation for the seminar began 10 days ago. Professor Shakila Khanam has taken initiative to create an account for ICSSR funding, which is an essential criteria in order to get the grant from ICSSR. Thank you very much, Madam, for the support you have extended to the department in conducting the seminar. I profusely thank our registrar, Professor Lakshma Reddy Garu, for rightly advising me to conduct the seminar in virtual mode. This valuable advice saved a lot of time and effort required in organizing the physical seminar. Not only this, I should thank him for releasing a matching grant and encouraging me to bring out a souvenir and also a seminar volume, which we are going to bring shortly. At this juncture, I would like to announce that the research papers submitted to the seminar will be edited thoroughly and then check for plagiarism, and we will bring out the volume within 15 to 20 days after the seminar. And we'll be sending the seminar volume to the first author of the paper who have presented the paper in the registered in the seminar. And I place on record my sincere thanks to all the chief guests of honor, Professor
N. Lakshman Rao Garu, keynote speaker Professor Umma Kanjilal, Professor Ramareddy Garu, chief guest of valedictory section, and all the chairpersons, Professor Parvatamma, Professor Vishwamohan, Professor Madhusudan, Professor Jaydeep Sharma, Professor Sudarshan Rao Garu, Dr. P. Divakar, and Professor Chandrasekhar Rao Garu for accepting our invitation and conducting the seminar. I thank all the moderators and panelists for extending their cooperation and support in the smooth conduct of the sessions. I also extend my sincere thanks to all the paper presenters and participants for contributing papers and participating in these seminar deliberations. I'm very fortunate to have the support of motivated and dedicated team who helped me in every step of organizing the seminar. I'll be failing in my duty if I don't thank the in-charge computer center, Dr. Vasant Rao, and his team members, Ramesh, Ashwant, and all the Rakesh, Vamchi, and all the team members of Computer Center for providing the necessary technical support in conducting the seminar. I'm really indebted to them for their constant support in conducting the seminar smoothly. I thank our academic associate, Mr. Kiran Kumar, for helping me out in every step of conducting the seminar. He stepped out of his comfort zone also to see that the souvenir is printed and delivered on time. I congratulate and thank him for his commitment and sincerity in the smooth conduct of the seminar. I also thank my research scholars, Ratna Kumari, Nageshwara, and others for being with me and helping me in the conduct of the seminar. I thank all the directors of branches, especially Director ABPRC, for arranging audiovisual coverage. I extend my sincere thanks to all the deans, heads of branches, teaching and non-teaching friends for their support. I'll be failing in my duty if I do not acknowledge the help and support extended by PRO, Dr. Venugopal Reddy. He worked with me continuously for 2-3 days to apply for the ISBN for the seminar volume, and I also thank him for arranging press coverage of the event. My thanks are also due to artist Swami for designing the band. I thank each and everyone in letter and spirit who supported this seminar. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, advisor.
Pick a photo.